Look at that. That's a nice segue into wishing you all good morning and calling this meeting to order this morning. So with that, Jasmine, can you please take the roll?
Yes. Chair Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Buchanan.
Here, thank you.
Regent Folkford.
Here.
Regent Lozar.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Yeager.
Here.
Regent Bao.
Here.
He's here. Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Governor Gianforte being represented by Dylan Klappmeyer.
Here.
Superintendent Arntzen. She'll be joining, her assistant will be joining us
Yes,
later.
thank you.
Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jasmine. Again, good morning. I was telling Chancellor Kegel, what a glorious day yesterday in Montana, and today continues. It just makes you feel, I don't know, especially sweet to live in this wonderful state, and so grateful for that. So welcome to our May Board of Regents meeting here at the beautiful MSU Northern Campus. When you're immersed in higher ed, as we all are, this time of year is so special with the energy and the excitement of campus commencement ceremonies. It never gets old. Witnessing the transformational power of education vaults so many talented graduates into their hopeful futures. On a personal note, I attended UM's commencement last Saturday, and it just, that spirit of can-do, that spirit of accomplishment you could just feel it, and I know that was the same spirit across the entire MUS. On behalf of the board, I extend our deep gratitude to those students and their family members, the faculty, the staff, the professional and administrative team members on all campuses. You made the 23-24 academic year a successful endeavor in so many ways. We are here to serve all of you, and we thank you for your dedication and effort. Chancellor Kegel will update us on the activities here at MSU Northern in a few minutes, but for a moment, I'd like to take a few minutes to reflect on how far the system's northernmost campus has come to since its inception in 1929. I know that 100 years getting close. At 1929, it's when Northern Montana College had its classes in the local high school. All the system's campuses have fascinating histories, and I always enjoy learning about how they came to the fine and dynamic institutions they are today. I'm especially intrigued to learn of the meaning behind the college's symbol, and I was looking at that yesterday as I was walking the campus. It was designed in 1951 by Marion Brockman, the creative wife of Northern Montana College's president, L.O. Brockman. The lines in the center represent the aurora borealis, and I hope everyone saw that within the last week. And the three vertical lines symbolize the three major curricular functions of the college: liberal arts, teacher training, and vocational and technical studies. The logo has gone through some updates over time, but the modern version retains the same symbolism. Like all our campuses, MSU Northern is dedicated to innovation and evolution, but it is gratifying to know that some core commitments stand the test of time. I'd like to introduce Professor of Speech and Theater, Mark Seifert. Joining us today. He's the faculty representative for this meeting. It's nice to have you here. Welcome to the table. So let me review the agenda. As usual, it's very full. We enjoyed this morning an informative and informational breakfast visit with the MUSA. MUSA stands for Montana University Systems Staff Association. We had representatives from across the system at our tables. Board members will be privileged later today to share lunch with student representatives from across Montana. And tomorrow morning, Regents have an opportunity to have breakfast with local community leaders from across Hill County. The Commissioner's report is part of the next business of the agenda, and I'll turn it over to, after we hear from Chancellor Kegel, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Christian. He always has important updates for us, including on FAFSA and legislative initiatives. We also have a special award to announce. Dylan Klappmeyer will offer remarks on behalf of Governor Gianforte, and Super Arnson's representative will provide a report as well. For the Budget Committee later this morning, we have a full agenda of consent items to propose, and importantly, we will walk through the MUS present law budget request and the Long Range Building Program request for the 2027 biennium. That is a mouthful, and it's important work that the Budget Committee has done this year. Upon our review and approval, these items will be forwarded to the Governor and the Budget Office and form the basis of the university system's interactions with the 2025 legislature. We will also consider several bonding, tuition, and naming items. After lunch, ARSA, the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee agenda includes emeriti faculty and tenure items, several request to plan proposals, and the proposed Board of Regents policy amendments dealing with distance education, tuition, and fees. ARSA also plans to discuss its mental health needs assessment and strategic planning. As always, there are opportunities today and tomorrow for public comment. Then this evening, the campus is hosting a reception at the Diesel Tech Center at 5 o'clock. Upon reconvening tomorrow, the two-year and community college committee has 2 policy amendments for us to consider, as well as reports on prison education programming and sprint degrees. And finally, a panel of leaders from Highlands College, Gallatin College, and MSU Northern will focus our discussion on workforce and career training program development. Tomorrow, following action on the committee items, the board will select new leadership. As I am not seeking re-election, I want to take just a moment to thank you all for your support and participation. It has truly been an honor to serve in this capacity. I also extend heartfelt thanks to Commissioner Christian and his excellent staff at OCHI. I'm so proud to be part of this important organization, and I look forward to continuing my service under the new leadership. With that, Chancellor Kegel, I'll turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you. Chair Dombrowski, the Regents, Commissioner Christian, MSU Northern's thrilled to have you on our campus. It is an opportunity for us. We look forward every other year to have this meeting here so we can showcase the university and show you who we are. And with that, I'm going to kind of walk through that. I thought we'd tell a story of who we are and why we're here. But before I do that, a couple things. Bathrooms are in the basement. There's an elevator for those that need it over on the north side. We've got schedule and info sheets on your tables. We've got people in the room if you have technical problems. They have the X shirts on them. And then tonight at 5 o'clock, we are going to have a reception down in the lobby of the Diesel Tech Center, and everybody is invited. So one of the things that we share with people is that MSU Northern is more than. And I like to tell people that because whatever you think it is, I can assure you that it's more than that. And it's always interesting for me. I've been here for many, many years. And I do my campus tours and walk around and visit with faculty and staff. And I discover that it's more than even what I know it is. So I'm going to try to explain a little bit of that to you. Last meeting down in Dillon, Clay had a picture of his grandmother on the board. And so to not be outdone, I thought maybe I better put a picture of, these are the five of the 10 Kegel kids that attended MSU Northern in 1933. They, born and raised on the Big Flat, there's 10 of them. The one in the center there's my dad and his brothers and sisters. And it's kind of an important story because that was the time when Northern was just being put together. And they had moved from the high school up to the East Hall, is what was the old water plant that was on the campus. That was first building. But, we talk a lot about land grant institutions and access and Morale Acts, and the whole idea was to provide access to education. And at that time, when you're up on the High Line, all you people drove a long ways to get here. And from some of those places, Malta and beyond, to get down to Bozeman's 400 miles. And so access was a problem back in those days. We had roads that were barely roads, and we had cars that were Model Ts. And so truthfully, it was a limitation. You just couldn't, everybody just couldn't go. And so that's the beginning of Northern. It was to provide access to the people on the High Line. and it was important for them. It's an important school. We're the only four-year public institution in the whole upper half of the state of Montana. And when you look at the geographic mass of land, that's huge. It's bigger than most states. So it was important. And we're counting down. We are counting into the 100 years. We're at 95 years right now. And that's kind of the reason why everybody got together and hauled bricks from Fort Assiniboine to build Pershing Hall. And they hauled them in carts and built that building. The community did it. And that was how Northern kind of got to moving. But we're very proud of this institution, and it's nice to be able to talk a little bit about why we're important in the whole grand scheme of things. And our students impact the community, the state, and the world. Our students end up, a lot of them in Montana, but they also end up a lot across the country, and a lot of them end up outside of the country. So, I mean, our students go everywhere. When we look at the university, we're looking at new money that comes in, and we talk about economic impacts. We get federal money, we get state money, we get private money, we get entrepreneurial money. All of that comes into this economy, and it's huge. So when you look at an economic engine, what this institution does for just this region is it's a major thing. Every year we've got students that come on board, and the community all standing in line trying to hire them, and part-time workers to help out all over the community. And we got them out at Tillman Motor Company, we got them in the banks, we got them down in the restaurants. So it's an influx. It's something that we need every year, students. We got a school that has a tendency to draw outside money through grants. And we've been very successful with some of those grants. Some of the grants that we get are from federal agencies that help drive some of the programs that we have here. So it's important. You just got to understand that the university is important, not to the students and the graduates, but to the region. A small college with a big impact, and I'd say, yeah, it absolutely is. Our programs are different than most programs in four-year universities, and the fact that we have certificates here, we have two-year degrees here, we have bachelor's degrees here, and we have master's degrees here. So we're really unique that way. We like to say that the programs that we've put together are programs for the essential workers, that we kind of focus on things that work. I pay real close attention to programs that will work for us and work for the state of Montana. Every one of our programs is put together with state advisory boards. In other words, they're not local advisory boards. They're people that come across the state to help us, so that we know that the material that we're delivering and disseminating is it's up to date, it's current information. And those advisory boards have been very, very important for the things that we've been able to accomplish on the campus. So every program has one. We're a campus that really focuses on hands-on type experience. Our engineering program is an engineering tech program, and the reason that students come here for that program is because of the fact that it's so hands-on. So we're real proud of that. And with that, of course, our placement rates are as high as any campus in the country. So the breadth of who we are, we're in demand. Our career fairs are setting records every year. We had over 65 different companies in the gym this spring offering jobs to our graduates. And what I can tell you is that there probably was 3 or 4 offers for every graduate, that they're in that type of demand. And I wouldn't say that that's totally unusual, because I know that every sector is looking for people, but the kids that are being placed in their disciplines, and that's a good thing. Our graduates are high quality graduates. The people that return year after year to those career fairs usually are coming back for more of what they've already gotten. We've probably got as good of industry relations, industry partnerships as any university in the system. They take care of us in a lot of different ways. in the world of the mechanics, and I don't know how many pieces of equipment you'll see when you go down to the reception tonight, but all of our industry partners help us some way by either supplying equipment, supplying funds for program development, or doing technical training for us. So a couple things that we have on the campus that you might not be aware of. We do all of the Department of Labor apprenticeship related training here at Northern, which means that there's about 1,600 apprentices today in the state of Montana. All of those apprentices do the coursework, we call it related training, that they have to do through our related training office. There's about 3 people that work down there. And so they call in and they get their coursework. They do the coursework, we grade it, send it back. Each one of those apprentices has to do so many books, and Northern does all that. We've got a grant, the Accelerated Montana Partnership Grant, that they looked at the apprenticeships and the success rates that they were having with the normal apprentice, and like 30% of them were making it through, so they said, maybe we need to look at a different way of doing apprentice in the state of Montana. So we came up with the accelerated apprentice, and with that program, we were on the road doing classwork, the coursework in Bozeman, Billings, Missoula, and Great Falls. And all of those places, the accelerated part moved that rate up to about 60% success from 30 to 60. So that's a thing that we're doing with the DOL. Our nurses are doing the advanced stroke life support training here on this campus. That was a certification that they just recently got, which is a big thing. Traffic education, we're still doing that. And we've got a couple training agreements with Subaru University and the Ford MLR program that we do with our automotive program. In depth, things that kind of surprise people. We're working on 2 Embry grants right now. One of them's a vitamin D, respiratory illness, and student athletes study that they're doing. And another one in identifying synaptic mechanisms in Alzheimer's disease. And that's Professor Giuseppe right there, and he's a very renowned scientist that works in our biology program and doing that research. We're also working on algae blooms in Beaver Creek because there's a problem with that going on. We've got an archaeologist that is actually leading a group of students to Iraq this summer. And then with our advanced fuels research, we've got the Fuels of the Futures work that we're doing right now. Started out with that, making a high grade of biodiesel that's turned into a jet fuel project, and they're working on catalysts right now, the discovery of a catalyst to optimize the process, something that a lot of people don't know that we're doing on this campus. So one of the things that we talk about every day is continuous improvement, being who we are today and being a little bit better tomorrow. This campus is a big campus, 127 acres. We have 36 buildings. To maintain that and make it better every day, it takes everybody. And so we've got a little initiative that we call the All In program, where everybody's all in. It's a strategy that's worked for us. If you do cruise through our buildings, you'll probably see that they're in really good shape. We're good stewards. We're really proud of what we do have. And we're working real hard on deferred maintenance to bring down that overwhelming thing of being out of control with maintenance. So our buildings are in good shape, and it's because of the fact that everybody helps with that. We've just recently in this summer, if you cruise around, I was on a little tour yesterday, and Brockman Center's pretty much tore all apart. But through this summer, we're doing a lot of new HVAC, a lot of new windows, but all of that is deferred maintenance that's going on. And then the last one is the Aurora Complex, which I'll just say is coming soon, and we're excited about that project. A couple of things that I thought I should should share. We just went through our 7-year review with the Northwest Commission, and we are always invited to Seattle to the meeting, and it's an opportunity for them to talk to us. One of the things that I brought back to the university, they stopped the meeting to tell us that we want to tell you that the team that came to Northern wanted us to tell you and make sure that you heard this, that when they were there, they absolutely found out that we care. And it was just apparent how much you care for your students. And so I guess that was the highlight of my trip, just to hear that they felt that this campus does care, and we really do. We're a campus that we feel are student ready, which means that whoever the student is when they get here, we're ready for them. And we've put together mechanisms so that they won't fail. And you know, we've got a lot of tutoring, we've got a lot of individual student type tutoring, we've got SSS, we've got the Nasani program and the Little River Institute just to help kids get through. And we're very proud of that. Our students are going all over the place. We've got students that right now today are in vet schools, med schools, law school, PT school, pharmacy, and more. And it's a good start for them to come to Northern. It's less expensive, it's doable, and then they can transfer into these other programs, but they're going all over the place. We also have a co-op program that we've had for years on this campus, which means that students that want to work in the summer can work. And it says up there, co-ops for any student who wants, and it's the truth, we can place, last year, I always ask, every student that asks is placed, yeah, every student that wants the co-op experience can get it. And some of those students are getting high-end, I mean, seriously, they come back with enough money to go to school and buy a pickup. So they're doing real well with that. I'm going to show you a little video. When we talk about students, I always tell a story. I grew up in Fort Benton, and that was 1972. I graduated from high school there, so 52 years ago, and came up to Northern, and I've been here ever since. And I've got an older sister, and we were talking the other day, and she was talking about her experience, and I said, well, yeah, I left town and never got far, because I've been here ever since I left high school. And she said, well, sometimes you don't have to go far to get far. And I kind of smiled at her. We've got a story of a student that came far and got far. And so I want you to just listen to this little story. This is not necessarily totally typical, but it's a good story because he came here, found his way to Northern, and found his way through it. And at the end, he just graduated from Montana Tech with a PhD in material sciences. So he transferred from Northern, went to Montana Tech, did the master's down there, and then the PhD. So a neat story.
My name is Amos Taiswind. Northern helped me rise to the top. I grew up in Kenya, the southwest region. I grew up in a tribe called the Maasai. In my tribe, education is not something that majority of the people will think of. So when I graduated top of my class, people had high hope on me, especially my dad. He saw like I can do so much better, especially for the community. So I got a chance to go to Florida and study for aerospace engineering for a semester. Yeah, it was a good experience, but very different from what I grew up with. Life wasn't as easy as I expected, you know. It became so hard for me. I couldn't manage, you know, paying my rent and paying for school at the same time. It became so hard until I ended up being homeless. I didn't know I was homeless in the first place because in Kenya, usually it's very hard to be homeless. A pilot friend was asking me, where have you been spending your nights? And I told him I've just been hanging around the library. And he told me, I think you're homeless. Yeah, so that was when everything changed. The dream turned into a nightmare for me. Most of my friends wanted me to go back home, but I didn't want to go home back a failure, you know.
In the spring, I got an email from a young man who introduced himself and was interested in the engineering program at Northern and wanted to run cross country as well. it came to light after having some phone conversations and a few more emails, and I learned that he was really having a tough time in Florida where he was at. I became really interested in just helping him out a little bit.
His response was really good. He wanted me to come here like the next week, very soon as possible, and it was scary, but it was a chance that I wanted to do. I knew that this is a path that I need to take.
We really explored a lot of ways for him to get to Montana from Florida, train, bus, and ultimately we were able to, or I should say he was able to, find enough money to get airfare up here.
He picked me in Great Falls, and he had all stuff ready. He had a shirt for me for the team to put on in the airport, and that was just something that I was like, it's life-changing, you know? After my first month here, I was able to meet very many friends. Also, the instructors, my first academic advisor, he saw my grades when I came here, and he told me that we are going to change those B's into A's, and he did that. I was able to have that one-on-one, someone who was caring, guardian, you know, someone who wanted me to achieve something. That's how I knew that I'm here for a long time here.
He's grown so much. I mean, socially, intellectually, emotionally, that's really been even more impressive to me.
My education improved. I was able to learn something that I had passion in, and instructors were able to tap into my mind, you know, show me that there's more that I can achieve.
I think I just appreciate the commitment that he's made to his education, to his team, to his professors. He's just someone I respect tremendously, and someone who gives me inspiration to work harder as a coach and as a teacher. For him to come to a place like Havre, Montana, not knowing anybody or really even understanding the culture that well, to becoming a member of the homecoming court, a tutor on campus, a resident assistant, a member of summer research projects. Just so much. He's done so much to become part of this campus life.
To people who have the same background as me, where you're told that education doesn't matter, you know, you might not know what potential you have in you, but once you have that confidence to go forward and try, you know, learn, study, you can be able to tap into those potentials that you're able to achieve, be more productive in the community. You need to be resilient, be confident, and believe in yourself. Find the right people, find the right community that will help you achieve these goals. You can do something that's very important to the entire humanity. Coming to Northern, my life turned around within a week. It's something that I don't even know if I ever imagined happening to my life. So Northern has played a very important role in changing my life.
So yeah, I want to congratulate, we just received that PhD last week at Montana Tech, so good job, Seth. Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Chancellor Kegel. Those are the reasons we're all here, and really appreciate you sharing that, and congratulations all the way around. Okay, now I'm going to turn to the approval of the minutes from the March 14th and 15th, 2024 meeting. The minutes have been distributed to the board. Are there any corrections? Okay, seeing no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Christian for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for everyone being here today. Beautiful day at Northern, and appreciate everyone spending the time to be with us, including Regent Bao, who's online with us today. Appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to participate. Man, what a story that was. Fantastic. And Chancellor Kegel, I do appreciate you showing the picture of your father and the journey that his siblings took to be here. You know, I I enjoyed your description of how Northern has transformed this community and itself and the High Line. And at least according to the Montana Standard, the first hard surface road in Montana was built in 1921 between Anaconda and Butte. At the time you were trying to start the school up here in the late 20s, there was 50 miles of hard surface roads in Montana. So what truly was an access mission early on has become much, much more than that, and an integral part of the economic driver of the High Line and this region. So congratulations on what Northern has done for this area and the commitment that it's made and you've made to the institution. It's just fantastic to be here, and you always seem somehow to dial in perfect weather for us when we come, so thank you for that. Just to echo Chair Dombrowski's words of thought and encouragement, I want to send a sincere congratulations to all the students who recently earned degrees across the MUS institutions. A remarkable achievement in a student's life, and it's a manifestation of, you know, the discipline, the dedication, and hard work that it took to earn those degrees. They mean something. Every student has their own narrative, and Regent Yeager, I appreciate your own story and your narrative, and congratulations to you as well, earning your degree last weekend at Western. These stories mean something, and what students do to overcome the challenges and meet those challenges and succeed is fantastic. They don't do that alone, and so maybe most importantly, I want to take time to thank faculty, staff, and administrators all across the MUS that work tirelessly to provide those mentorships, the tools, the knowledge that's needed to see students ultimately succeed. I think around 6,000 students earned their credentials last year, or last week, or last month across the MUS, embarking on the next stage of their lives. So that's fantastic. And it meets one of the 3 strategic pillars of our MUS plan, which is how do we help provide a diverse economy and workforce for Montana. So just incredibly grateful for all that has to take place for those transformations to happen. Among them, pleased to report that on May 6th, we had our second cohort at Helena College of Montana State prison graduates. They earned certificates of applied science in automotive technology. 6 students graduated, 2 of whom earned magna cum laude honors, 2 who will continue their education and work toward their AS degree in automotive technology. And while it's not a large class, remember this has been a pilot for us, and I think it is going a long ways to demonstrating its value and what can be and what can happen. And the partnership between us and the Department of Correction remains an important part of our access mission, a mission that I think the Chancellor described very well here, still exists today within our correction facilities, and one that we need to meet that challenge. You'll hear in a few minutes as we talk about our legislative initiatives, one that we continue to try to work toward, how we can find some permanent funding to build out that mission and opportunities for incarcerated persons. And then tomorrow we've got a conversation with the 2-year Community College Committee to work through plans on prison education, programming, and discuss opportunities around Second Chance Pell and what can happen there. So an important part, I think, working well, and look forward to seeing it progress. Switching gears dramatically, I guess, as we mentioned in March, your staff has been preparing in earnest for the 69th legislative session, which kicks off January 6th, something we sometimes hope to ignore, but on the other hand, look forward to. It's our chance to tell our story and to support the university system. We administer, a wealth of programs, and many of those innovative in their own right, constantly striving to find new ways to improve on what we do and improve on existing ways to serve students and people all across Montana. Those students, certainly we owe excellence to them, we owe efficiency, and we owe accountability to the taxpayers of Montana. And so we bring all that together inside of a legislative mission and message. The 23 session barely ends, and we start working on the 25 session, and that's where we're at. We develop plans starting from, the most basic grassroots effort at campuses to ultimately roll into an MUS plan. 5 distinct proposals through that process have kind of risen to the top. We will submit those to the governor and the governor's budget office for their consideration and support here very soon, along with the broader budget implications that Chair Dombrowski spoke to. And we hopefully, with their support, will be talking to the legislature about these proposals, or some of these proposals, as we get into the January sessions. But with that brief introduction, I would like to ask Deputy Commissioner Hollenbaugh to come up and walk us through what these initiatives look like. We're in the early stages and yet the late stages all at the same time. They are a work in progress. There is some malleability to them, and so look forward to your feedback and give you a sense of what we're working on to put forth as additional initiatives. And my apologies, Deputy Commissioner Teal is joining us as well. Thank you, guys.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. As Commissioner Christian has mentioned, the legislative session is just now about 7 months away. So this is the time when agencies begin to pull together their budgets and their legislative proposals for submission to the budget office and to for possible submission or inclusion into the governor's budget. Now, as with previous legislative session, our top priorities for the university system, they are the backbone of the services that we currently provide. They are the base budget with present law adjustments, the long-range building proposals, and of course the state pay plan. Now, as a quick refresher for the board, these priorities will be included into 3 separate pieces of legislation. The base budget and present law adjustments are all included into the House Bill 2, which is the state's main budget. The infrastructure and maintenance proposals are included in House Bill 5, which contains all of the state's long-range building appropriations. And finally, House Bill 13 is the negotiated state pay plan. You'll also remember that House Bill 2 is divided into 6 sections, that's A through F. Our budget lands in Section E, and the long-range building proposals all land in Section F. These 2 bills take a separate, a little different process than normal bills as they go through the legislative process, as in they start with a hearing before the joint House and Senate subcommittees that are assigned to each of these sections. Then after those hearings, they are presented as amended to the legislature, and that they begin the process of how a bill becomes a law. House Bill 13 also takes a slightly different route to the legislature, as the state pay plan is not included in each individual agency budget, but rather it comes to the legislature through a pretty substantial negotiation process between the state's labor organizations and the administration. So those top 3 priorities I know will be in Deputy Commissioner Trevor's budget report, so he'll have all of those details in a later presentation. So if you don't have any questions about the review of the budget process, I'll move on to what we hope to provide to the budget office and the governor for inclusion in the next legislative session with our new proposals or one-time only proposals that we have. So, okay, all of these proposals that we have for you today are all grounded in the Montana University System Success Agenda. And since you have been talking about them previously, it's my intention we'll move through them fairly quickly so then we can take your questions or hear your comments afterwards. So in no particular order, first up, Ange, do you have those slides? First up we have Montana 10. Montana 10 is a successful pilot program that is transforming how we deliver the promise of public higher education. This program has shown success across 9 MUS campuses. This links financial supports with the expectation of full-time attendance and enhanced advising, which is improving on-time completion of college by 10 to 20 percentage points. This request would pair state support with campus and philanthropic match to expand services to more Montana resident students and move the program from a pilot project into a full-time program. And when paired with enhanced data partnerships through a partnership with MUS and OPI, this funding would enable us to commit to more Montana high school seniors that if they're admitted to the MUS, they can attend college tuition free, have access to the specialized academic support that will indeed help them achieve their degrees and to successfully launch their careers. Next, we have 1-2 Free.
Can I interrupt just real quick? And I want to make clear that by Montana 10, we were talking about a support initiative that would also include funding around the Hilleman Scholars as well. For lack of a better term, we use those in somewhat in concert, but it is that student support wraparound services that we see provided very well within the Hilleman Scholarship that we see Montana 10 finding success with, and our intent would be to sort of pair all of that together inside of an initiative.
Thank you. Moving on to 1-2 Free. 1-2 Free began in 2018 as the system's dual enrollment initiative. It provides Montana high school students access to up to 2 free college courses, and since it began, 1-2 Free has seen an increase of dual enrollment, with now 1 in 3 Montana high school students having college credit at graduation, which reduces the cost of education for Montana families. The 1-2 Free program has been primarily supported through the federal Gear Up grant. However, due to changes in the federal requirements, there will be less Gear Up funding available for the 1-2 Free program moving forward, and that is even if Montana's recent grant application is successful. This request would sustain 1-2 Free and provide some OTO funding to help qualify rural teachers to teach dual enrollment, and absent any new support, 1-2 Free will lapse in the fall of 2025. Moving on, we have a number of proposals under what we're calling graduate health and professional pathways. First, we have the physician assistant and occupational therapy programs at the University of Montana. Montana currently has no public training options for PAs or doctors of occupational therapy, despite the substantial shortages in each occupation that are noted in Department of Labor and OPI reports. The University of Montana is working to launch these programs, but requires some support to cover startup costs that are related to accreditation, equipment, and clinical training. The PA program would first enroll students in the fall of 2027 and at capacity graduate approximately 24 students a year, and the OTD program would first enroll students in the fall of 2026 and at capacity would graduate 30 a year. Both programs are forecast to be self-sustaining through the student tuition after the 3rd year of operation. Next on the sheet there we have the dental education program at MSU. Montana Department of Labor and Industry data has designated 79% of Montana counties as dental health professional shortage areas, and has even identified some counties without any residing licensed dentist. So the Regional Initiative in Dental Education, or the RIDE program, is a Doctor of Dental Surgery program in Washington that aims to increase the number of dentists that practice in rural or underserved communities. This proposal would use the existing WWAMI infrastructure at MSU to create a Montana RIDE training pathway with cohorts of 8 Montana DDS students training in Montana for the first year, completing Montana clinical rotations while finishing the 2nd and 3rd years of training in Washington. And finally, on the sheet there, we have a distance learning curriculum at the University of Montana Law School. In order to meet the demands of students, the law school is looking to add distance learning options for students seeking legal education. This proposal would ask for some OTO funding to provide a financial bridge for the law school to onboard enough students to sustain the distance learning program. All right, moving on, we have a career and technical education initiative. The goal of this initiative would be to further support the CTE workforce pathways through competitive grants to our 2-year colleges. These grants would support programming costs needed to start or grow CTE pathways for high-demand jobs and careers with a proven labor shortage. The grants would be administered by OCHI in coordination with the State Workforce Board and focus on programs that can demonstrate private industry partnership and a work-based learning environment. Grants under this program would also require a match of non-state revenue by its recipients. Next up, we have a prison education initiative. As the Commissioner has mentioned, we have been in discussions with the Department of Corrections to determine ways that we can support their prison education programs. These programs provide inmates with opportunities to return to their communities with life and job skills. Inmates develop work ethic that enables them to become productive employees, good neighbors, and law-abiding citizens. The DOC data indicates that inmates that involved in their correctional industry training programs are often less likely to reoffend. This initiative would seek OTO funding to create occupationally targeted education and training programs where there is labor market demand, but most importantly, where there are industry employers who are hiring the formerly incarcerated. Finally, we have a number of programs under our research initiatives. First up, we have the Montana Bioscience Technology Transfer. Montana has a growing biotechnology sector and has led the nation in bioscience employment growth. A key next step for this industry is building up its infrastructure. This one-time state investment will stand up facilities and ongoing supports for university and industry partnerships in the medical bioscience environment. Investments will include creating clinical certified good manufacturing processes at the University of Montana as a new resource to support operation of clinical trials in the state. Moving on, we have a Small Business University Facility Voucher Program. This program will provide Montana high-tech firms support to leverage university services and equipment that would otherwise be cost prohibitive to them, and to help us become a far more attractive place for us to grow our high-tech startups. Next, we have an Actionable Environmental Data Initiative. This request would seek funding to support the ongoing and the possible expansion of our established network of weather, snow, water, and soil monitoring stations across the state. Updating and improving the data analysis tools that are provided by this network give actionable information to our farmers, water managers, drought, and wildland fire folks that are across the state. And finally, on this sheet, we have a value-added agricultural program. This funding would support new research positions to expand MSU's work in value-added agriculture. These positions would engage with current researchers and agricultural manufacturers to upscale the high-quality raw commodities that are generated in Montana. So with that, Madam Chair, members of the board, that is a very high-level overview of these initiatives that we're looking to bring forward. I would remind you that please keep in mind that the executive budget process is a very dynamic process, and as we look to see more where the state is financially and what their fiscal conditions look like for the upcoming biennium, things can change, and some of these may or may not make the final list. But with that, Joe and I can answer questions or listen to your comments about the proposals.
Madam Chair, I might just add a few more bars on Montana 10 too. You know, a year ago in our planning session, we talked about the success of Montana 10. We've talked about the success of the Hillman Scholars. We've talked about how to move those from sort of large-scale pilot projects that they are now to permanent and ongoing reliable funding sources. We've heard that message. I guess what I would say is, and this isn't all an ask, this would be a blend of asking the campuses to fund part of it, finding state-level MUS resources to fund part of it, and asking for the state legislature to fund part of it in some shares. It clearly is missing dollars, but that's intentional at this point as we work with some of those partners to see what those various pieces of the puzzle would look like. And then ultimately, I also think there would be a strong philanthropic part of it as well that would provide some assistance for those that need that avenue. So we, you know, sort of a work in progress as we described early on, but it has the pieces of something that I think potentially could work and work well to create a long and stable funding path to see that these successful and best practices are maintained across the MUS. The other initiatives, I think well described, again, don't have a lot of dollars attached yet. We'll work with our partners at the governor's office, with Dylan, with the budget director and others to see what interest levels are and where those requests may come in, and we'll have more as we work ourselves toward January 6th. Questions or comments or thoughts around them? Regent South?
Just one on the CTE side, well, Dylan can hear me. When we're talking about this, I do think one thing, I think that I'm very confident in the back end, like this room and its ability to take our youth or non-trads and skill up. I think it is essential, I know it is essential, I'm not guessing, somehow, and I don't know what body takes this, but like we need to do like needs assessments in the high schools across the state. They don't know what they don't know, and whether you want to pair it to like industry in communities or something else, like if we want to dial this up, that's the next step. That we have to be able to deploy experts to go into the schools and help them with needs assessments. Maybe that gives some traction, maybe Perkins grows, whatever, but it's a massive blind spot for our state right now at that level, so.
Madam Chair, Regent Bao has a question.
Yeah, just a question on Montana 10 is, as we transition from, a program that was kind of had training wheels around it and we were rolling it out at our pace, and, congrats to everyone since it's worked so well. If we move it to a permanent program, do we still control the rollout, or does it become something that we need to offer everywhere to all the campuses? And how might that, impact its effectiveness?
Yeah, thank you for that. I see Deputy Commissioner Teal shaking his head. I think we actually have it at 9 campuses already, but part of this would be to create the opportunity for any campus that wishes to participate, and I think we would have high, if not 100% participation. Joe, do you have something to add?
Regent Bao, Commissioner Christian, that's correct. Between Hillman Scholars and Montana 10, this is a program that is present at most of our campuses at a scale that we would hope to grow if we're successful. And B, I think due to the work both of the early Montana 10 teams, Director Miller, a lot of external supporters, SHIO, MDRC, Complete College America, we have a really good set of practices and resources to help campuses start off on Montana 10 and grow Montana 10. So because we've had this failed rollout, I think we're ready to scale a program with fidelity.
Deputy Commissioner Till, thank you. That was really, my question is that implicit in what was presented is that we're ready to roll this out on a much broader on-demand basis, and that your office is supportive of that. Thank you.
Yeah. Regent Lozar.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Certainly, this is a really good crop of legislative proposals. I think probably to each one of them, they can be directly anchored to our strategic plan and our annual goals, et cetera. So appreciate you pulling this together. Reflect on a slide that Tyler shows at least once a year around state-supported student aid. And we are, I don't know what we are, 48th in the country or something in that area. And I'm just curious, we've put proposals out there over the past several years with limited success with our legislative partners. I'm curious if the Montana 10 is essentially our student aid ask to partner with the state legislature to kind of close that gap that exists for Montana students.
Regent Lozar, I appreciate that question. I guess I'd answer it in 2 steps. Montana 10 has services that benefit students broadly, and I think that's the beauty of it. It's not necessarily a student financial aid program. It may have philanthropic pieces of it that would add some aid, and I think it's all part of a student success journey. We are one of the lowest in the country, but I've often said, and I do believe this, part of what we've done on that front is we've worked very hard over the last decade to keep tuition low for all students too, and meet those students where we can. So I think a combination between those, it wouldn't look exactly like a student aid program, but for many students, some with the highest levels of need. It would add support and resources that I think would achieve exactly what we're trying to get to. Other questions? Ready to move on?
Commissioner, I have
Yes,
one
sir.
question on the,
Regent Folkford.
on the prison education initiative. Will that also include female or women incarcerated potential students?
It would be both prisons, populations.
Okay. Moving on then. Thank you guys for the support. FAFSA, more particularly FAFSA simplification. And yeah, it's a little tough to say that without some of the irony coming through. It's been anything but that, and I usually don't speak too sharply, but this has been a really challenging, bumpy road, and they've not done a good job rolling this out, and it's put our campuses in a difficult situation. As you well know, the numbers across the country are down, and Montana follows that, way down in many circles. And I think the other piece of that you're aware of is we can't necessarily fix the problem ourselves, right? We are 100% dependent on Department of Education to do what is needed to ultimately fix the rollout of the simplification. But that doesn't let us off the hook, and we don't want off the hook. We're doing everything we can, and we've mounted a pretty good effort across the MUS to work diligently to make sure we can assist students in obtaining what they're entitled to with regard to student financial aid, and we will continue to do that. We've taken on a number of projects, initiatives, marketing campaigns, all sorts of things. And I've asked Galen to participate again in this conversation around where we're at on the update, and then we have Director Lemon joining us, of course, with admissions and strategic enrollment for the system to join us on sort of what we're doing on one hand, but then how we're rolling this out in terms of marketing. And ultimately, I said in Dillon, the software is working. It's not working always well, and it's not working for every student, but it's working for the majority of students. We need to get students to the website to fill it out, and ultimately, I think it's going to provide more resources for students, but there's just been such a lag in it that it has really created some challenges. So without further ado, if we can get Scott to join, you guys can discuss where we're at on FAFSA a little bit and where we think we're headed.
Very good, thank you, Commissioner. I have a slide that was going to show you all to look at basically how the financial aid system is supposed to work. What has happened is the students, as we talked about last meeting, students, parents fill out the FAFSA form. The FAFSA form gets sent to the Department of Education, where they run it through their formula. It goes out to the campuses where they add their mix to it and then hand out the aid to the students. This process this year has been very difficult. The new system has had its issues with stability and access problems for a number of students and parents just trying to sign in. From the last meeting, we were at that starting phase where the students and parents were having difficulty getting to the FAFSA to get it filled out. And then the Department of Education spent a significant amount of time adjusting their own formula to make corrections to address inflation and their entire new formula. They held those student records for up to a month and did not start to release them until our last meeting. Well, we're at the phase now where Department of Education is sending those student records to campuses, and as you're seeing, the delayed entry of all of the students' parents entering this bulk data, this bubble has been moving through the system, and it has finally landed at the campus level. And the issues that we're starting to see now is, depending upon the batch that comes in, we're hearing that there are between 20 and 30% deficiencies in the applications that are landing. So of course that makes the workload even greater for our financial aid offices. Not only do they get these, have they received these applications at a much later date because of the delay of the opening, they now have a much larger workload in fixing the forms. Again, not many things that we can do to address that, just a rollout of the system. There are student records that have been processed. Some students are getting aid, but it is just delayed. So that's the problem that we're facing right now. But on the other side of it, we still have this nagging issue of completion rates. Students and parents are finding it difficult to fill out, and some, they're just not doing it. At our last meeting, we were in this state with our residents. We were about 30% behind of what we were year to year. We have improved slightly. As of May 3rd, the NCAN data indicates that we are now at about a 21% lag rate. So we're improving. Numbers are increasing as students are nearing the end of the school year and starting to firm up plans or what they think they may want to do. Parents and students are getting around to the form because it is more accessible now and it is working. But that's where the area that we can have some impact. And since high schools are now sort of in their phase of looking towards end of school year and graduation and all of that, they're becoming a little bit more occupied on different issues. So we figured we could step in and start to try and keep this issue at the forefront of people's minds to remind them there's still time, you can still get your aid in, and we'll still get you some packages. It's just going to be a little bit later. So Scott Lemon, Director Lemon, is here to tell you a little bit about and show you our media campaign around trying to get people back to the FAFSA to get it completed. So Scott, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Galen, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good morning. This is really a continuation of what Galen was speaking to and some of the larger challenges that are not unique to Montana. This is a national challenge. I think a lot of the work that's being done at the DOE it comes from a good place, but in a nutshell, we've essentially asked our financial aid offices to do the same amount of work or more in a much more condensed period, given the lag time and rollout and these errors that Galen is speaking to as well. And so I really want to recognize our campus financial aid offices, the enrollment teams, obviously, for sticking in there. There's a lot to be done right now, and at the end of the day, it's the students and families that are impacted in Montana, but also across the country. And so we wanted to share with the board what we're doing about it, and that is how do we continue to communicate the value, not just of post-secondary education, but the importance of completing the FAFSA and why it still is important to do and why it's in their best interest to do that. So if we could move to the next slide. Some background here, as Galen touched on quite a bit of this. Again, just wanted to paint the picture for some of the delays of the rollouts. And so, financial aid offices work in many cases like clockwork. The applications are open. There's certain deadlines, priority deadlines, national deadlines. Everybody works on a pretty systematic schedule to make sure that these processes are rolling out. And once the delay in the application going live, the new application, again, coming from a great place to make it easier, the simplified form for folks to be able to complete and have this process be better for families to complete. Once that lag time in the rollout was present, it created immediate challenges, continued delays. And so that processing window, as I just mentioned, has been squeezed. And it's definitely putting a strain on our financial aid offices, our system, if you will, overall. And at the end of the day, it's impacting students and families. We're already under increased scrutiny. And I would say, there's plenty in the news about folks that are really questioning the value of post-secondary education. It's a lot of the work that the commissioner's office is engaged in, as the board knows. And so this is the last thing that we wanted to see from the DOE to be in this position to, have to actually engage in another troubling time for folks in this year to do that. So some of the brief data, as Galen mentioned on the NCAN piece, we're down year over year in the high school seniors that have started and completed their FAFSA application overall, much more so than the national average here in Montana, and just in line with about a 21% decrease year over year with students that have actually completed the FAFSA. And so it's alarming, and we'll get to what we're doing about it here in 1 second. And in response to this is exactly what the commissioner and a lot of folks have asked us to engage in, is trying to find an opportunity to reach out in a new way. This has never been done from the Montana University system, from our office, to really get a statewide approach. We've done plenty of work, as I've shared with the board, in partnership with our office and a lot of folks that are engaged in this space to communicate the value proposition we talk so much about, and trying to get more folks engaged in the message and mission of the Montana University system, but financial aid specifically to amplify this awareness and drive more completion rates. So we want to see these numbers continue to rebound in our state. Next slide, please, Inge. So what is our objective? We knew that we wanted to launch a campaign here to increase the completion rates, but really, inject some more confidence into the process, even though, as the commissioner noted, it's wholly out of our control. And a lot of these challenges are no fault of our state and every other state, and a lot of the log jams that financial offices are seeing currently. But we wanted to be proactive and reach out to as many folks as we can. And so we decided to launch a statewide FAFSA campaign from a marketing perspective, really get folks engaged in why it's important to engage the FAFSA but complete it overall. And so we took a geofence around the entire state of Montana. We launched this about 2 weeks ago, so still very early on in this campaign in response to the challenges we are seeing overall. But to go through a multi-channel approach that has never been done in the Montana University system, to really find as many channels as possible to reach everybody in the state. We know this impacts students, but we also know that it's important for counselors in our state to continue to engage with the FAFSA and communicate that to students in the schools. It's also important for parents to see as much as we possibly can about FAFSA. A lot of the news, and some of it rightfully so, is extremely negative in the delays that the DOE has and some of the log jams that students who are waiting on award packages and a lot of this very, very important information to make their decision to go to college next year. They're waiting on this information. We want them to not give up on the process, not give up on the FAFSA, but continue to do it. And as the commissioner mentioned, where do we put this traffic? We want to drive it to the portal. We know this is going to be of increased importance for the Montana University system, but also for the state of Montana and all the variety of things and initiatives that are going on within the commissioner's office, but a statewide impact to continue to do this. And so driving traffic back to some of these really great resources that we have built out currently on the portal to explain the FAFSA application process, what to expect, and go through this in a much more streamlined fashion. So we've engaged in paid social, paid search. We've cut custom streaming audio spots to go through iHeart, Audio Go, Pandora. Folks are going to hear this. They are hearing this right now about financial aid completion, why it's important to do that overall and continue to find new opportunities to engage with our audiences in Montana. Display banner ads, and for the first time, digital outdoor bulletins. So we've actually got this in the digital space. I'm dating myself here, but I remember when billboards took a week or two for folks to actually redo, and it's really exciting to see the technology that we've got in our state, and certainly to see this evolve to where we can get digital files out in Montana relatively quickly to put up some more awareness for folks to see on the highways in Montana, the messaging that we want to create overall. Next slide, please. So what do we do? I want to go through really briefly. You can move on in to the creative side of things. Exactly what did we want folks to see, and really the categories from graduates to current students, and then in some of our rural populations, the digital banners that we wanted to get across web, mobile and app. We want to touch every Montanan 17 and older to get multiple impressions across the variety of channels that we've seen. And again, this is in partnership with Apply Montana and Montana University System. We're really excited to continue to merge those two things into some of the messaging that we have out in the state. But the variety of creative that folks are going to see, you get a snapshot right here from the banner side to what folks will be able to click with and engage in, and continue to get this brand awareness going with Apply Montana, the portal, but also the Montana University System as a standalone entity in a lot of ways. Next slide, please. The streaming audio, as I mentioned, we've got 3 distinct messages that are in circulation as I'm speaking today, and so hopefully some of you that are listening and in attendance today have had a chance to engage with some of these streaming spots overall. And so we've got some great metrics that will continue to improve. It's early on, but I'll share that a little bit later with you. But we do have some really good creative out there in the streaming audio side of things. Next slide. Really distinct buckets for our messaging and the paid social ad. Facebook and Instagram still incredibly popular, as you can imagine, and the go-to for the digital space and where we want our social ad copy to be. But we've got the application bucket, if you will, and what we want to do to highlight that in actually applying, but also back to the value proposition. How do we merge FAFSA with, that future self and getting folks to really see that return on their time, frankly, in submitting and completing the FAFSA, but also why it's so important for folks to continue to have that top of mind and engage in this space with us. Redirect to the portal and have, again, the variety of resources that are available, and we'll continue to improve on the portal itself. Next slide. Streaming videos, and so we've got these micro video sets, and this is another new opportunity for Montana University System and Apply Montana to engage in this space. And so you can see the Apply Montana specific assets that are created, but every one of these through Facebook and Instagram provide a 10 to 15-second clip that's an animated version of a lot of the pieces that we've created in the past to get folks more engaged. Our younger audiences, we know they want motion, they want animation. We call them shiny objects, a way to engage with the population, as we mentioned, in a variety of different channels. And so if you maybe saw it on Facebook or Instagram and didn't engage with this, well, you're going to get it, a version of this on streaming audio, perhaps when you're working out or running the combines, different things. We're finding opportunities to get folks to get this message, but reinforce it overall to apply and submit the FAFSA and make sure that we're continuing to be creative in how we want to reach these audiences. Next slide. Paid search, and so this is another first for the FAFSA completion. What's a really great point for, I would say, Apply Montana and the portal overall is that we are 1, 2, 3 in a lot of cases on the organic search. And so if you go to Google and you search things in Montana for Apply Montana, the application, for example, we're going to be right at the top just based on the analytics and the metrics and the algorithms that are way above my brain power to compute as how these are created. But we've earned these pole positions in a lot of cases on Apply Montana and as I said, the portal and the application, but to bring FAFSA on the paid search side to the top of the list for a lot of folks. And we were able to enter in, 25 or 30 different combinations of keywords for folks to search if you're in Montana, from FAFSA completion, applying for financial aid in Montana, given the location of the user, to bring these paid search mockups to the top for folks to redirect to the portal, but also the campaigns that we've got overall. And so this is another unique opportunity for us to engage with these audiences in response to these lower completion rates that we've talked so much about. Next slide, please. So billboards, again, this is something that hopefully a lot of you have had a chance to engage. It's early, and so we've got some time. This will be a 2-month run overall, but through I-90 and I-15, just based on location, we're able to pick up a couple spots for folks to actually have some billboard space. And we know Montana is a unique state in that way, that it's incredibly hard to get to everybody, as spread out as everybody is in the state. And so this is another unique opportunity for us to try new things and see what we can do to reinforce the multiple impressions we want to have across the state for every user, every household, every person that we can, to make sure that let no one say they didn't see something from us, that FAFSA is still incredibly important and the value is there to engage in this space. Just wanted to show a snapshot of what is running currently there in the digital billboard space. Next slide. So early metrics, I know this is still pretty early on for us. We were able to kind of stamp this on the 9th to get ready for, obviously, the board meeting and the presentation here, but we're off to a great start. As I said, we've taken the opportunity to not really get as laser focused in household age and demographic information, but really look at the entire state of Montana and understanding that this message is that important for everyone. We didn't want to miss a single thing. We wanted to capture as many folks as we can in this space. And so as you can see, some really large goals. We're trying to get almost 10 million impressions over this campaign overall, and that's over 3+ in each medium for folks to engage in the variety of channels I just highlighted. But you can see where we're outperforming the benchmarks there in the click-through rates and the listen-through rates. And these are how we're measuring, obviously, the level of engagement on the different channels that we've got out there today. But it's important to note, even though it's early on, it's great to get off to a good start. We want to continue to see these metrics, have much more data to share as we continue to roll. Also want to highlight, I would say, the support from the commissioner, obviously the board, and a lot of folks in our office to get these campaigns off and running in very short notice. Oftentimes we don't have the runtime to do a lot of the other work in the marketing space that we're engaged in. We know the application streamline process throughout the year. We can measure that, but to get to where we've got unique challenges and get some of these larger campaigns off the ground in relatively short time is a testament to the support we continue to receive. And so I wanted to thank everyone involved in that process as well. this is really the first kind of domino, as mentioned here, with really the strategic set of levers that we want to continue to pull to increase awareness and promote financial literacy among Montanans in the long run. And so this is what we're doing here in the short term to get the word out and drive that awareness for FAFSA completion, the importance of it, and obviously, eventually it'll be in a great place to be much more easier for folks to do that. But this is just one thing that we're engaged in. In the longer picture, the longer term, it goes back to the portal. And so we're seeing the increased adoption from the central application. We've talked in depth about that. Obviously, that's one important area that this will continue to connect to through Apply Montana and the portal itself. But the work we're engaged in now and have been for the last 6 or 7 months is actually a complete redesign and a new financial aid tool that will be present in the portal. I guess 4.0 now is where we're at on the portal, and the next focus for us is going to be leading with financial aid literacy, financial aid awareness in our state, and making that front and center on the resident, student, college, and career readiness portal. And so we've got this work that we're engaged in now and have been for some time. This is one of many things to come, I would say, in that entire space on the prospective student and family piece. But so we'll have some new tools to show off here pretty soon overall. And so we want to do a better job of really demystifying and creating a better message for families to understand FAFSA, why it's a great return on their time to engage in this space. And we also know that the most, aid eligible and needy families, are the ones that are most impacted when they're having trouble completing the FAFSA, right? And so we want to continue to make this information as clear as possible and find new ways to reach these audiences. And so as we continue to market and drive traffic back to the portal, we'll have new tools. We'll continue to redevelop, and this work is going on behind the scenes. So incredibly excited about that. A lot of the folks in the room with OG are engaged in this work right now to bring Portal 4.0, I guess, to front and center. And as I shared, we'll have more information here shortly on this, but wanted to share the metrics overall. Next slide, Ange. Mr. Commissioner, Madam Chair, that is the end of my remarks for the overarching campaign of what we're engaged in now. Happy to take any comments from the board.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Galen. Before the rollout issues, Montana was leaving about $10 million a year on the table already, which is a travesty. And our concern is this will only increase that number. So there's work to be done regardless, and part of the effort behind this is to just change that number moving forward and change the conversation around FAFSA and FAFSA completion. So hopefully have some success with this. Just appreciate everybody that's really come to the table quickly, the campuses, registrars, admissions. I mean, it's been a challenge, but everybody's really lend a hand in this, and I think we're moving forward, spreading that message as quickly as we can. Even thank Governor and Governor's office, Dylan, your crew, have done press releases, they're sending letters there. I mean, everybody's kind of all hands on deck to try to get these dollars captured for Montana students, so thank you with that. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Great work. I just want to say two things. One, I want to acknowledge Commissioner Christian. You took this charge and worked with your staff and created this very, very quickly. And I really appreciate the promptness. I mean, there's the kind of the now. And then the second comment is I really like the thought of, okay, into the future, what can the portal provide so that the finances don't become the reason or even a reason for whatever it might be. And for Scott, where does AI fit into this? Google just changed yesterday, right? And so their way that you get the searches are now going to change fundamentally, or the potential is. I don't expect you to answer that, but I think through the marketing folks and as we look into the future, we have to take advantage of what that will offer. And I see Regent Bao.
Regent Bao.
Yeah, well, do you want me to let Director Lemon respond to that? I just have a different question.
It was kind of a statement within a question from our Madam Chair, which is more than allowed, but go ahead, Regent Powell.
So my question is, have we considered, a more radical approach, which is, is there a way to, we're not talking about credit risk, right? If there is a FAFSA application that's in and it's being delayed, there's a high likelihood, is there a high likelihood we could determine that the funding will come through? And could we put a process in place where we pre-fund some of these payments, maybe for Montana students, maybe with certain criteria, just knowing that there's really not much credit risk if the application has been filed, in appropriate terms. I kind of assume the answer is no, but I'm trying to think outside the box a little bit.
Regent Bao, I appreciate that, and we appreciate the conversations that we are having around that. It does turn a little bit into the wild, wild west if we, for one, campuses that are considering that are gonna award off of previous awards, and, with all that we hear and all that we know is that the award should be enhanced, which doesn't preclude it, but there are challenges with that. I think right now what we're pushing is to try to get the FAFSA applications processed and those back to campuses so they can package those awards, and they've started to do that. That's a solution that we may invoke later if we continue to have troubles, but to some extent that time's passed a bit because they are now processing them and allowing campuses to package. So we're probably there. I think if we have a number of applications that are still hung up as we get closer to fall, then maybe we do that. But I think the tools are coming through now. It's just that it's really compressed this, and we still have students that aren't going to the website because of it. That's a bigger challenge for us now than it is processing the applications that are there. The applications are starting to flow. What is really lagging at this point is students actually filling out the paperwork. And I think to circumvent the filling out the paperwork, we have to have it eventually or it won't happen. So I don't know if creating sort of a shortcut around the application at this point is that helpful to us, or if it just delays, if it's the proverbial kicking of the can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I agree. Us being very agile, innovative, I think we are building that muscle, continue to build that muscle at Ochi, so appreciate everything Scott's done and the team has done. Just curious about the delays and what role they may play in influencing fall enrollment numbers? Or is there a connection there? Are we looking at some of the data behind that to brace for a decline, or is it not going to have as big of an impact as we might expect?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I think that is the million-dollar question that I think campuses all across the country are trying to answer. There is an absolute delay in whether that ultimately turns into less enrollment across the country. I don't know. And across the country that's been experiencing sort of a decline already, right? Will it enhance the decline? We've bucked the trends a little bit on that front in Montana, but I think the honest answer is we don't know yet. And that's not a great spot to be just a few months out, but our hope is that it doesn't change enrollment numbers a lot, but it also will potentially leave students underfunded with resources that they have an entitlement to through the federal government. So I don't know how that's going to play out. And honestly, as I participate in the national conversation around it, the answer to that question is all over the board on what people think will happen, and how it truly correlates with, declines some institutions are already experiencing. Will it enhance that? Will it be the same? I don't know. It's going to be sort of a challenge to figure out if the correlation is absolutely about FAFSA or if it's about other declines that they've experienced. But we'll continue to track that. We're also tracking, the campuses are tracking, applications for room, board, other things that are indicators. In some instances, those are off, but not nearly as much as the FAFSA application. So we're just trying to work through that and get as many students to the website to fill out their application as we can. Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Madam Chair, kind of echoing your comment prior, I mean, this is like one of those crises that we can't lose the opportunity to pay attention to. We've just been so underwhelming with our participation in FAFSA prior to this. So Scott and team, thank you for the quick rollout. I think your comment to the governor's letter encouraging participation is great. I mean, I think we also have to be uncovering strategies with all of the partners in education on how to educate and engage earlier in the process, not just in response to this, but as we look at as a system. You mentioned the $10 million that we're leaving on the table due to lack of participation. So the long game is as important as the short game in this process. And I like Regent Bao's comments about thinking out of the box. I mean, we really do need to, this is not an isolated issue of participation due to software glitches. It's a cultural issue that we face in this state as well. And through these tools, I'm certainly hopeful we're going to learn and embrace strategies that start maybe peeling that onion to realize what a great resource it is and how underutilized we as a state have used it. So echoing your comments as I walk around campuses across the state, thank you registrar's offices putting up posters all over campus. Go to FAFSA. It's a start of a change, I think, in how, well, we're being forced to address it due to this crisis, but I also see it as a chance to dig in and rethink how we present this opportunity to the potential students to the system. So thanks to everybody's leadership on this.
Regent Jaeger.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. I think, well, with every great crisis, there's great opportunity for major changes. We saw that through the pandemic and some of the amazing innovations that came with that. Is there a possibility of lumping in more than just FAFSA into this, those other areas where we're lapsed and getting these information to high school graduates and other people looking for those higher education opportunities, as far as throwing in Apply Montana and CTE information and scholarship information, and getting that to the high schools to distribute to those students with some details and where they can get these resources on the campuses. I think making those connections to the individuals on campus where they're having that real life interaction instead of some online lesson that they have to watch a video to fill out these applications. Making those in-person connections is going to create a bigger impact.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Yeager, just maybe a quick comment on that. And I think you're exactly right. You know, I always think of this as like the proverbial camel with the straw on its back. And we have so many students, and sadly an increasingly growing number of students who are right on the fence of, do I go to college or not? Do I persist through college or not? And that's the important thing too. This is not just new students, this is our continuing students. So, you know, how it will impact enrollment, it is unequivocally negative. So we might still be up, we will be up less, without a doubt. We will be up less because of this than we would be otherwise, or we will be down more because of it than we would have otherwise. So the magnitude is the question. Direction is unequivocally negative is the impact here on enrollment. But I think, you know, to the point of the discussion about the Montana 10 and Hilliman scholars, and the question about, that's so much more than just money. It is the services, the connection. You know, Facebook ads and radio ads are important. Nothing can replicate the impact of being able to talk to an advisor, or somebody being able to say, hey, I know the FAFSA's hard. Let me help you get over the hump here. So these resources we're talking about to support students in persisting are incredibly important. They will help mitigate the FAFSA challenge. Again, all the things Ochi's doing and the campuses are doing, super important, super valuable. It's just impossible to replace that relationship and that ability to talk to students. So I think this whole of kind of student support effort that we're talking about through things like Montana 10, Hilliman, others is really important as we think about FAFSA, as we think about these other hurdles, because this is one. There are tons of others. The hidden curriculum that students have to navigate to get through a university is far more complex than it should be. And so thank you, Regent Yeager. I think it's a really good point, talking about that kind of holistic approach to this.
President Cruzado.
Mr. Commissioner and Madam Chair, again, kudos to the wonderful people in our admissions office. Financial aid. They have been working in an incredible manner. And those are the individuals that help us with continuing students. with freshman students, I am still concerned, and thank you, Scott, for the campaign. So the question for me is, how do we move from more clicks to moving that student to completing the FAFSA and hitting the submit form? And what I'm thinking is, this is another wonderful opportunity for us to get together and to partner with the Office of Public Instruction. Many of those high school advisors hold the key to help that student, to sit down with the student if necessary, and complete the FAFSA today. And if we can help, if our friends from OPI could help us, this has monumental consequences for Montana for the next 4 years. Those students that we miss today, they're going to be out of college forever. So if the Office of Public Instruction, if our high school partners, principals could also help us the next month, sit down with those students. Let's talk about college. Even if you have not made up your mind completely, there's no harm you submitted your FAFSA application so that come August, you're ready. Those are additional conversations that will need to happen at the kitchen table, but we don't want any Montana to miss this opportunity.
Thank you. Regent Bao, one last thought. Share your thoughts, if you would.
Well, one other idea is a part of the campaign to increase. I mean, unless we have data to suggest why FAFSAs aren't being completed, I suspect it's the negative PR around FAFSAs that, on a national basis. So my idea is simply that, we treat the idea that the MUS system and partners would guarantee FAFSA payment for students who are, have submitted and been accepted, not only as a strategy to make the payments, but also as a strategy to raise awareness that there's, free money out there and that we're doing something proactive to support them. The fine print can protect us, I'm sure, on the inevitable concerns that we'd be on the hook, for some kind of fraud or, something. But, think about our campaign as an opportunity, not just to deal with the issue this year, but also, to highlight to the consumers, right, the students, the opportunities of FAFSA that are perpetually being missed, right? Because I agree with President Cruzado that if the students we lose this year will never get back, and we have a very short amount of time. So, I suggest we can be kind of radical again in our approach. I think there could be a wording on a campaign around our guarantee of FAFSA dollars, based on students who have submitted and are eventually awarded it, that has a dual benefit, not just speeding up the payments, but also raising the awareness and assisting getting people over the hump of submitting it. And I agree with the idea that we should partner with the Board of Ed and get the high school counselors comfortable with this idea, but our guarantee could be a part of that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that suggestion, and we'll arm Director Lemon with that as well. Is there a reward? Is there a carrot? Is there a guarantee? Is there something we can do to help drive participation so we don't have sort of a hanging issue there, but truly get students to the website and that has benefit to them beyond waiting to see what the federal government has to say. Yeah, thank you for that. Members of the board, I guess in the sake of time, we'll keep working on this issue. Appreciate everybody's thoughts and feedback, and we probably better keep moving. Well, we got Director Lemon all cleaned up and on the screen. Maybe give us just a few bars on enrollment, usually something we do at the May meeting as we get semester end numbers in, but give us some thoughts on that, and then we'll keep moving.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Madam Chair, members of the board. Happy to do it. It wouldn't be a board meeting if I didn't recognize John Thunstrom Eric Meredith, Edwina Morrison, some of the folks that do a ton of the work in getting these dashboards up. We're not going to go through the full-blown dashboard just in the sake of time, but it is available at mus.edu for anyone to go in and see the variety of really impactful data that John and his team put up there overall. So please go to mus.edu. Overall enrollment, spring FTE is 1.75% up. We're seeing some good gains. And that total enrollment for the system, that's year over year. Headcount is 2% increase year over year. So again, we're seeing some of the new student population as they matriculate, and we're seeing that overall population it grow. Really excited about the 2-year enrollment growth being back to pre-COVID levels. And so we've been watching this closely as well to continue to see the 2-year campus enrollment growth get back to pre-COVID level from a system perspective is incredibly encouraging as well. Really excited. And then lastly, just to highlight some of the points the commissioner made on the application itself, and Regent Lozar, to your question and comment about the impact enrollment, that we're not going to know. What we are seeing is, we're seeing some steady numbers in our applications through the central app. And so that's one of the really key indicators we're looking at as well. And so to see that really large growth in that year 1, year 2, and then really kind of level off and continue to sustain that application growth as we continue to stack, years onto that data set is incredibly encouraging. So we are seeing that as a good indicator that folks are still engaged overall in applying to college. And we know we've got our hands full with some of these other challenges that we suggested there. But through Apply Montana, as we continue to make the portal an enhanced place to be for all the audiences that we've talked about today that are incredibly important for Montana, we are excited to see the overall enrollment and the metrics come up here for spring year over year. But please go to mus.edu and look through the dashboards. There's some really good takeaways there overall. Mr. Commissioner, we are encouraged by the enrollment data to date.
Thank you, Director Lemon. Any questions? Yeah, thank you for that, Scott. Appreciate it. All right, Madam Chair, next up, we have some exciting Regents Award for Excellence to be presented, and I will turn it back to you to do just that.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity and for this really very bright spot in this agenda. Fellow Regents, we have a valued tradition in our system of recognizing one campus staff member every spring with a Regents Award for Excellence. With significant input and nominations from staff Senate members across the system, we have decided to break with tradition this year and present the award to 2 staff members. We found both award recipients to be so deserving and representative of the kind of excellence on campus that warrants a high level of recognition. The 2024 Regents Award for Excellence goes to Jerry Gerard, Counseling Director, MSU Billings, and to Becca Anderson, Housing Custodian, University of Montana. Efforts that go above and beyond normal job expectations are a hallmark of this award. So please let me read to you why these 2 deserving recipients received this award. I'm going to start with Jerry Gerard. As the Counseling Director for Student Health Services at Montana State University Billings, Jerry is known for his humble and selfless service to the MSUB community. The suicide prevention and mental health first aid training he regularly offers to students, faculty, and staff have been transformational for each new cohort of participants. Last year, he was presented with the Staff Excellence Award for his health and wellness advocacy efforts across the campus community. Jerry genuinely listens to and cares for students. His empathetic and engaged approach makes students feel heard and supported. During a recent stressful situation on campus, Jerry quickly offered his services to any member of the community who might need to process the day's events. In the fall of 2022, Jerry was instrumental in organizing a statewide summit on college student mental health and wellness. The event brought together students, faculty, administrators, mental health providers, wellness practitioners, and community members interested in promoting positive student mental health across the Montana University system. This past fall, Jerry assisted with the launch of the Healthy Minds Survey. This survey at MSUB, he assisted with that survey at MSUB, a survey about mental health and access 2 mental health resources on college campuses. Outstanding, Jerry. I have the privilege of looking right at him while I'm reading this. Next, I have the privilege to present the award to Becca Anderson. As a housing custodian at the University of Montana, Becca Anderson consistently goes above and beyond. Her unwavering commitment and dedication have made a lasting impact on our university community. Becca personally invests in the well-being of the 100-plus students in Turner Hall, treating each student as special. She invites them for tea, shares food, and listens to their concerns. Becca's genuine care and concern create a supportive environment where students feel heard and valued. These heartfelt connections have a lasting effect, and graduates often return to visit her. Becca fosters a sense of belonging and community. Turner Hall is more than a residence hall. It's a vibrant home. Her personalized holiday decorations, including scents, add warmth and festivity. With meticulousness, Becca transforms spaces, ensuring a clean and welcoming environment. She proactively communicates with plumbers, carpenters, and electricians, which ensures that repairs and improvements happen seamlessly. Turner Hall's impeccable condition is evident to all and leaves a lasting impression on prospective families and visitors. Becca's kindness and positivity make her an invaluable asset and an inspiration to all. Her exceptional dedication and commitment to excellence enrich the fabric of our university system and epitomize the essence of this prestigious recognition. Becca, thank you. So if I may, Jerry and Becca, please accept our profound appreciation and also please come up as I'm reading this last line. I'm giving you time. I have in my possession, Becca and Jerry, not only certificates to present to you, please come up, but on behalf of the Regents, our profound appreciation for your service and your commitment to the students you interact with in your respective corners of MUS. They and we are extremely fortunate that you're part of the MUS family. Thank you. So I'm going to make you come up to the front so I can hand you this certificate and get your picture taken with the board. Please. I've invited Jerry and Becca to say a few words if they'd like to, and very few is fine.
One of the reasons I get this award, I think, is because I've never turned down an opportunity to say a few words. So, first of all, thanks to my wife, Sherry, who's right there, who traveled with me, and for being the better half of Team Gerard. There's no doubt about it, so thanks, honey, I love you. I'm really fortunate to be able to stand here as an employee of MSUB, but be able to thank 2 universities. So before my 3.5 years at MSUB, I was 8.5 years at the University of Montana Western. And I will forever be grateful to Nicole Hazelbaker, who is sitting right there, for giving me a platform to launch my career as a college counselor with the Montana University system. So thank you, Nicole, for that. Thanks to Chancellor Reed and Chancellor Hickswa, both there. Right there, I told them both this morning that I've always been able to travel on paved roads and roads that are paved by the administrations of both universities, so thanks for that. Thanks to the Regents for all the work you do. Thanks for everybody at OCHI for all they do. That summit that you spoke of was very much an OCHI collaboration, and Christine Miller, who was in the office at that time, was a big part of that. So thanks for being a part. It's just a pleasure to be a part of the MSU Buildings family. It was always a pleasure to be a part of the University of Montana Western family, and I don't want to make us be behind schedule, but I was just saying, excuse me, your name again? I was just saying to Rebecca that that description of where Rebecca works makes me want to live where she works. So thanks. That's about it. Congratulations, Rebecca. Thanks to everybody.
And I just feel blessed to have my job position. I mean, just with the girls that I have, they're really good to me, so if I'm good to them, they're good to me, so I love them, though. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Well deserved, both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, congratulations, Becca and Jerry. Very, very well deserved. Campus reports, as always, are published on the website. Take a look at those. Lots of good information. A couple quick introductions and then one acknowledgement, and we'll get back to you, Madam Chair. But would start with an introduction, or maybe a reintroduction is more accurate, of Chad Knutson, who is now the president at Dawson Community College. Late March, the Board of Trustees for DCC voted in full support of President Knutson's contract. He began on April 8th. He's no stranger to Dawson, having served as board chair there for 8 years and vice chair for 3 years. Well known across eastern Montana as a publisher and general manager of several newspapers, including the Glendive Ranger Review, where he started reporting back in 2012. So welcome, President Knutson, to this new role and to lead DCC into the future as a college that strives to fulfill its mission to provide quality education to a diverse set of learners and to contribute to the industry that's developed around your region. So thank you and welcome to the table. President Karras, I believe you have an introduction.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Christian. I would like to introduce, in her 3rd week at FECC, our new Vice President of Finance and Administration, Laurel Davies, who most recently came to us from Columbia Gorge Community College. We're very happy to have her on board.
Welcome. Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board, 3 mentions. Number 1, Tricia Seifert, no non-relationship to our distinguished faculty member here in Northern, has been appointed as Dean of the College of Education, Health, and Human Development. You might know Tricia because she was the former department head of of education. And then in her new role, she served a year as interim dean, and after a national search, we were very gratified to see that cream always rises to the top, and we had the right person with us all along. And then, if I may, 2 recognitions about retirements. Martin Tainze, a longtime director of WAMI, retired after a long and distinguished career directing WAMI and also as a faculty member in chemistry and biochemistry. And our very own Ilse Marie Lee, faculty member in the School of Music and exceptional dean of the Honors College at Montana State University, announced what I have been termed a premature retirement, but we wish Martin and Ilse all the best, and we thank them for a job splendidly done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Cruzado. And welcome, Tricia, and thanks to Martin and Elsa Marie. She certainly puts a smile on my son's face, who leaned on her heavily in his days at MSU, but we will miss her there for sure. I think we've got the introductions. The last thing, Madam Chair, would be to share some good news, and that is an acknowledgement that OCHI's Gear Up team, led by Jeannie Rebo, has successfully and timely submitted Montana's application for an additional 7 years for Gear Up funding. If awarded, that grant provides both direct support to middle and high school students in districts around the state, but also ongoing funding for some key initiatives of ours around Apply Montana, 1-2 Free, and Montana 10. These grants certainly are not easy to pull together. It takes a lot of work, and especially in the current environment where the feds have made a number of changes from the last round. So getting everyone up to speed took a lot of work from your Gear Up team at OCHI, but also from participants around the system that led their time and expertise to the final product. We think we've made a very strong case with the MUS for additional funding, and hopefully that will come to be. Madam Chair, with that, concludes the Commissioner's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Christian. Next up on our agenda is a report from Dylan Klattmeyer from the Governor's Office. Dylan.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. It's great to be back on the Northern Campus, and I appreciate Chancellor Kegel, his staff, and students for hosting us. As everyone knows, it's been a very busy spring in education. Last week, Deputy Commissioner Teal and I were in Great Falls at the School for the Deaf and Blind with your colleagues on the Board of Public Education, and next week many of us are going to be on the UM campus for the Headwaters Tech Hub Conference and State Workforce Innovation Board meeting. So a lot of good things happening. At the start of this month, the governor kicked off his annual 56 county tour, which among other areas of focus over the next several months is going to include visits to education institutions and youth programs. Since your last meeting, the governor's been on several MUS campuses, including Flathead Valley for the Flathead Electric Co-op Energy Expo, for the Mansfield Center's announcement of the $5 million endowment from the Japanese government, and Highlands College to tour the pre-apprenticeship line program. The governor also issued a proclamation recognizing Youth Apprenticeship Week last week and appreciates the role of our colleges and universities in expanding CTE training. There are several federal and state education policy areas the governor's office has been working on. You may have seen that last month the U.S. Department of Education announced new regulations that undermine Title IX and the educational opportunities it has afforded to young women for decades. The new rules go into effect for the upcoming school year, but they're already being challenged in federal court by several states, including Montana. Governor Gianforte submitted formal comments to the Department of Education last year opposing these rules, and the governor will continue defending the integrity of Title IX for women and girls in Montana. Additionally, the Montana Supreme Court earlier this month invalidated House Bill 112, commonly known as the Save Women's Sports Act from the 2021 legislature, as it applies to the Montana University system. The court's reasoning is that the regents have the authority to set policy for the university system. The governor sent the regents a letter requesting that you implement the policies of House Bill 112 and join the governor in calling on the NCAA to establish similar policies to protect the integrity of women's sports. On other federal policies, I appreciate the detailed discussion this morning on efforts to increase FAFSA completion. Appreciate the leadership of OCHI as well as the individual campuses, despite the Department of Education's failed launch of the new application. The governor's office will continue working with the Commissioner of Higher Education's office to encourage Montana high school seniors to complete the FAFSA. As of last week, only about 30% of high school seniors have completed the FAFSA, FAFSA, a drop of 25% from last year. In addition to the press release that Commissioner Christian and Governor Gianforte sent, we're working with OCHI to look at the possibility of sending a letter or postcard to every senior in Montana, and we'll continue working with K-12 and post-secondary education partners to spread the word about the financial opportunities through FAFSA completion. The final federal policy that I want to touch on is the governor was happy to sign a letter of support for the Perkins Plan that OCHI recently submitted, and appreciates the work of OCHI, OPI, and their partners in aligning the plan with our state's broader workforce development initiatives. I know other agencies such as DLI and DPHHS look forward to continued collaboration in aligning our state's various federal workforce plans, including WIOA and TANF. On the state side, the governor sits on the Board of Jobs for America's graduates and has encouraged Jobs for Montana's graduates to expand to more schools, including our two-year campuses. JMG has already created a virtual program for the Digital Academy and is working with the several two-year campuses, community colleges, and tribal colleges to see how they can support young adults in post-secondary programs. And I would encourage any schools or campuses that are interested in Jobs for Montana's graduates to reach out to myself or the folks at DLI to see if it would be a good fit for your campus. The last update I want to provide is last month, the Digital Academy Board, which among others includes the Governor's Office, the Board of Public Ed, the Board of Regents, and OPI, met for a full day of strategic planning at UM. It was a good opportunity for the Digital Academy to reflect on what they're doing well and what we need to work on. Some specific areas for opportunities that were identified are increased marketing and communication out to the schools, additional engagement with non-public students as that population continues to grow in Montana, and expansion of the clearinghouse for the new clearinghouse for third-party curriculum, opportunities such as JMG, which I just said, third-party curriculum that might be out there and that we can get more accessible on a single platform to students. I just want to close by saying that the governor's office is working closely with Mass to appoint a student regent for the coming year. The governor has been interviewing candidates and should be able to make an appointment soon. And I just want to say it's been an honor to work with Regent Yeager this year. He's served the university system very well, and wish you all the best as you embark on your incredibly important career in teaching. Thank you, Madam Chair, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate that. Appreciate your presence with us today, too. Now I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Christy Mock-Stutz, who's on via Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will just start with a note that I have a college-age student myself that has completed the FAFSA, so I hope that brings some positivity to the FAFSA discussion in the room today. Thanks for having me this morning. I wanted to share some highlights from the packet that Superintendent Arntzen, I know, sent along for her report for you today. Like the governor, she has sent out a letter to county and district superintendents and had a press conference on the Title IX rules. You can see that press conference at a link in the packet that she sent out already. This is graduation time. I know for many of you, you've been involved in graduation ceremonies and will be involved in those ceremonies as well. And we have also sent out information to our schools, just reminding them that there are laws that allow tribal regalia and objects of cultural significance to be worn during these graduation ceremonies. That's been part of our messaging out to schools and sharing that information as we head into this end of year ceremony time. We're looking forward to having the Summer Institute. The OPI hosts this annual conference each year at Montana State University in Bozeman. We're looking forward to offering over 150 sessions for educators. Educators can come and get their renewal units, have learning opportunities with fellow educators from across the state. One of our keynote speakers this year is Joe Bowler, so I don't know if any math educators in the room recognize her name as a national expert in mathematics education. We are also just closing our last assessment window For our MAST, our Montana Aligned to Standards 3-year assessment, the last window of the second pilot year is closing right now. We'll be preparing for statewide implementation of the MAST 3-year assessment next year. This assessment is just for 3rd through 8th graders, and it will be replacing the Smarter Balanced assessment next year. Another, to align with that, since about half of our students this year are participating in that pilot for the MAST 3-year assessment, and half of our students are taking the Smarter Balanced assessment, the U.S. Department of Education provided a waiver for those students in the MAST assessments. They do not need to double assess this year, take the SBAC, so they're just taking the MAST assessment for this year. And since we have about half our students taking this MAST assessment in 3rd through 8th grade and half taking Smarter Balanced, we need to address our growth indicator for accountability purposes for the Department of Education. We right now have public comment available for the update on how this growth metric will be measured for accountability purposes. You have a link to that survey in your packet as well, and we invite you to go in and take a look at that survey information and provide some comment on that accountability measure for us as we prepare for that submission to the Department of Education. Our teacher residency program is actively recruiting for the upcoming school year. I know many of your campuses and educator preparation programs are involved in this teacher residency program, which pairs a mentor teacher with a student teacher, with a resident teacher who is pursuing their degree in education and certification for teaching. And it provides a year-long mentorship program. It's been a wonderful program, and we are recruiting for our 3rd year. We have many applicants that have already expressed an interest, and so please help us share the word for more. We still have some spots available for that program. The math content standards are currently being revised, and at the Board of Public Education last week in Great Falls, our team shared in an informational item those draft standards, and they presented that to the Board of Public Education. The Board of Public Education will be looking at them in upcoming meetings, and those will be open for public comment in the future. There's a change of those math standards in their organization for the high school math standards and preparing students. What do students really need in mathematics in Montana to be ready for our university systems and for careers? And our writing teams, the task force, and the negotiated rulemaking committee really took that focus into account when they were drafting these standards. And we're really excited with how those have turned out. So keep your eye out for those as well. Our Montana Early Warning System is a system that warns of potential, gives information to school districts on students that may have the potential to not complete their high school studies. And we are examining that with some partners at the Montana State University, some research partners. We're examining our early warning system for its efficacy. We hope to have that research completed here in June to be able to share more about the outcomes of that research project. In the rest of your packet, you can see assessment updates on our MAST assessment, on our statewide assessments, and some other details. But for now, I know you're heading into a break soon, and I will be available for any questions if anyone has questions for me.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. Are there questions? Appreciate your FAFSA comment. That was a great way of
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, and I did hear, I think President Cruzado, I believe it was, it's hard to see in the room, mentioning we would absolutely support sharing out the word with FAFSA. So please reach out to us. We're happy to be part of that initiative and getting the word out as well. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments and your time. We are moving into a break. We will have a longer break than usual, and we'll resume at 11 o'clock with the Budget Committee. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. Okay, we will now move to the Budget, Administration, and Audit Committee, and I'll turn it to Chair Lozar, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. let's go ahead and dive in for the Budget Administration and Audit Committee. Our members are myself and Regent Dombrowski and Regent Southworth. We've met in advance and kind of reviewed each of the items from consent all the way through information items. Have had the opportunity to pose some questions in our prep conversations, and we've seen a lot of these items already in the information item back at our Dillon meeting, if not earlier. So we've got about an hour and a half to work through the committee agenda before taking a break at lunch. And Deputy Commissioner Trevor will assist, and I suppose Director Lyons will as well for the committee. First, starting off on the consent agenda, I'll see if there's anyone that wants to move any of the consent items down to the action items. All right, not seeing any proposal to move those down. What is in the consent items are a number of authorizations for construction, some utility easements, some energy performance contracts that we'll learn a little bit more about in the information item, at least that construct, and then a couple other campus items that are included under other items. So for our action item agenda today, we've got a couple really big items that we wanted to cover. Again, we've did a little preview of this in Dillon. But a discussion around present law, a request for next session, as well as kind of the end of the initial process and identifying our long-range building program priorities. And then we'll dive into a number of sort of a variety of other topics to explore, and then end with information items that cover the energy performance contracts at MSU and some authority-only updates. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor to get us teed up for present law budget request.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members. So my objective here is twofold. One, to just basically explain and demystify this thing called present law, and how does it practically apply across the university system. But then also to point out some actual numbers that will represent, hopefully upon your approval, our request and best estimate that we move forward with the governor's office. So with that said, I guess I'll start with what's the technical definition of present law, and that is, as it reads, a request for adjustment and funding sufficient to allow maintenance of operations and services at the level authorized by the previous legislature. Oftentimes, I'll just equate that to the word inflation. It's easier for us to digest, although it has some nuances that are different than inflation. In all intents and purposes for us, that's what it'll be. And the university system, along with all other state agencies, calculate present law. There are some attributes that are unique to the university system, and probably the most unique attribute of our present law is that it has two funding streams. One is the state of Montana, and the other is student tuition revenue. So we are split when we calculate present law. The state picks up its portion, and the students, in essence, pick up their portion. So I'll explain that and show you that in more detail here. If Ange could help me navigate to attachment 1. So just starting at the highest level, and I have this titled Current Unrestricted Budget, meaning this is our primary general fund operating budget throughout our campuses. It is comprised of state dollars and tuition dollars, and it funds the academic enterprise, in essence, and the administration of that. And it is a base plus budget, and so in the heart of its base plusness, present law, I told you I'd get that word in, Clay. Present law is the first increment that we look for to increase that base based upon inflation. But there are two other revenue streams that come from the state of Montana, which are the pay plan, which we saw last time, a huge driver if a pay plan is in fact approved by the legislature. And then system initiatives, which we discussed this morning. Sometimes those system initiatives can be ongoing and actually stay with us in our base, and oftentimes they are one-time only funds, which we deal with and treat them as part of our base for 2 years in essence, although with a close eye on the fact that that funding may or may not continue in the future. And then on the opposite side of it, we have tuition revenue, and it is impacted by a number of drivers, but one of the primary ones is enrollment and the growth of that enrollment, the mix of that enrollment. And obviously the pricing of those credits and the differentiation of those pricing between not only institutions but types of students. And that's what we're all headed toward, is the connection between these two sides at the next May board meeting when the base building blocks of the budget are put together for the next biennium. So I would just start with this chart, and if we just focused on the top half of it, the total current unrestricted, this is how we calculate present law at its highest level. We project what FY25, so this coming fiscal year, we project what it will be based upon what we already know is our state appropriation, and then a projection of tuition revenue, largely built on small increments that we can project off of this year's current actuals. And then we move that into a whole series of calculations, which I'm going to show you detail on here, that we start with first the campuses, telling us what they think the increases are going to be, and then a lot of work on our end, largely Director Lyons applying other metrics to these, and I'll talk about those in detail. But this top half is the totality of this. That would be the incremental increase, with 4.6 in the first year, 4.1 in the second year. And why do I have this in two halves? Well, the legislative request is focused on just the state appropriation portion of this. So we take those same percents and we apply it off of what we know is our state appropriation in FY 25. It actually produces this thing called state share. What percent of our current unrestricted is funded by the state is 43.5. And we simply do math from there, and you can see the result of the request. So at its highest level, this is what the request looks like. And before I stop for questions, I'd go to the attachment 2 first. To work through maybe a little bit larger, Ange, some of the details just to give you a feel for. Now this is another one layer lower. I don't want to take you a couple layers lower, otherwise it's going to be spreadsheets we can't see. And largely we break this into 4 categories. This time the annualization of the pay plan did not need to occur. Often we receive pay plan funding that begins in January, for instance. And what that means is we only have half of our base funded for that pay plan, and we're going to ask in present law, thus the formal definition of present law, operate at the same level which the legislature approved, to fund it for the full year going forward. We didn't have to do that because it started on July 1 this time. We have certain personnel costs, and those are related to running an academic enterprise and faculty, and the retirements of folks that we can anticipate.
Mr. Chair, if I can, just to be crystal clear though on the pay plan, I think this is often misunderstood. When the legislature passes House Bill 13, they fund a pay request for the state, but they're only funding a portion for us, right? And so of that portion, if they fund a 4% increase, they're funding in many cases 40% of a 4% increase. The rest of the increase has got to come from us. That's got to come from tuition dollars, and you know, pay is a significant part of our overall budget. It is a challenge for us to implement the pay plan every year, and it was particularly a challenge in what was a very good and rewarding pay increase from the last legislature, but a very expensive one across the MUS, and it took all campuses a pretty heavy lift to get that other 60% of the pay plan implemented.
If we work our way down this spreadsheet, you'll see the other categories, higher education operating costs, IT costs, library, utilities, rents, repairs. You can read all of that. Then we have some statewide costs. These are not calculated by us, but are calculated by our legislative state partners. Then we move down, we total all this up for the current unrestricted. We apply this 43% state share to it at the 4.6 and the 4.1% increase, and we have the amount of the request. Unique to this year is a rebase request for a holiday for our general and liability insurance that we received last session, which combined with funding from the legislature to comprise our present law request. Now, campuses received this as a savings essentially in their budget, and we instructed them to be careful with these funds, as there is no guarantee that they will be backfilled or replaced, and we need to be able to continue our operations if they aren't. So all of this is, I just want to stress the fact that this is a request. These are the estimates that we've come up with. There's a lot of work to be done, and we certainly hold the governor's staff and the budget office there and the, as close partners in us in determining these amounts. I would say we have this exact summary also for our agencies. So when we start talking about the budget, and we heard Deputy Commissioner Hollenbaugh talk about the section that our budget lands in, and then inside of that section E, it's broke down into programs. Well, the ed units, not the community colleges in there, just our primary MUS ed units are in Program 9. Program 10 that sits next to it are the agencies, the Ag Experiment Station, Extension, Fire Service Training School, Bureau of Mines, and Forest and Conservation at the University of Montana are all in there. We have them lumped into one present law calculation, although in the budget those are line items in Program 10. I believe their increases are slightly higher on a percentage, and one of the reasons for that is unique to agency, well, in the university system, unique to agencies, they don't receive student tuition dollars, so they're carrying both sides of that present law. Mr. Chair, I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. Are there any questions from the committee members or members of the board? Yeah, Regent Dombrowski.
Can you share with us the comparison, our state share of 43.5%, is that higher, lower in comparison to others? A little framework there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, yes, I can, and you'll recall some slides that I have at the beginning of each operating presentation, that the national average is closer to 50%, and we've ranged between 40 and 50 over the years. Tuition freezes over time have helped build the state side of our support closer to 50, and just with the dynamics of tuition revenue, we might have dipped a little bit in the last year to 43.5, at least at what we have projected for FY25.
Good question. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, just, there's an incredible amount of work that goes into developing these formulas at, both on the campuses and certainly at OCHI. So kudos to the broader team for pulling this all together and making it pretty accessible to members of the board. We can move on to long-range building program request.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Continuing on from the March Board of Regents meeting, where we showed this as an information item on the work that we've done so far this fiscal year, which is individual planning on the campuses that roll up to each side of the system, a review of these projects with our board infrastructure committee prior to the March board meeting, detailed presentations related to not just these projects, but the totality of the projects submitted, which is a larger number than what you currently see here. This is the top 10 list. And just as some perspective on this, well, it's broken into two categories: capital projects, any projects that are either new space or over 250,000, or really any construction that occurs above 2.5 million. Land on this list. This is for time immemorial. The Board of Regents and the university system have put together capital project lists. This by no means is something we believe all of these projects will be carried forward in the legislative session. It is truly the priority of the MUS and the Board of Regents that these are the projects that have the most demand, the most need, and we'll work again just like we do with our present law requests as a request with the governor and or the legislature throughout the next year. This list has not changed since we reviewed it in detail in March. So I'd basically leave you with that. The other attachment we have here is truly a list of our major repairs items by each side of the system that are under 2.5 million. We don't rank those. Instead, those go and are ranked by state architecture and engineering before they make their way, hopefully, through the process. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tyler. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, let's move on to our staff item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an item we do annually per Board of Regents Policy 711.2, which designates direct reports to the commissioner, which amount to approximately 13 individuals or so in the university system. I could be off by one or two on that. That require Board of Regents contracts, so board approval of those contracts. The rest of them are delegated to the commissioner and receive MUS contracts. So this group of 13 are the presidents, the chancellors, the deans of the two-year colleges, at least the standalone two-year colleges, and then deputy commissioners. Mr. Chair, the bulk of all of this is enacting the pay plan, which is a 4% increase, which the rest of the 9,000 individuals in the university system will receive as well.
Thank you, Tyler. Questions from the board? All right, I think we can move on to D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request to authorize to issue facility bonds, revenue bonds at Montana State University. And I'll just kind of summarize this item as it's a little longer than most, kind of into three chunks here. So what we're looking at here is the financing for 3 construction projects at the Montana State University, which have already been approved by the Regents. They are comprised of the Mark and Robin Jones College of Nursing building, which we'll talk about a little later on naming that building as well, which was funded from a one-of-a-kind largest donation of $101 million. I believe the first set of funds off of that were for the planning and design, so we're really talking about $92 million of construction here. And then we have Indoor Athletic Center, which was approved a year and a half ago for $25 million. And then we have some parking improvements that are at $8 million. That's the total cost of the projects. Now, this item seeks bridge funding for 2 of those projects, the nursing and athletic facility, as those are funded by donations. And then the parking will be financed wholly as a separate entity within this bundle. So that total amount is $55 million. It's $12 million for the indoor athletic facility, $35 million for the nursing building, and then again, $8 million for parking. And I guess the final thing is that so the nursing and the athletic facility are the ones that need the bridge funding. So those have a 5-year schedule of repayment, while the parking will be something up to 15 years. Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I know we had a little bit of conversation about this one in Dillon and among the pre-meeting that we had as a committee. I'm just curious if others have any comments or thoughts. Excellent. I just wanted to maybe start with some gratitude. I think when this came in front of the board in Dillon, there was limited sort of nuanced detail of what this item was really all about. So I know MSU has worked pretty hard to clarify, sort of break out this this issuance and attach it to the three different projects that we have that are a part of this. So appreciate that body of work. I think it also has created some important discussions among the board about sort of board policies and how we think about innovative ways to be able to finance the facilities that are really needed, in both at MSU but across the system. So I think this item is exciting in a way that it's created the type of dialogue I think that we need to make sure that we're being good stewards of the state's assets. So those are my comments. If no one else has any additional comments, I think we can move on to the next item, item E.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item E is a request to name the new nursing building on the Bozeman campus, the Jones Hall. So just as I mentioned before, this is the $101 million donation that Mark and Robin Jones made for 5 nursing facilities at the current locations throughout MSU's statewide nursing program. The Mark and Robbins College of Nursing was named previously by the Board of Regents. We approved the construction, as we mentioned, of those 5 facilities. And in essence, we have broken ground in those areas, and it is time on the Montana State University campus to name that building. And what more appropriate name would it receive than the Jones Hall? Mr. Chair, I would open it for any comments.
Are there any questions or comments? No questions or comments. I think the Jones family has received a lot of accolades for making this investment into the state of Montana, and I just want to use this opportunity to thank them again. And I think it's quite the honor to have Jones Hall named after the family and their commitment to the state. That said, we can move on to item F, renewing a lease for Gallatin College.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn the mic over to Director Lyons for the remainder of these items.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the next 2 items that we have for your consideration are some leases associated with MSU. The first one is for some existing space that is part of Gallatin College on their East Campus, which houses their welding, IT programs, a few other business programs that are very much needed spaces for Gallatin College at this time. As I mentioned, this is not a new lease. This is something that's existing. We're just asking to renew it for another 5 years. It does have a fair market value with it, and this will provide ample space for the students of Gallatin College to continue in those successful programs. Mr. Chair, with that, I'll stand for questions on this first lease.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none, we can move on to the next item, MSU Bookstore.
Mr. Chair, the second lease is also with MSU, a little bit more unique of a type of lease. The bookstore at MSU is actually a nonprofit co-op that's owned by the students and faculty, but they lease the space within the Student Union building since 1956 to operate within the campus. This is extending the lease for 20 years to continue those operations and provide resources for students for their course materials at lower prices, also, of course, swag and all those fun things when all of us are attending all sorts of MSU Bobcat events. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, moving quickly, let's go on to Item H, which is approval of tuition rates for Dawson Community College.
Perfect. Mr. Chair, just a little bit upfront with the next two items. These two items are both requests for tuition and mandatory fee rates at our community colleges. The community colleges, unlike the MUS, get the opportunity to bring these every year. As most of you know, typically for the MUS campuses, we see those every other year in our May meeting. But again, as I mentioned, the community colleges can make this request annually. It's also important to note that their local board of trustees have had the opportunity to review this and have approved this in a prior meeting to this meeting today. The first request is for approval for Dawson Community College to increase tuition across the board 3%, along with mandatory fees at 24%. And I know that seems alarming on the front end, but as Tyler mentioned, some of the things that we look at with our present law, this is part of their way at looking at present law as well. They have had some exceedingly high costs with their IT that is driving the need for that increase in mandatory fees. Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions for Dawson Community College.
Any questions on Dawson? I think we can move to FECC.
Thank you. This request from Flathead Valley Community College is to increase tuition across the board at 2% with no increases requested for their mandatory fees. Again, their local board has also approved this fee schedule. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director Lyons, any questions? All right, seeing no questions, we can move on to the information items. We've got a couple. The first of which is MSU Energy Performance Contract. Director Lyons.
Mr. Chair, this is not unusual to hear about energy performance contracts within our university system. Our campuses use these quite often in order to get rid of some deferred maintenance that we would normally not have the opportunity to work towards. Also try to provide some upgrades, more efficiency throughout the university system. The reason for bringing this early as an information item is that it's a little bit more of an expanded opportunity. The last one that MSU put in place started 15 years ago and was on the auxiliary side, and they're still finalizing some of those pieces with it. This one is to look at more of a campus-wide approach to an energy audit, looking at academic buildings, research facilities, a little larger gamut with trying to bring in some energy performance, provide some savings to campus, and again, work towards offloading some of that much-needed deferred maintenance from the campus books. You'll also notice that as Chair Lozar mentioned earlier, in the consent agenda, there was a piece with the energy performance that ties into this as well. So in July, MSU will come forward with an official request to move forward with this contract of this portion to expand that energy audit with McKinstry, again, campus-wide. At the bottom of the item, you can see a couple things that they're going to try to focus on, some lighting systems in 20 different academic facilities, administrative buildings, research facilities. Again, this really provides an opportunity to get rid of much-needed deferred maintenance on the campus in an efficient way with the energy savings from those projects. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Questions? Yeah, Regent Dombrowski.
Is there a downside? Like, why isn't this sort of done, broader than NSU? Or maybe it is and I don't know, but it just sort of seems to make sense. And can you answer that?
Yes, I can. Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski, it is actually utilized system-wide. UM is going through a project right now with their heating plant that's almost to an end. Also looking at some of the other opportunities to expand within it, and they're also looking at future opportunities doing the same process.
Across the entire MUS?
Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, yes, most of the campuses have their own energy contracts. I think Tech and Helena have some work that they're still doing, and UM is finalizing one right now as well.
My point is, if it's so positive and sort of allows us to get at deferred maintenance in a more effective way, it feels like it should be sort of standard.
Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski, I think part of it too is the initial cost of hiring like McKinstry to come in and do the audits. Maybe a timing issue with funding to get that initiated, but all of the campuses have utilized them over the years.
Any other questions, comments? Regent Southworth?
Yeah, Thanks, Shauna. Just when, do we know, like, approximately, like, what it does cost for, I mean, that's a big job to do that. I'm not expecting a low number, but, like, to have McKinstry come in and audit and help with design and feasibility and, you know, make the recommendations, do we know what that is? The
Mr.
amount?
Chair, Regent Southworth, I do not have that number off the top of my head. VP Least might, but I know when they come, sorry, Terry, to put you on the spot. Typically, it's, I want to say 75,000 sticks in my brain. I could be off on that a little bit. But it also depends on the large scope, right? This might be a little bit bigger than what we saw 15 years ago when we approved it, just because they want to expand it into a larger scope of campus.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Maybe sticking with cost, this might be just too early in the process of doing this comprehensive set of audits for all these different facilities, but I'm just curious if we have a sense of what the project costs could look like that might come to the board in future meetings.
Mr. Chair, I will make sure that for the next item or before then, I get that information out to the board. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board on this item? That leaves us with our very last item, which is Annual Facilities Projects Authority Update.
Mr. Chair, this is a report that we provide annually to the board, and what it does is it breaks down by each side of the house any of the authority that they've received, whether it's legislative or board authority, in order to do major repairs, capital development, and basically what the status of those projects are and how much has been spent to this point. Some of them are in design still, some of them are in construction, some of them might be held because they're under permitting. So it's just an opportunity to provide that update to the board.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Any comments on that item? Appreciate the transparency, getting this on an annual basis of knowing exactly where each one of these projects are. I think with that, Madam Chair, that might be a record for a budget meeting. So I'll turn it back over to you.
I think it is a record. I am trying to do some meeting management thinking right now. I'm looking at the commissioner, and we're like 45, 50 minutes ahead of lunch, scheduled lunch.
It's beautiful outside.
Well, my thoughts exactly. I think we should go to lunch, and then we'll start with ours as planned. Perhaps we could start at 1:30 instead of 1:45. How about that? Does that sound okay? Perfect. So we will break and start at 1:30 with ARSA. We have 45 minutes of outdoor activity on your own, and then lunch is planned for 12:30. Thank you.
Good job, Casey. Perfect.
Thank you for all coming back here. I know it was a little bit earlier than the schedule, but appreciate I don't know where Regent Lozar is, but I think we'll go ahead and get started as long as our ARSA chair and Deputy Commissioner Teal are ready. So with that, I'll turn it over to the ARSA committee, please.
Chairman Dombrowski, thank you very much, and well-run meeting to date. And in the spirit of the efficiency of Budget Chair Lozar's meeting this morning, we'll try to keep the pace with that. And as we look at our agenda, we get an early opportunity to do that. As you know, it's common practice that campuses elevate individuals for exceptional service, and we always want to make time to reflect on that service, that dedication, and that talent of our faculty that are nominated to the emeriti status within our institutions. This month, this meeting, we have quite a few folks, so instead of going through each one item or one by one, we thought we would recognize their contributions as a group, as a cohort of fantastic and dedicated servants to the students and families of Montana. Emeriti status, it's much more than a recognition of retirement. It is an honor that we know comes only upon recommendation from peer faculty, peer in their institutions, for scholars and master teachers with particularly distinguished contributions to the campus community and the community in which the campuses serve this great state. And the candidates in this meeting or in our review certainly deserving. If you take a moment and look at the agenda, you can pull up those that are being recognized today, and I'm sure that most of us can connect with one of them because of that contribution. This meeting's nominees include Regents professors, a master's teacher, some of our system's most productive scholars, and who together have over 255 years of service to their campuses and to the system. Just an outstanding contribution. If you want to be inspired by the contributions and impact of our faculty, do read through the nominations in detail. A fantastic list of people that have gone above and beyond with their commitment to serving the students of the state. So hearty thank you to each of the individuals on our Emeriti faculty list today. Before we move on to tenure items, I'd certainly pause and see if anyone from the board would like to make any additional comments. Anyone in attendance? Thank you. I know that a lot of work went into identifying, a lot of support was generated from your peers. Thank you again for the outstanding commitment to the state. Same with tenure, a process which is not to be meant to be overlooked in a short interview like we're doing today, or a preview of what we've done. An incredible commitment to service to the state of Montana to be put on this list as well. We have nominations as well on this consent for tenure items. Tenure is an important step in an academic career, and a recommendation we know that the faculty and the departments across the state and our institutions take very seriously. So congratulations to the folks from these institutions for reaching this point with your career. Again, I'd pause and see if there are any questions or thoughts to be shared by members of the board, members of the campus communities. Great. Well, we'll move on. Budget Chair Lozar, you were gone. I've taken it as a personal charge to be as efficient with this committee as you were with the Budget Committee this morning.
Mr. Chair, it was 27 minutes.
Yeah. I knew he'd be counting. Well, thank you. Again, I think it is important to pause one more time and just recognize and thank the faculty members who have either reached their tenure process within their career or as they leave their distinguished career across the system. Just an incredible reflection of commitment to the state. So if you have the opportunity, please find these individuals and thank them. And as usual, I know we all do, tap into their perspective on what we're doing right and what they've been able to do within the constraints of what we might not be doing right as a system, and persevere above that. Thank you. As we met a couple of weeks ago as an ARSA committee, as usual, the request to plan proposals that we review took up a big chunk of our meeting. I get asked a lot about the role of this board, what is it that we do, and I think the time we spend on very carefully reviewing, identifying appropriateness, identifying potential duplication efforts, identifying need, local need, we really see that work played out through this process. And again, today as we start to visit with the representatives from the campuses who will be bringing forth or at least speaking to the items that are on the agenda today, we understand that this did not show up here as a last minute item. It's been in process for most cases well over a year. Numerous members of each academic teams on the campuses have dedicated a tremendous amount of time and expertise to putting together these proposals. Again, as we introduce and bring, maybe I'll invite Dean Stephanie Gray up to the podium to start with the first item. The commitment made to get this right is so palpable in our discussions as a committee, and we find common strategies and priorities among board members, among campuses, that really do elevate the systemness of what we're trying to do. Is no one campus is operating in isolation, and that collaborative sense I really felt emerged in this committee meeting. A lot of conversation about, well, we have this program, here's how we've worked together to make sure your program is successful, how we've protected some of the merits of ours. So I say all of that to thank those that have put so much work in to bring us to this point. And Dean Stephanie Gray, it was a pleasure to be with you in Bozeman last week, and I'm really excited to help you have you share what we're going to expect from Gallatin College this afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Today I'm here to present the request to plan for a hospitality management certificate, 30 to 35 credits. And this would be, it would be designed in a 1+3 because Montana State University has a bachelor's degree in hospitality management, so this would be a stair step into that bachelor's degree. There's two other reasons we think this is important. One of them is labor market data. There's accommodations and food service are the third most in-demand open occupations in the state of Montana. Last I looked, it was 830 annual openings. That's just openings in the state of Montana and under accommodations and food service in the food industry. And then the last reason is we have strong industry support because of our culinary arts program, and we have a culinary skills certificate. And then our bachelor's hospitality program, we have probably over 100 industry partners who really think this is a good idea to get students interested in hospitality management, and also there'll be a dual enrollment component. And lastly, we received a grant to help start this program. This is gonna be a 4-year grant. It's development funds and startup and operations for the next 4 years. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Dean Gray. Any comments or questions from members of the board? Campus representatives, any thoughts or comments? Great. Thank you, Dean Gray. We appreciate your service, and thanks for bringing this item to us. Dean Duroy, thank you for joining us. You've got a full slate of items that we get to hear from you this afternoon. I learned today that you're completing your 3rd year with us, so we're excited to have you reach in that accolade. Thanks for coming up and joining us.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Regents, and colleagues. I'm Beth Durodoye, and I am the Dean of the College of Arts, Sciences, and Education, and it is my pleasure to present 3 requests to plan from the college, and I will be doing so with the support of 3 faculty who will be presented in turn as we move forward with the information provided. So with our first request to plan, we have a Bachelor of Arts degree in Community Arts Production with concentrations in theater and visual arts. In order to have a community arts production degree, a strong reciprocal relationship is necessary with the community at large, and that includes the academic community, and with the people. Northern is uniquely positioned to offer this degree because we have both. In terms of the academic community, our degree incorporates courses across programs and colleges to support the education of theater practitioners. It combines expertise in artistry with leadership and management skills that are a part of theatrical creation. That includes community leadership, grants management, business management, and graphic design. Not only that, this degree would bring translatable skills like public speaking, adaptability, collaboration, and networking potential. So there is a breadth to what we are offering. In terms of the community at large, we work together with our resident theater company, the Montana Actors Theater, and they partner with us to develop theatrical experiences and practicum courses for our students. We're also creating theater for community engagement. In terms of people and that reciprocal relationship, we have highly active alumni, a highly active contingent of students, and a highly active Havre community. And they are continuously demonstrating their support, which can be seen with our efforts and outcomes with regards to fundraising, and with our efforts to provide opportunities to individuals throughout the High Line or beyond who might not have access otherwise. And this is no small feat given where we are located in the state and where we are located on the rurality spectrum, if you will. We are in the frontier region. So given that, again, there is a great impact to what we are planning to do. I'd now like to turn to Dr. Grant Olson, who is an assistant professor of theater communications, and he is also the artistic director of the MAT. He is going to speak to the uniqueness of the degree, skill set information, approaches to recruitment, and job prospects.
Thank you, Dean Duradoye, and members of the Board of Regents and other attendees. Like Dean Duradoye said, I am Assistant Professor of Theater and Communications and Artistic Director of the Montana Actors Theater as a community resident theater company here at MSU Northern. When you hear the term community theater or community arts, an image is formed in people's minds. We know from popular culture, egotistical artists, horrible fake beards and mustaches. I assure you this is a horrible real mustache. Some of these stereotypes are due to poor representation stretching back to Shakespeare and Sophocles. However, most of these stereotypes are due to shortcomings and due to enthusiasm with little to no education, or no education specifically made for community theater productions. This is not a surprise. There is not a community theater production degree in the United States right now. The UK has a few, none in the United States that I can find. So you might ask yourself, is it the end of the world if small communities put on bad plays or have no theater or art at all? Two things. I'd like to point out that the need for engaging in art is like the need for food. Go to arts.gov and you will see pages upon pages of facts and statistics showing the need for high quality arts, especially in underrepresented communities. This art creation fosters empathy, fosters the telling of stories of underserved communities and makes sure they're told well so they have impact, and fosters life-changing transitions. These needs should not just belong to those with money or those in urban areas. So, like food, we can consume any art. We need it for sustenance, but if we engage in more palatable art, it offers higher potential for effectiveness in impact. The second answer to the so what is money. We have a potential for an economy that is virtually untapped in rural communities, but like food, if the quality is questionable, the amount of revenue it can contribute will be small. I'd like you to consider today that MSU Northern is uniquely suited to offer a BA in Community Arts Production with specializations in theater and visual arts. To pick up from Dr. Duradoye's introduction, I'm going to discuss the need for a BA in this field, our intention to recruit students from our current targeted areas, and the potential for jobs upon completion of this degree. Why a BA in Community Arts Production rather than a minor certificate? The American Association of Community Theater website states that success in theater requires skills in planning, communications, and resources. It just divides the skills into staging the show and running a company. Staging a show, actors, directors, technical theater, and running a company, governance, building audiences, finances, and solidifying relationships with the community. This is too much information to be disseminated through the 18 to 30 degrees limited by a minor. Nor would a degree in theater or community leadership with complementary minors be sufficient in developing the specialization needed to achieve success, because community-based theater and art production is a unique art form, a unique art production form, and it requires a unique approach and understanding. This BA will address the finer specializations of this unique form at the 300 and 400 level classes while relying upon a foundation of studies from across several disciplines. Like Dean Duradoye said, MSU Northern is unique to offer this because we are the host of the resident theater company, the Montana Actors Theater. This theater company is a community theater company that's been based out of Cowan Hall in the Little Theater for over 20 years now. So we have quite a long years of success. Right now, on average, we have over 60 MSU Northern students that take part in theater classes that directly engage with MAT productions. And in addition to the relationship with MAT, as Chancellor Kegel noted when discussing our MSU Northern's logos, our pillars at Northern are rooted in liberal studies, technical skills, and education. These are the three pillars established at Northern that are going to be the backbone of the BA in community theater production and theater arts production. We will develop students that can sustain and establish viable small nonprofits with technical skills in grant writing, small business management, expertise in the liberal arts specialization, as well as the training to go back and educate the members of the community that want to create art and foster the growth in artists. So, if it's a needed program, where are we going to get students from? How many students? Our intention is to draw students from our current recruiting area, 6 to 8 students a year to begin with, moving into a regular class of 15 to 20 per graduating class. Our numbers right now indicate that Northern is growing in students from rural Montana. That's where we're recruiting from, and they're coming here. So initially, these students will be like me, and students like Amos from the video at the beginning. They want a university experience in a rural setting. Our internal polling indicates that students choose Northern for the ratio of students to professors, the small town life, and the hands-on approach to education. These are the qualities that the BA in Community Arts Production will maintain and offer for students in our recruiting region, and for a degree that would entice students with interests broader than our current offerings. The last thing I'd like to talk about is potential for jobs and earning with this degree. As mentioned at the beginning today, one of the MUS pillars is to foster diverse economy and workplace. According to the most recent estimates from the Montana Department of Labor and Industry, leisure activities, including the arts and entertainment sectors, hold some of the highest potential for growth in the state of Montana. In 2022, North Central and Eastern Montana had a 70% increase in tourism. And according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, this sector had a 21% growth in the industry. So there are ready-made jobs where our students will have the skills to sustain and expand offerings. However, this degree is intended to create students ready to be job creators, to find where there is a need in the community and create the jobs that will sustain and foster community arts production. So today I covered a few things why it's essential that this is a full BA, owing to the specialization of community theater production, our intention to initially recruit 6 to 8 students from our current recruiting areas, and finally the current growth in the arts economy in rural Montana. I've currently started conversations with peers at the University of Montana. I would like to discuss the potential for collaboration further with them and faculty and administration from Flathead Valley Community College and UM Western. It's my hope that with the creation of a BA in Community Arts Production, we at MSU Northern can help reshape that bad perception of what community arts can be. Thank you. We stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Any comments or questions from members of the board? Excellent. Thank you so much for your thought put into that. Dean Duradoye, please. Thank you.
All right. All right, our second request to plan is for a mathematics teaching minor, which will prepare students to teach math in grades 5 through 12. Per the Office of Public Instruction, one of the top 3 critical teaching shortage areas in Montana in 2023 was math. Our math minor is in response to this shortage, as highlighted by our state and by our regional partners. I'm going to briefly discuss logistics with regards to the minor, and then I will turn things over to Dr. Casey Donovan, who is an assistant professor of mathematics, and he will highlight the benefit and significance of the minor for students. In terms of logistics, we have put together a proposed minor that is both compact and efficient. It consists of 28 credits, including 1 math methods course, 3 upper division math courses, with the remainder being lower division math courses. And care has been taken that these classes are transferable. The minor courses have been crosswalked with the math praxis exam, with content for that exam being covered in lower division classes and a modern geometry class. Fiscally speaking, our math faculty can cover most of the additional course load within their current contracts, given the plan to offer an upper division math or math methods course each semester. We would only need 1 adjunct faculty for the math methods course, and we already have high school teachers in the area who have indicated their interest in being able to partner with us in this respect. So with that, I will now turn things over to Dr. Casey Donovan.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this today. So this is my 4th year at Northern, and in my 4 years, I have sadly seen several students have to leave Northern in order to pursue math teaching, and I've spoken to several others who did not come to Northern in the first place to do this, and they have gone elsewhere within the MUS system, which is fine. And several others have gone to Western governors or gone out of state to do this. So we would really like to see the students either staying in state and in addition to the ones that have decided to go somewhere else, other students have not had that capability, particularly local students that don't have the financial resources to be able to go to a different university. They would then come to Northern and get their 2nd or 3rd or 4th choice for degree. So this is something that we would really like to offer our students. There's a great need in the state of Montana for more math teachers. Here at Havre High, they had a bit of a crisis this last year with math teachers. So I've been in personal communication with the superintendent and other math teachers at the high school to try to ensure that this program would be successful. I myself grew up here on the High Line, and most of my teachers, including my math teachers, came from Northern. So it'd be nice to bring back these programs after they were put into moratorium in the early 2000s. So I'd really like to bring that back. But yeah, so I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Donovan. Any questions or comments from members of the board? Other meeting attendees? Excellent. Thank you so much for your work on that. Dean Doradouye, we get you again. Okay. Thank you. You're busy today.
All righty. Our third request to plan is a chemistry minor for biology and life sciences. The chemistry minor in biology life sciences presents several advantages. The first is that it complements majors across disciplines and colleges, including biology, general science education, and pre-allied health. Second, it speaks to the Montana workforce trends in health-related fields and general science education, given the need for K-12 teachers in this area, which is readily apparent. Third, this minor speaks to retention and progression in our biology program. Biology students many times inquire about chemistry minors to elevate their applications to medical school, dental school, and veterinary school. To get into such schools, you need to have a background or information in biochemistry. So this minor provides students with a pathway to gain that essential knowledge. In terms of enrollment management, biochemistry is not a required course, so it can't be guaranteed. As an automatic part of the minor, it could be offered on a regular basis, thereby assisting students in their smooth progression toward completion. And our fourth advantage is that we have students who are already doing the work for the minor, but since it's not official, they're just graduating and they don't have a tangible credential to show for it. So this would offer that opportunity. This minor is fiscally sound. There are no additional resources required, particularly since with the biochemistry and organic chemistry classes, they're not attached to labs. And there are no new faculty hires that are required, as the current faculty are well-versed in delivering the courses. In sum, this minor offers knowledge that will increase grad school readiness, readiness to teach science in Montana classrooms at the secondary level, and a readiness for work in foundational chemistry positions such as chemical technicians, as well as in related fields. So with that, I'd like to turn things over to Dr. Joseph Todd, who is the chair of the College of Arts, Sciences, and Education, to add any additional information that he might have.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dean Dorodoye. So I'll keep my comments brief in an effort to maintain the efficiency. As far as the chemistry minor is concerned, as Dean Dorodoye said, this is already happening at the college. So we're just kind of catching up with some of the practice that students are already engaging in, making sure that we do have some sort of credential to offer them so that they can then transfer to medical school, to some of the things that they're already doing. This is kind of just making sure that the degree is flexible enough to be able to accommodate that for those students. So I don't think there's any other additional comments. I think it was a great introduction by Dean Dorodoye. Thank you. I'll stand for questions. We will.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. Any questions or comments for either of these two? Excellent.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you very much. I think we have one final item, and I understand that Dr. Stephen Don will be presenting this item. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Board of Regents, thank you for allowing me to be here today. And I also want to echo the Chancellor. I want to welcome you all to our campus. Thank you all for joining us. It's my pleasure to introduce a request to plan for a data analytics minor. This is going to be housed under the business program and the COTS, the College of Technical Sciences, but it does reach across the campus. The minor can be tied to any four-year degree, and let's face it, data is everywhere. You all traveled here yesterday, today. You're all going to take off tomorrow and go back to your homes. I can guarantee you the pickup of the car you're driving will be gathering data, whether you know it or not. I was out at Torgerson's yesterday retrieving a tractor, which you'll see down tonight at the DTC. He informed me that a new the largest Case IH tractor, a 715, was just purchased by a gentleman north of Harlem for $1.2 million. I will guarantee you that tractor is gathering data. Okay, so everything is data. What the heck are we going to do with it all? So this data analytics is going to help us decide that. Our advisory boards are very adamant, whether it be agriculture, whether it be diesel, whether it be business, whatever. Data, 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 what are we going to do with it? So this minor is going to help our students to mine that data, to interpret that data, to extrapolate that data, and go back to the constituents and give them what those constituents need. Forbes magazine in 2023, November, data skills is listed as one of the 10 most in-demand skills for 2024. National Certification Center, NC3, the ability to analyze data is highly valued qualification for almost every career path. Many employers say it ranks among the most critical workforce skill sets. So this is a very desirable skill set. It's going to be offered across campus. We are reaching across campus. The proposer of this minor, Professor Howland, has visited with Casey Donovan. Dr. Donovan, you just met him. With a statistics class. It's going to be deep diving into statistics, which is a part of data analytics. So, the proposed minor will complement existing offerings and will provide students with analytical and computer-based skills to be successful in the current job market. I would also add the future job market. The minor will use existing courses and coursework to provide a clear path for building significant data sets. There will be 4 new courses that will need to be developed. The plus side of that is the person, Professor Howland, that proposed this will be teaching those courses, so they won't be offered all at one time. So there may be a need for one adjunct to cover one of his current courses, but as far as new faculty, there will be no new full-time faculty be required. We'll be doing it, all the others are in-house. He will cover the other courses as well. So as far as resources, we've got that all covered. Job opportunities, you heard the statistics, the jobs are out there. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I will stand for any questions.
Dean Dunn, thank you very much. Any questions or comments for this item? Seeing none, very well presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Montana State Northern for a well-prepared slate of items. I invite Provost Lawrence up to the podium from the University of Montana. Good afternoon, Provost Lawrence. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Buchanan and members of the Board of Regents. I am delighted to present these 4 requests to plan to you all today. We have 2 in biology, 1 in game design and interactive media, and the other to establish a School of Physician Associate Studies. So the 2 in biology, 1 is the request to plan a Bachelor of Science in Human Biology and Biomedical Science. This would collapse the existing concentrations that we already have on the docket or in our catalog and terminate those concentrations and develop a new major that is more flexible and is more attentive to the field and students' prospects after their degree. So the Division of Biological Sciences has polled their students. They are constantly working with scientists and folks in the field to learn how they might best sort of keep on top of things. And this is a curricular move in that direction. So this would offer more flexibility for students to combine different coursework in novel ways. It allows them to pursue emerging interests, and one of the things that we've learned over the last couple of years in particular is that changes are happening so fast technologically that we need to have maximum flexibility and a very strong grounding in a general sense with opportunity to go in a variety of different directions. So this will allow that. And it streamlines the degree with fewer requirements outside of the major. So the second RTP that we have from biology is a BA in integrative microbiology. And this follows the same rationale for its development. So what we're learning from biotech in particular is the need for a strong grounding in microbiology, but not necessarily the volume or number of course requirements for a Bachelor of Science degree. So this is really tailored to students who want to go into a range of fields outside the sciences, but that use the sciences, microbiology in particular, to do some of those new jobs. The third request to plan is a Master of Fine Arts in Game Design and Interactive Media. As you all know, the arts is core to what we do at UM. We have particular strength in both game design and an emerging strength in interactive media. We've been doing a lot of play with virtual reality, to some degree augmented reality. We have a new degree in sound design, that kind of a thing. And this would bring all of that together in a terminal degree. So we have an established 2+2 articulation agreement with FVCC, and because we want to offer this in 2 modalities, the online and the face-to-face, we would love to explore the possibility of partnering with other institutions across the state. So both part of the MUS and then tribal colleges and universities. We've been learning a lot, as you might expect, as we craft the field, so to speak. And then the fourth request to plan is to establish a School of Physician Associate Studies. You wouldn't think that would be a tongue twister, but it is. This is actually a requirement as part of our accreditation. So the school has to be established before it can go before the Accreditation Review Commission on Education for the Physician Assistant. So this is part of our new PA program. We already have approval from NWCCU and the Board of Regents to offer the MPA, so the Master of Physician Assistant Studies degree, and this is the next step in the process. So I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Provost Lawrence. Any questions or comments on any one of the 4 items being proposed by University of Montana? Seeing none, thank you again for being so well prepared. Chancellor Cook, you get to wrap up our request to plan proposals this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. This is exciting. I like the structure of this credentialing is unique, and excited to hear about it from you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Buchanan, members of the board. I'm excited to share with you a proposal that we have that I think is is really something that is pretty exciting for Montana Tech and gets to the roots of what our institution actually is and does. As you recall, last year when we were in Great Falls, our Vice Chancellor for Research and Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Luking, and John Medish, who is the Director of the Bureau of Mines, presented a presentation on rare earth and critical elements and the critical importance of those and the involvement that Montana Tech has in those areas. And I've also shared with you a number of times the number of people that we have and organizations that are looking to Montana Tech for help. And so we put together a proposal with the Defense Production Agency to do some of that work. And the proposal is basically it's a program that, if funded, will be 7 different micro-credentials or certificates that look at the extractive technologies. And so it's 70 degrees or 70 credit hours of advanced engineering and management course content will be developed. And there are 7 different areas that would, there would be 10 credit hours available in each of those different areas. And so the 7 areas, I want to share with you because I think it's important that people hear the kinds of things that are actually built into this program. So it's extractive metallurgy, mineral processing, mineral deposit exploration, the hydrogeology of mines, mining engineering, mineral project management and evaluation, and environmental management for mining operations. And so this is tracks that are beyond, they're designed for individuals that already have a degree, and so they're looking to get additional upskilling or training to be able to figure out how to be involved in the extractive technology areas. I think it's a really exciting proposal for us. It's all asynchronous learning, so you can basically do this anywhere, anytime, and it's something that is not only I guess fidelity to the kinds of things that Montana Tech does well, but it's also critical to what our country and the world need. And so we're really excited about this proposal. It's in the funding process, so it's not funded yet, but likelihood is that it's really good that it will be funded, and so we're excited about this opportunity. So happy to take any questions that y'all might have.
Thanks, Chancellor Cook. Any questions related to these items? Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. I just wanted to speak up and commend Dr. Luking and Montana Tech on 2 fronts. First front is that critical resources is such an important topic across our country right now, and Montana Tech is doing a lot of important work that's getting national attention on that front. Critical Resource Summit hosted last year, a reverse visit this year co-sponsored by MSU that's bringing a lot of important research and exploration in terms of those critical minerals and their safe and sustainable extraction. And then this proposal's also particularly creative on how we provide the right skill sets to students who might not live in Montana, might not have time to pursue a full master's program. But I think with some good thoughtfulness down the road to how these certificates and credentials could contribute towards graduate programming at Montana Tech if students would like to continue their education. And I know that that's a vision that's still in progress, but I think it shows a lot of foresight on the part of the Montana Tech team. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Cook. Thank you to each of the academic teams on these campuses that brought forward these well-prepared, well-thought-out, and very organized proposals. We'll look forward to reviewing them for approval tomorrow in our action items. I'm going to push to you, Deputy Commissioner Teal, to talk about a couple of different policy revisions that we're reviewing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. For these first policy proposals, I'm going to invite Dr. Sue Balterites, who is serving as Director of Online Initiatives for the MUS, up to the podium and just provide a little bit of an overview. So we're going to take proposals, action items C, D, and E together. B, C, and D together. These constitute our online education policies. What are the requirements? What is the system-wide advisory structure? What are some of the definitions around online education? And I'll say that over the past decade, and particularly since the pandemic, distance education of one type or another has become a lot more important in the university system, and a lot more important nationally. If you think just in Montana, around 1 in 3 students are taking some version of an online course or distance education course. Some of our institutions, more than half of their credits are delivered at a distance. And in that time, there's been a lot of innovation in terms of how distance education is structured, both at the program and at the course level. So do I need to be in a physical place to take this class? Do I need to be present at a certain time to take this class? What are the travel obligations of this program? And we're very fortunate that Sue and a statewide team of experts who serve on our e-learning advisory committee, where there's a name change included in these policies, have put a lot of thought and careful work over time with a lot of other stakeholder groups to try and clarify some of those definitions so it's clearer in our data, so it's clearer to our students, so it's clearer to our institutions. And Sue, having stolen all of your thunder, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Actually, Deputy Commissioner Teal did a wonderful job of outlining the policies. The 3037 group of policies really just streamlines and clarifies. I think the work that most was done is the 30372 policies, which elucidate the new definitions for distance education that really serve to be clear to students what they can expect, but also help faculty define the best ways to create curriculum delivery modes that will best serve our students. I'm more than happy to take questions on this group.
Thank you so much, Sue. And I know that there's a few folks in the audience who in particular helped with this. So Joy Honey, I know you are here and helped a great deal on many, many revisions. So congratulations that it's getting to this point of consideration. And with that, Regent Buchanan, members of the board, we'd be happy to hand it over if there are any questions on these first 3 policy revision proposals.
Chair Dombrowski.
I feel like I should have a question, only because this is such a critical mass of work. So how can you give me an example how this is going to look or feel different to the student, a student?
I actually have an example we talked about at lunch, so thank you. That's an excellent question. Faculty were incredibly innovative during the disruption of the pandemic, but even before that, we were already thinking about how we could best serve students whose lives are very fluid. So for example, we had a faculty member who wanted to do a distance education model, remote synchronous, which we didn't have. We only had an online or a face-to-face. Online policy used to require, and still does, if it's fully online, that you could not require a student to be in a particular place at a particular time. So online didn't fit that model of teaching. Face-to-face required that students were in a same classroom at the same time with a faculty member. So now we have remote synchronous, which means that students would know that they needed to log in to be in a classroom at a particular time where the faculty member would also be in that classroom. That particular definition is really beautifully done because it allows also for a classroom to exist or for students to be, and the faculty to be remote. Does that help?
You two must have had lunch together. Good job.
Actually, it was Dr. Honey and Dr. Ninus.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Dr. Reitz, very much for your
Thank you.
contributions. That's back to you, Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Thank you so much. And we'll take, again, policy action items E and F together. And these are closely related to the set of policies we just discussed. Policy 940.20 covers tuitions and fees for online learning in the MUS, and it has 2 main components. First, it says that MUS campuses can set a tuition rate for online programs for non-resident students that's at a lower level than the typical non-resident student tuition rate. And the purpose and goal of that is to help our institutions set a cost for their online programs that's competitive in a very broad national market for online programs. That component of this policy is not changing. That flexibility will continue to exist. The second part of the current policy says that students who are in online programs at a distance from campus, that campuses should waive certain classes of mandatory fees for those students, that those students aren't able to participate in some of the services that those fees fund. Think about student recreation and athletics fees, certain health fees that are caught under that umbrella. What these two policy changes would do is, first, it would take that fee exemption, which is currently in this 940.20 policy, move it over to the policy that references mandatory fees. Just to provide some clarity, let's talk about mandatory fees and when students are exempt from paying some mandatory fees in one place. And then second, we're trying to clarify who is due that exemption, because there were certain classes of students, because of the modality of their courses or the modality of their programs, who are not exempted. A good example is incarcerated students. They would not be clearly exempt under our current policy. This moves some of the definitions of who would be exempt to purely a distance-related definition, where campuses would work with our office to set a specific metric, and then clarifies who's due an exemption from those certain mandatory fees. You know, one important topic for this board to know is that over time, mandatory fees, as campuses have more distance education programming, they are finding ways to provide some of those services at a distance. So it's something that we'll certainly be monitoring as we move forward, as we think about how those services are provided, if that fee waiver, if that fee exemption continues to make sense. But our recommendation at this time is to have this clarification so we're treating like students with like students in terms of when this waiver applies.
Any questions or thoughts from members of the board? Regent Lozar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Buchanan. Certainly appreciate all the work on this. This set of policy changes, I know for a while we've heard from distance learners just a question about why should these sort of fees apply to us if we're not on campus. So we heard that a lot actually during the pandemic. So I think job well done of finding a way to get these fees right for those types of students. And this is seeming familiar it must have been from a discussion in Dillon, but I'm wondering if there was any discussion of the folks who worked on this policy around each campus setting their own objective measures for the waiving of these select fees, and is there any concern that we might have of, apple to oranges, or creating an experience across the system that may not be equal for students who are taking distance learning courses?
Regent Lozar, Chair Buchanan, that's a really good question. It is something that we debated at some length. Really, there's two challenges that we're trying to assess. First is, can we set an objective measure that works across all of our institutions, different driving times, different communities, kind of the actual observed which students are coming to campus from different commuting zones, and having some difficulty coming up with a single measure that was sensible across all of those institutions. The second component is more operations, and it's that in order to understand when an exemption is due, campuses need to have some source of data that they can gather to quickly and objectively identify, yes, this student is due that exemption and this student is not. I think that we weren't confident at this time that we could set a single measure that, given the different processes at local campuses, would be similarly easy to implement in a single way system-wide. It's something where our intent is to have some process to understand what measures campuses are setting at the local level so that we can keep an eye and understand if we do have some substantial disparities on where these exemptions are being provided.
Excellent. That's very helpful background. Can you just help me understand what are some of the considerations of some of those objective measures? I think I heard you say distance to campus, drive time, what are some of the other considerations? Or considerations already being used now?
Yeah, well, and campuses currently set their own considerations for distance, and some of those I think would persist. Many of those include zip code or county residence, in large part because those are items that they can easily gather on an application or through information that they get in the admissions process.
Thank you.
Great questions. Any others? Deputy Commissioner Teal, it's not lost on me the breadth of scope that you have under your purview. Thank you. I think one of the big takeaways in our conversation at the committee level was this is a response very much to what we learned over the last 4 or 5 years, and we may be adjusting them again, and that's the duty of this board and of that office to constantly review the applicability. And I just can't thank you and your team enough for your leadership as it relates to keeping your eyes on this. Thank you. I think that might be the list of items that I see for this. Madam Chair, I might defer to you. We had talked about taking a break. I know that we don't want to wrap up so early that public comment is pushed out or start too much early. Would you like to take a break and reconvene for the final 2 items?
Sure. Let's go ahead and take that break and come back at 3, I think would work. And then if we're done a little bit before then, we'll adjust public comment as necessary.
That's perfect.
I just want to make one statement. I just think in general, there is so much work that happens at the ARSA committee. And then when the individuals, particularly on the request a plan, come up and present these wonderful things and we have no questions, I really don't want that to be because we're not interested, we don't have questions. So much of the work we've reviewed in the ARSA committee. So I think we feel like we know a lot. And I just want to say that publicly. It just is such important and great work that happens before this meeting. And so we have no questions. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm just trying to be sensitive to appearing to not necessarily be caring, because we do care and we're very interested. And so thank you for that great work that happens in that committee.
Yeah, great segue to wrap up at this stage before we recess, but a big thank you to the many, many people, not only at OCHI, but across the academic departments within our campuses that have led the well-organized presentation of these proposals. Thank you for that comment. Regent Lozar.
Oh, yeah, I would just underscore this, join the conversation, underscore the importance of all the work that's happening before. And, for members of the public who are kind of listening to the discussion, certainly we've had the committee discussions on each one of these items, but we've gotten so much better over the years of answering questions in the supporting documentation. So we looked at the executive summaries for each of these plans, but the supporting documentation has answers to any question that we might have. And I think as a board, we've done a good job of teeing up the campuses to provide the information that we need, so we're not asking a lot of these questions.
Yeah. To the process, a lot of those documents are evolving as the committee meetings occurring prior to this public presentation. And so again, just a compliment to the focus that the folks involved in these presentations certainly bring. I appreciate that, Joyce. Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Teal had one final comment.
Unfortunately, I think that Regent Lozar may have stolen my thunder, which is, there is an incredible amount of work that goes into this documentation at the campus level through faculty curriculum review processes. After this stage, I also want to provide some recognition to Ange King, who pulls together the executive summary, and also to Regent Lozar, who suggested some addendums to that executive summary in terms of OCHI provided labor market information, cost analysis, summaries of the discussion that happens at the CAO and the ARSA committee call level beforehand. So for you as regents, as well as for the public, those are useful resources to summarize a mountain of work that goes into this process so that we have well-prepared proposals for discussion when they reach this table.
We'll take a recess until 3 o'clock. Enjoy your outdoor adventure time.
All right, thank you, Todd. We are going to go ahead and get started back with our ARSA committee agenda continuation.
Excellent. Thank you, Chairman Dombrowski. Academic review items. Deputy Commissioner Teal, would you help us scope out this item? Thank you.
Chair Buchanan, happy to. We saw the request to plan items. Those are the starting point of academic proposals coming to you for approval. The academic approval memo is kind of the end point. It's where proposals have gone back to campuses with your blessing to plan, have had a lot more detail, including budget, enrollment figures, staffing, coursework, and curriculum added to them. Those come to the Commissioner's office, those come to the CAOs during monthly calls for review and final approval. And it also includes a number of items that you have wholly delegated to the campuses or to the OG staff to review and approve. These are the academic approvals from March and April. There's a wealth of information, and we're happy to open it up and dive in if there are any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. To Chair Dombrowski's point, 279 pages of organized and prepared proposals there. Thank you. Any comments or questions, or anyone want to pull any one item out for discussion? Again, thank you for your diligence, Joe, as it relates to our responsibilities there. For our final item, I'll invite Director Miller and Director Hacker to the podium. Earlier, I commented on the breadth of activities under the ARSA committee. Director Miller, we know you wear a ton of hats, and with your new colleague, Director Hacker, at your sideline, we're excited to dive into a strategic priority of this board now going back quite well, as long as I think we've existed, but certainly been elevated in the last 5, 6, 7 years, and under your leadership, just very excited about where this topic continues to stay so relevant and germane, and always with progress to report. So I yield the microphone to you two. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Chair Buchanan. Nice to see all of you this afternoon. And yes, we do have progress to share and updates to share today. I want to, this is more of an overview presentation of some of the activities and needs going on in the system. So we're not focusing on any one specific thing today. I want to acknowledge that this board has very consistently prioritized student mental health to your credit. It is arguably the #1 barrier to student success, to retention and degree completion, and so rightly so should be a priority of this board in our system. We have been working consistently over and pretty deliberately and meticulously over the past couple of years to really build our system capacity to do work in this area. We know that campuses are doing tremendous work. You heard a little bit about that this morning when the board honored Jerry Gerard for his commitment to student mental health. There's just so much going on in the system at individual campuses, and we know that we need to continue to do this work at OCHI at the system level and kind of be a force multiplier for the work happening at the individual campuses. We have taken steps over the past few years to build our system capacity to do just that. You've heard a lot about strengthening our MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force. You've heard a lot about the work we've done to do some high quality data gathering through our Healthy Minds study, through the National College Health Assessment that's administered system-wide. All of those things are really important and pointing us in the direction that we need to go and pointing us to the greatest and most common need across our campuses. We have also, very thankfully, built capacity at our system office in having Dr. J.C. Hacker join our team to focus specifically on student mental health. We can't do this work without expert people. And so we're very happy to have JC we've put all the building blocks in place, and now we are ready to kind of take our next leap into some of the work that we think our system could really benefit from in this area. Dr. Hacker is going to share a little bit about, just in her short 6 months that she's been with us, some of the work that she's done. She'll pull out a few highlights, and these really are just highlights. There's no way to be comprehensive here, though we do have a little bit of time. So if there's more questions, we can certainly answer those. But Dr. Hacker is going to share a little bit about what she's been doing over the past 6 months, and then we're going to discuss where we think we should go moving forward in the future and what direction our system needs to take regarding student mental health. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hacker.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. I'm excited to be here to share this update with you. Obviously, this is something I'm very passionate about. It's work I really enjoy doing, and hopefully this update today will really illustrate for you the amazing things that are happening across the system and how we can work to amplify those efforts and enhance them moving forward. So we're going to start first as just a quick update where we are with our mandated student training development. If you recall, this is going to be something that's built within our system just for Montana students that will replace what we're currently using Vector for to fulfill the requirements for Title IX training, the Violence Against Women Act training, the Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act, and we're also going to be putting some well-being information into that training as well. So we've made some really great progress on this, which is really exciting. It's a lot of fun to have this come together. What we wanted to do with this training is to create a holistic approach so that we could talk about these topics of substance use, sexual assault, and well-being together so that students really felt like they were being seen as whole people. In order to do that, we took a bystander intervention approach. And so we're using the themes of caring for yourself, caring for each other, being kind, and working hard as Montana values that can transcend their experiences on our campuses and then into their lives beyond that. We've had a lot of fun in playing around with what that will look like. What we settled on was the inclusion of student stories and student narratives about those topics and what their lived experiences are on our campuses. And so we are halfway through that filming of those students, and it's been a lot of fun to hear from them and see the messages coming forward. I'm really excited to see how this comes up, and we will have this ready to pilot with the Spring 25 cohort, with the campuses who are first implementing the Canvas learning system. So we've got good progress. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. We have two amazing advisory committees that are helping with this. And I want to just kind of highlight the members of those committees. Some of them are here today, so if you see them, please tell them thank you for their work. I want to emphasize the work that Regent Yeager has done with us in guiding the student part of this and really kind of driving home those Montana values, thinking about it from more rural student perspectives and really lived experiences for that leadership piece as well. So thank you, Regent Yeager. I also want to highlight one other student. She's not here today, but her team is here. But Katie Delker from MSU has really been a leader and a driving voice behind this work. She has a lot of passion for these topics, and she has just been outstanding in helping us find students who can help us with the content and helping drive the content. She's going to continue to work with us through the summer and into next year to make sure that we have a product that will really speak to our students and fulfill those legal obligations that we have. So thank you so much for those advisory committees. Moving on. Actually, I'll stop. We will provide a really robust update about that training once we're ready to roll it out. So that was just kind of a quick update there. Coming up, which is really exciting, is we have a professional development opportunity that will be hosted on UM's campus next week. This is professional development for our behavioral intervention teams. And for those who might not be familiar with these teams, they are on each of our campuses to evaluate student behavior that has elevated to a point where it may pose a risk to the health and safety of themselves or our campuses. And so this professional development is really important so they can really apply those research-based assessments and make sure that student rights and responsibilities are upheld and that they're keeping that safety of campus front and center. We're really excited to do this next week. The UM team has been amazing in putting this together for us. We have 64 folks who will be joining us for that training. And if you do the math on what we're saving by doing this together as a system, it's pretty significant. And so I think that that's just a great example of this collaboration piece that we can do to be cost effective and really collaborative in the work that we do across the system. So shout outs to the UM team for putting this together. It takes a lot of work to organize, to plan, and to really put on an event that is worthwhile for us, so thank you. Okay, so what I've been doing this year, which has been so much fun for me, in addition to developing this training, which is also very important, is visiting campuses across the system and engaging in conversations with student affairs colleagues and the things that they have going on and the things that they're worried about, the things that keep them awake at night, the things they're excited about, and just really getting a good understanding of the culture on each of our campuses. I have a handful that I wasn't able to make it to because of weather. We will get to those this summer. But I have a couple of big takeaways from this. The first is that our campuses have done some really amazing work in grassroots efforts to really address some of the needs that they have identified. I will highlight one university because we're here. Northern has an amazing team of volunteers who come from all corners of campus. And you heard from a couple of them today for their request to plan, some faculty members who get together weekly to plan student activities. And they do this on top of their normal job duties to make sure that the students on this campus feel as though they belong, that they have a place here, and it just fills that social need that our students have. And it's just such a fun example of how campuses have just been really innovative in meeting those needs that they have identified. There are some other examples of what is happening across the system. One other mention too is, since he was here today also, is Jerry Gerard. The training he does at MSUB is really wonderful. I don't know that it was mentioned, he also does that out in the community as well. And so he really is an asset to not just MSUB, but the greater community, which I think is something to brag about too. The second takeaway here is that we have a need, and this has been clear in a lot of conversations that I know you had before I started and is continuing still. Primarily around resources, that we need to have more people doing the work. We need to have collaboration together as we work forward on these efforts. Training is important to our campuses to make sure that those who are working with students have the best understanding of how to support students' well-being, including faculty. I think we heard that loud and clear at the Board of Regents meeting in Dillon when we met with the faculty and heard those stories about how they're engaging with students and their mental health. And so these needs are common across the system, and they're important. And we'll go into why that's important, I think, next. So these numbers are from the 2023 Gallup report. The 2024 numbers were published last week. I did not update this, but I can say that the percentages are very, very similar. What we're looking at here is data on students who consider stopping out and students who do not enroll. And so those top three numbers, so 41% of students surveyed reported they had considered stopping their studies. And of that 41%, 55% stated that emotional stress was the reason for that. And 47% stated that it was personal mental health reasons that they considered stopping out. I think it's important to note as well that those two reasons were number 1 and number 2. They came in above cost, which I think is something that's really important considering some of the things that we've heard today about why students may not be retained. And that last number 4, that's the reason that students don't enroll to begin with, is because of personal mental health struggles and emotional stress. So not only are we struggling to keep students when they're at the institutions because of mental health and well-being issues, we're also struggling to get them through the door. So we have a recruitment and a retention issue that can be addressed through these efforts. I think that's, I would encourage you to look at that report. The link is here on the slide. It's really fascinating because it does highlight some other issues related to student retention, completion, attitudes about college. These are national data. It will be interesting to see what we can find when we get some Montana-specific information from the Healthy Minds Survey to look at. Okay, So all of that together brings us to what we want to be doing and thinking about next, which is really conducting a thorough needs assessment across the system to identify where our big gaps are, where our priorities are, where we have, common concerns. We've heard loud and clear from folks why this is important. We have some really, really great frameworks that we can lean on as we move forward with this, this process. So what we hope will happen as a result of this assessment is that we can better capitalize on funding opportunities as they come to our attention. So a recent example that we had is, the SAMHSA grant, which is run through this substance use prevention. I'm not going to get all the letters right. I hope you all know what that is. But they have a grant that goes out every year to help with suicide prevention efforts on campuses. And it's not a huge amount of funding, but it's something. And it unifies us together in addressing some of the very, very important pieces of suicide prevention. And as we talked with our leaders on campuses about applying for this grant, what we really recognized is that we don't have a clear understanding of what our top priorities are. We know we have priorities, we know we have needs, but we haven't done a really good job of quantifying those and to getting everyone on the same page and moving forward with that. So that was just another example of why this is important for us to do, in addition to addressing all those other issues. This will also allow our campuses to align their efforts with the system efforts. So hopefully what we can do with strategic planning at the system level is to kind of shore up some easy places. So we might be able to connect some resources that already exist on campus. We may be able to scale something that's working really well on one campus onto another campus. And so we'll already at the front end be able to identify some I guess, low-hanging fruit. I hate to use that term, but I think it's applicable here. And that will allow our campuses to focus on the higher level priorities. As they match with what the system is focused on, we can move together as we make progress in these areas. We'll use the data that we're collecting now through the Healthy Minds survey, as well as what we've collected through the NCHA survey, as kind of that foundational piece as a benchmark of where we're starting, and measure our progress as we move forward. Just an update on the Healthy Minds study that went out for fall and spring semester across the system. We're really excited to get those results back, and we think that we'll have those this summer that we can share with you in the fall, which should be really fun to see what Montana looks like. I think that the thing connected to that, and if you'll just go back, sorry. The most important thing I just really want to emphasize here is that this is really going to result in a shared understanding of how we prioritize those critical needs. And when we have that shared understanding, we can be very agile and mobile as we move forward and opportunities present themselves and as we want to collaborate as a system. And so that's the goal here. We hope to have a really nice presentation that we can share about how this will look moving forward. And the next slide kind of outlines, I'm not going to belabor this is Strategic Planning 101, how we will do this. Again, we will, and you can go to the next slide. We'll lean on existing frameworks for this work. We have a couple of really great ones already with the JED Foundation comprehensive approach to student well-being and suicide prevention. The Suicide Prevention Resource Center also has a really nice framework that we can use for our assessment and then moving forward with that strategic planning as well. We can lean on some of our campuses who have already done this work through the JED Foundation. MSU has done that, so they've got some experts there who can make sure that we're following those appropriately. And the timeline of this, like I said, this is 101. We can come back to this if anybody has questions, but it's going to be fun. And if you want to go to the next one, this is an intentionally ambitious timeline. And the reason for that is that we need to be prepared. We need to have an answer when somebody comes to us and says, we have funding, how can we use it? And so we will begin this work this summer, and we will move forward with hopes to have some recommendations ready by fall of 25. And that will, of course, that work will happen embedded in between this rollout of our training across campuses. And so these are some of the actions that will take place here. And we will work alongside our current mental health and suicide prevention task force in identifying a working group that will have representation from across the system so that we can have some really diverse and robust input into this process as it moves forward. So this is not to replace the work of that task force. It will happen alongside what they have already identified as priorities and to really kind of amplify some of the work that they have already completed. And I think with that, I will pass it back to Director Miller to carry us home.
Thanks, Stacy. So I just want to wrap up by offering a few comments. Sometimes I think we come to the board with information items that are sort of board education. Sometimes we come to the board with updates on strategic priorities. I want to say a little bit about how this won't go, and then a little bit about how this will go. So this will not go like in a year and a half we come to you and give you all these fabulous updates about the impact that this has made, okay? Eventually, yes, that will come. What this will look like is us coming to you after going through this process of inviting campus stakeholders, talking to experts, gathering data, doing analysis, working with our task force, developing a set of recommendations. This will look like us coming to you with a set of recommendations that will definitely require your leadership, that may require resources, that may require some policy, that may require us to act as a body together to collaborate with entities, outside of the university system. We wanted to do this today because it's very important to getting to us for this process to be successful and to actually do the work that we would like it to do, to get your engagement, endorsement, leadership in going forward, and for all of us to kind of understand that, the model that we've been using, we've had some recommendations in place since 2016. Those are wonderful, those continue to hold, they continue to be best practices. As we have expanded our scope from focusing more on suicide prevention and clinical services to broadening out along a continuum of care and kind of building in well-being into the fabric of our institutions, we need a compass. We need a direction to go in, and we need our whole system to kind of be on board with that. That's not a totally new plan from OCHI that's going to come down to campuses. That's a plan that's going to be informed by campuses, that's identifying the common needs across the system and unifying us into the most important, most impactful strategies. So we are coming to you to share that, this is step one in a path ahead that will end in fall 2025 when we come to you with recommendations, but we really do need your engagement and endorsement of kind of going forward. And we invite you to ask us how that's going, request updates, think about what kinds of needs you see, be in communication with us about that. So, there's a lot to say here about what things we think might come out of that, and we can visit about that, talk about that. But for now, I just want to reiterate that this is kind of a launching point for us to collaborate with you, our campus leaders, our student affairs and mental health folks. And we are excited and eager to do the work, but it will be work for all of us going forward. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair Buchanan.
Director Hector, Director Miller, thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Got a few of them. Chair Dombrowski.
Thanks, that's great update. I don't know what the right word is to use. I continue to think about the well-being of the people in society, and so then it's beyond the student, and it includes the staff and the faculty. Of course, you heard that, and then it's like boiling the ocean, and then it gets too big, and where do we start? But I can't help but think they're so influential upon one another. And then I'm thinking about the student who finally got the FAFSA and the 11th hour financial aid in his kind of running to a campus, not like almost in chaos from the very beginning and expecting some level of service, and then a faculty member who's maybe new and starting in that intersection. I mean, it just sort of feels like, is there an opportunity to think about this beyond the student without sort of losing the focus for the student?
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair Dombrowski. We will work with our team in establishing that scope and putting some good boundaries on it, because I think if we don't, we could cover everything, because everything is connected to student well-being. But faculty and staff well-being has to be part of the conversation. We cannot take care of our students if we are not well, and we heard that loud and clear in March. And so part of this effort will be looking at what training we provide for employees across the system to prepare them for those situations. The BIT training is another example that will be included in that. So this assessment will not only look at early intervention for students, so faculty who can identify those early warning signs, but also the higher end of that spectrum when we're looking at threat to campus. And so there are a lot of pieces involved in that. It could be mentorship, advising, financial aid, basic needs. All of those things can be part of this assessment. And so based on the feedback from the group we establish, we will put those boundaries together, but there is no way we can move forward with this without thinking about the impact it will have on our employees. So yes, absolutely.
Regent Lozar. I think Chair Dombrowski sort of asked my question, and so I appreciate your response, particularly focusing on the employee side, the faculty, staff, the administration, and I think what I just heard was, no, we're going to focus on student well-being. That is kind of the bread and butter. That is our primary spotlight that we're using. I do urge us, though, to think a little bit differently about how we get to a deeper understanding of the mental health issues and the opportunities, interventions for the 9,000 of us that are working in the system, that are delivering, all the education that our students need. So I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's an added needs assessments that just focuses on our employees, but I just reflect on the discussion we had with faculty in March, and it was almost as I would have expected. The question was around faculty well-being, and at least the table I was sitting at, the faculty talked about all that they're doing to address student well-being and didn't want to talk about their own well-being, while also kind of showing us some layers of challenges that they or others are experiencing. So we didn't get a chance to actually hit it head on, and I think we should as a system. 9,000 is a lot of people that are doing the work. So I don't have any solutions. I just want to elevate what Chair Dombrowski said, is like, I think there's more that we can do in that space. And there may be things nationally that we might want to look at with regard to how other systems or colleges are addressing the mental health needs of their staff. Maybe to jump into a question, on the second to last slide under resources, it says additional resources needed. I appreciate, Christine, that you just said we might be coming to you for some additional resources. And I'm just curious if you have done an environmental scan of maybe some of the systems or campuses that are ahead of us, and what are some of the resources that they're deploying in their communities that we may be thinking about, both from an intervention and an implementation perspective, but from a budgetary perspective as well.
Chair Buchanan, Regent Lozar, thanks for the question. I'm going to answer that question, but I'm going to go back to your comments about faculty and staff well-being. I think it is, just like Dr. Hecker said, I mean, we can't expect that we do student well-being work if our faculty and staff who are providing that support to students are not well themselves. I mean, logically, but also the research tells us that, right? I think that part of this process, JC and I will engage with Director Devant, for sure, Mary Lackenbreck, who just, Mary doesn't often show up at these meetings, but if there is one person more passionate about employee well-being than Mary, find them. So I'm really hoping that we can collaborate well with those great partners and kind of follow their lead on how student mental health and well-being and employee well-being kind of intersect and how we can work together. I'll also say that part of our work with the Healthy Minds study, we fielded a survey not just to students, but to employees also. So I think those findings will tell us a lot, both about what employees are experiencing in our system, what their needs are in terms of supporting students, and what their own needs are as employees. So again, just reiterating the importance of that data collection. To your other question, yes, there are some really good examples of work being done both in our system and at other institutions. There's a lot of things happening in our system right now that are kind of in pilot phases, and the barrier is, some of these have shown tremendous impact. The barrier then is, what do sustainable resources or changing our infrastructure look like? Some examples of those include using telehealth services as kind of a complement to existing campus counseling services. When we say telehealth services, that is kind of a whole range of things, from peer-to-peer support, like professional monitored peer-to-peer support, education and training that is targeted, actual, clinical counseling, crisis support. There's kind of a whole range in there. A few of our campuses have been using those services kind of on and off over the years, and we've learned a lot. There's still a lot to learn, but I think one of the big questions in that regard is, budget and funding. We've had some good conversations about cost and what that looks like, and I think you can expect to hear a bit more about that when we come out of this process, and of course we can, provide some specific detail there. Some of the other really exciting pilots that have been happening in the system that I think are worth our consideration for addressing this kind of broader continuum of care, again, resources and staff. University of Montana has a really great pilot program that is embedding well-being specialists into departments. So there are graduate students in programs like Masters of Social Work who are doing their supervised clinical experience, that's part of their degree program, by providing services to other students on campus. It's in a supervised environment, professional faculty supervisors, but then the program is also coordinated by UM's Director of Wellness, I think Kaylee's title is. And that program is just exceptional. It's very creative. It does all of the things, right? It's like non-clinical services, case management. It's more peer-to-peer. They've developed kind of a faculty or staff can flag students who seem like they're in distress. They get a report. It's just really, really smart and good. And also, those graduate students then get that supervised experience that they need as part of their degree program, but they're doing it in a campus setting. We have many, many graduate programs that are in counseling, social work, or some kind of mental health adjacent field that require that supervised clinical experience, and I think we can expand in those areas and increase clinical and non-clinical services on our campuses. So those are just a couple of things that come to mind when you ask if there are things that other campuses are doing where funding is a barrier to doing more and better, and I think those are really promising avenues and something we'll definitely explore.
Regent Yeager.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. First of all, I'd just like to thank you to Director Miller, Director Hacker. I can just see the personal investment and passion that you guys have towards our students, their well-being, and just their ability to feel and be able to find a home on campus. The work you guys have done, and Director Hacker, in just this short time that you've been here, the impact that you've made is so immense and incredible. And to the idea of staff and faculty well-being, I often wonder, our staff and faculty have this same passion for our students' well-being as you guys do. And working in an elementary this year, the level of behaviors and struggles and trauma that our students are facing now. It is incredible, it is daunting, and it is something that we need to be addressing because it's a wave that's going to be hitting higher education. And I wonder if by attacking these students' well-being first, if we will be helping our staff and faculty, because we will be taking away that feel of failure or inability to help those students that I think often is what is so defeating in being an educator.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. I appreciate that comment, and one of the things that I'm thinking about is how once we have a clear path forward in our priorities and the resources we need to address those priorities, my hope is that will alleviate some of the anxiety that our employees have about how to support student well-being, because institutionally we will be better prepared to support those students through the correct avenues. Now, there's no wrong door. We want students to be requesting care wherever they feel comfortable, but once we have the resources we need to address student concerns from the very, very, very far upstream all the way down to the crisis level, I think our employees will feel a sigh of relief that they can then focus on what they're here for, which is to educate our students. So thank you for that comment, Regent Yeager.
Excellent comments and questions. Anybody else? Certainly a dynamic issue. I'm reflecting on the last couple of years, and particularly former Chair Rogers' focus on elevating this and just what we're uncovering as we go through the process. You know, and you put the oxygen mask on yourself before you help others. Or real simple things that I think we're finding and elevating. I'll just wrap up with echoing the comments from Regent Yeager. The clear personal connection, professional aptitude and connection to this really makes me feel and us feel that we're addressing this appropriately. And as we've said numerous times, there's not a finish line in this project. It's going to evolve, and the way we identify and address the tactics that we're going to deploy are going to evolve. And just cannot, on behalf of this body, thank you two enough and the folks on the campuses that you engage to so humbly take on this task. And thank you so much. We'll look forward to that list of marching orders. When you're ready, Director Miller, we'll be ready. Again, any final comments or thoughts? Christine, Jackie, Stacy, anything? Okay. Thank you very much. Fantastic work.
Thank you.
Humbling work. Well, Regent Lozar, it wasn't 27 minutes, but I took a half-hour recess, and we're a half hour early. Chair Dombrowski, I yield the microphone. Thank you.
I don't know what to do with this competitive spirit, other than to suggest that we might take yet, I don't know, one more break until 4. Can we go with public comment? We think we can go with it?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. A lot of outside effort today. Yeah. I am. Through my good leadership, we are an hour ahead. Yes, please.
Take advantage of the time, if I might. I know, again, referencing the depth and breadth of work that Deputy Commissioner Teal works on. I'd love an update on the Tech Hub, on where we're at, what next steps look like. Give us an update, sir. Thank you for corralling that, too.
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, glad to. I'll tell you, the Tech Hub has been quite a process and quite an opportunity for the state of Montana. Again, we're anticipating that only 5 or 6 tech hubs will receive funding. We were fortunate last fall to receive a designation, kind of an invitation to that opportunity for funding. That led to substantial work across a huge variety of stakeholders and organizations, businesses, state agencies, a fair share of our campuses in the university system contributing to one of the more complicated applications for funding that I've witnessed. 8 separate applications touching on workforce initiatives and efforts, on investments in technology transfer, investments in specific new equipment and facilities that would be jointly operated between universities and particular members in industry and the optics, photonics, ag, vehicle development, autonomy, AI spaces, all with the goal of making Western Montana a growing hub for technology development and deployment in optics and photonic sensors, and in particular in their use in drones, vehicles, applications to industries in mining, ag, defense. So a massive, massive team. Many thanks to, in particular, the Montana Chamber of Commerce, the Montana Department of Commerce, University of Montana, Montana State University, Montana Tech, who played particularly important leadership roles in pulling together and tying together this big, complicated coalition to, in record time, submit a large application. The next steps, we expect that sometime in July we'll learn if we were successful. What successful means here would be a $75 million investment by the federal government in the state of Montana over the next 2 years, with options for that to continue and expand. And also the realization of tens of millions of dollars in other state and industry and university investment into this tech space and this tech hub. Starting on Sunday evening and continuing to the middle of next week, there will be more than 100 folks from across this consortium meeting in Missoula to continue planning. Whether or not we're funded, good work is going to come out of this collaboration and this work. We think that we have a really good chance of being funded, and those plans are really going to start in earnest on Monday. I will say, even since submitting our application a month and a half ago, Department of Commerce has been hosting optics and photonics companies at a rate of about 1 or 2 a week, who had learned about our designation, learned about the potential federal investment, and are interested in siting in Montana. Your campuses have helped in hosting several of those companies. We've had discussions about them with them about training programs and training opportunities, not just in this corridor, but more broadly. And so this is an area where Montana was on the map before, and we're certainly more on the map now. And there's a great team in Western Montana, and with substantial contribution by your universities, who are doing their utmost to use that confidence boost to best effect. Last person I'd just like to recommend and to recognize, who many of you will have met, but if you haven't, I hope you meet soon, is that we have an interim regional innovation officer, the lead of this Tech Hub effort. His name is Tim Van Rieken. He's been a longtime NSF program officer who has kindly come in to both wrangle this application and also continue since then to keep the discussions going and the good work going within this consortium and growing it to spaces that we didn't have the time to explore when developing the application. So with that, Regent Buchanan, exciting time. I hope that we have great news for you all in July, but regardless, you should know that this has been a really valuable process that's put Montana on the map.
Thank you. Any other?
Sorry, Madam Chair, timeline sort of keeps getting accelerated. Do we have any evidence that that's going to happen, or is that a guess at this point?
It's an educated guess.
Okay,
yes.
I like that.
We'll say each step of this process has happened more quickly than we anticipated. So I put some broad error bounds on that guess, please. And at some point we will for sure learn if we're successful. The one other thing that I'll note, we shared with this board our campus's success and our region's success with a similar program, a related program, called the National Science Foundation Regional Innovation Engines. We had, I believe nationwide, 40 of those engines identified at a pilot stage. 4 were within our region with substantial contributions from UM and MSU. 2 in our state, one focused on the quantum information sciences supply chain, the other focused on precision forestry, rangeland management. We're entering the next phase of determining if those are going to be funded similarly as a huge investment in R&D in our region. We'll have, I believe, through around the end of the year to develop those applications. Similar great meetings happening early next week from both of those groups in that competition. That competition, if successful, would be another $160 million potentially investment over the decade. And if either of the Montana applications that are successful, or if applications that we're involved in North Dakota are particularly successful. So I think a lot of diligent work by our campus research officers over the past 3 or 4 years, not just in Montana, but in the region, have built up the momentum for rural states to have an opportunity in these type of applications where historically we just haven't. And we think we've built a good coalition across technology spaces that make sense together so that we're able to unite and put forward a good foot that even though there's been fewer examples in the past of rural states leading in some of these high-tech spaces, we have one of the best cases in the nation for Montana and our larger region to be that leader in this new era in this new theory of federal science and technology support.
Tremendous. Thank you. All right, we'll move to public comment then. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment?
Chairman Dombrowski, Regents, Commissioner Christian. My name is Dale Schuler. I am a farmer in north central Montana. I serve on the Montana Ag Experiment Station Advisory Council, and I also represent Montana State University at the Association of Public Land Grant Universities Council on Ag Research, Extension, and Teaching. I'm here today to ask the Board of Regents to support a $1.5 million increase in the Ag Experiment Station operations budget. On my farm, over the last 3 years, I've seen an unprecedented increase in operations cost. Looking back on the average expenditures for the years 2015 through 2020, compared to what I've spent on the years 2021 through 2023, I've seen a 154% increase in operating costs. That's for things like fertilizer, fuel, crop protection products, labor, equipment, repairs. Our Montana Ag Experiment Stations have to bear similar costs in the operations and conducting research on our 7 Ag Experiment Stations that are located around the state of Montana. Without an increase in the budget, they'll have to curtail a lot of the research that benefits the producers here in Montana. Furthermore, MSU never recouped the budget cuts that was made to the Montana Ag Experiment Station budget in the years 2010 through 2013. Innovation takes place in a lot of different forms. On the Ag Experiment Stations, they do transformative research that is tried and tested and demonstrated for the producers to take back to their farms and implement on those farms to make them more profitable. So again, I would like to ask you to consider a $1.5 million increase in the Montana Ag Experiment Station operations budget.
Thank you, Mr. Schuler. Is there any other in-person public comment?
Hello. Sorry, I made it in just under the wire. I'd like to thank everybody for coming up here. My name is Ryan McCormick. I'm an agricultural producer from just west of town here. I also serve on the Northern Ag Research Center Advisory Council, where I represent them on the Montana Ag Experiment Station Advisory Council. Just like to talk to you a minute about the value added initiative that you guys have already seen and are supporting. Certainly appreciate that. I think obviously the possibilities are endless for the value added for the #1 industry in our state. The other thing I wanted to briefly touch on was the Precision Ag building in the LRBP. We also appreciate your support in that and hope that that's something we see through. I mean, I've written articles on it. We obviously know about the mechanical revolution, the green revolution in agriculture, and I believe we're now in the midst of the precision ag, the technology revolution in agriculture. So certainly want to thank you guys for that. And the other thing, the Montana Ag Experiment Station Advisory Council has been discussing with expansion of our breeding programs, with the pulse breeding program coming online and the Durham breeding program really ramping up. We would also request from the advisory council outside the university to have $300,000 per biennium for the non-tenure track faculty to ramp up those breeding programs and help us out with those. Sure appreciate your time. Apologies for being late. So a bit rushed and out of decorum slightly, but
It's all good.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
that.
McCormick. Yeah, it's all good. Thank you for coming. It's all good. Is there any other public? Oh, do you have more comment?
You took the clicker.
Thank you again. Is there any other in-person public comment? Is there any online public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn the meeting or we'll recess the meeting for today. I'm going to turn over to Chancellor Kegel before we exit, if there's any final comments for the day.
Just that we've got a big reception that is going to start any minute. They're ready for us at the Diesel Tech Center. You can take either one of the pathways down the hill, and you shouldn't miss it. There's a band and balloons and all that good stuff going on down there, so not really. But everybody's welcome. Please come down.
Thank you for the invitation. And again, thanks to all who are here, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the second day of the Board of Regents meeting. I wanted to alert my fellow regents that Regent Bao is online this morning with us again, and I thank you, Lauren, for joining us. So we'll jump right into the two-year and community college committee, and I'll turn it over to Chair Southworth.
Good morning, everyone. This morning we've got a couple policy updates. 301 series, 30112, Deputy Commissioner Teal will take. And then 30117, we'll have Christine Miller and Dr. Lauren Fern come up to the podium. Then we're going to morph into Department of Corrections, a prison education update from Ange King and Dr. Sandy Bauman. Kind of excited to get into this one. I encourage the regents to to ask questions. This is kind of a this specific topic at this point in time, I think can be thought about broadly. There's going to be some specific challenges that probably we don't quite understand and how the partnership would work with, it being at prison. But still, big minds, big thoughts, lots of people in this room that I think could start thinking about it, and also partners in Helena. Then we're going to save Ange a walk, and we'll do a sprint degree update, which excited to hear about. And last and not least, we have a kind of a powerhouse panel here of two-year leaders. We're Dr. Stephen Dawn, Dr. Stephanie Gray, and Dr. Karen Vanderveer will come up and talk about what's going on, and then also I'd just like to encourage the regents to if you've got a question to prompt. I know Joe and I both have some that we've been talking about. So short agenda. We will not beat the land speed record set by budget yesterday, but we're definitely going to be ahead of ARSA yesterday. So with that, Deputy Commissioner Teal, if you want to mic up.
Shots fired. Regent Southworth, thank you so much. Yes, we'll start with policy 301.12. This was noticed to the regents at your last meeting. It's benefited greatly from lots of review and discussion, in particular by your two-year leaders. This policy sets out the undergraduate degree requirements and definitions of undergraduate degrees at the two-year and certificate level. And we undertook these revisions because we recognized a couple of things. First, that there were some credentials that are worth awarding because they recognize students' academic progress, because they recognize or can be built around industry credentials that did not currently, weren't clearly or currently defined in our policy. A good example there is the Certificate of General Studies. We've awarded those for some time. They're a recognition that students have completed a general education curriculum. They're very useful for the healthy proportion of students at our two-year institutions who transfer, but transfer before earning a full associate's degree. They give their transfer institution the knowledge that that student shouldn't be asked to repeat lower division gen eds according to board policy. It wasn't clear where that credential really fit within our definition, so we're creating a new category. Similarly, shorter certificates. We have examples in commercial driving licensing, other workforce programs where a shorter 9 to 15 credit certificate is a sensible credential to award, but it wasn't one that was defined in our policy. Another goal over time is to have this well aligned with the tracking definitions that we've had in our student information systems, in our student data warehouse. So using this policy change as an opportunity to align our definitions in policy with our definitions in our data infrastructure. Happy to open if there are any questions from members of the board on this policy.
I have a question. Thank you. You explained that there was a lot of feedback in particular. Is there any specific feedback we should be aware of? Thank you.
I think between notice in March and this meeting, the most specific feedback was related to some of the language around career certificates, these shorter certificates. The language that we'd used in our tracking infrastructure for a while on those certificates indicated that they weren't recognized or useful in the workforce, which most of our examples, that's not true. So we wanted to have a review of that definition that didn't have kind of that derogatory mark on those credentials. I mean, many of the examples that we're using at the dual enrollment front in terms of packaging an industry recognized credential within a college credit credential are certainly recognized by industry. So that's the main change between March and now.
Helpful. Wording's powerful. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I guess we could move along to 301.17 if Director Miller and Dr. Fern could step on up.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, good morning. And do you want to pull that policy up? Thank you. So this is our system's new math and writing course placement policy. You saw this as an information item back in November, and we have continued to gather feedback from campuses, our provosts, faculty, our developmental education steering committee, and now this is before you as an action item. There are not too many substantive changes from when it was an information item till now. I do want to just kind of reiterate why we are forwarding this policy and what it does for our students. You know, we have our developmental education steering committee. We've been working on developmental education reform for several years now. This is a really important piece because it establishes a standard set of guidelines that help campuses develop a placement policy that puts students on a path that is the most likely to be successful for them. As you might remember from other discussions and presentations from our Developmental Education Steering Committee, there are, you know, a couple paths when we identify students who have additional need to be, you know, college ready. One of those paths is shown to have be neutral or possibly damaging to students. One of those paths is shown to have really positive impact on students. And so this placement policy, to the degree possible, really asks campuses to put students in college level credit bearing courses and then decide the level of support that they need, rather than placing them in prerequisite courses that they pay for, that students have a lower likelihood of success in, and that often can be damaging for students. So this placement policy does a couple of important things that I'd like to point out. One is that it asks campuses to use multiple measures, so multiple different points to determine where a student ought to be placed. So we're kind of moving away, following national best practices, moving away from cut scores like a standard SAT score or something like that, to really assessing a student holistically. The second important thing is that this policy does ask campuses to the degree possible, place students into college level courses, and to be able to provide justification for maintaining any prerequisite below 100 level courses. We can answer questions about that if folks are interested. The third and another important thing that this policy does is that it creates some reciprocity between campuses, such that if students transfer, if they are at multiple institutions through cross-registration, et cetera, they don't have to take multiple placement tests or be put through multiple placement processes. If we all meet these standard guidelines at minimum, we know that we can accept, one institution can accept another MUS institution's placement determination. That is really important, especially as we are increasingly moving towards systemness, as students are increasingly kind of moving in and out and across institutions. We don't want to have to put that burden on students. So this establishes that reciprocity through some reporting, through work with the Developmental Education Steering Committee, and kind of feedback to campuses. So happy to talk more about the policy. I did want to have Dr. Fern join me, Lauren Fern join me, just to talk a little bit about the process. We tried to do this back in 2016, and at that time, we couldn't quite get to a place of everybody agreeing. So it really is sort of monumental that we are at a place where everybody agrees. We have committed to these basic guidelines, and I think that that process is important to hear.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, for having me. Just really briefly about the process, because I do think that this is quite significant. It's been a really collaborative, iterative process with a lot of robust engagement from stakeholders who are really representative of diverse roles, regions, as well as institutional models. We really needed to take those sorts of things into account as we were looking at these courses. The development of this policy really commenced during our professional development series that our committee ran in spring of 2023, which included nearly a dozen online sessions and culminated at our in-person convening at Missoula College. At that time, we brought in a lot of national leaders and experts so that we could really visit as a system and talk with them. At that convening, it really quickly became abundantly clear that placement was the topic, and it was sort of the elephant in the room that we all needed to address as a system. It was to the point where we actually moved our schedule around at that convening so that we could take a portion of an afternoon to discuss this, and it turned into a really robust large room brainstorming session. And I want to add that it included faculty, staff, registrars, advisors, and academic administrators so that we could really get that holistic perspective. From there, our steering committee has met approximately bi-monthly. We've given the provosts and CAOs a chance to gather 2 rounds of feedback from relevant campus constituents, and then our steering committee would meet and we would deliberate so that we could incorporate them mindfully. There were 2 campuses in particular that had some concerns and some questions, and so Christine, myself, and Sierra went and traveled to these various campuses so that we could meet with them and really hear their concerns and incorporate them so that this policy felt like it could work for everybody. Again, it's really just putting students first and just doing what we know is national best practices for our students to be successful and retain. Thank you.
Questions, comments from the Regents? Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair. Southworth, appreciate all the work on this over the past, what sounds like 7 years, 8 years. I'm glad we're at this point. I think this policy shift in some way is similar to the sort of objective measure that we're using in the distance learning waivers, in the sense that there's some local decision, which I appreciate. I certainly appreciate that. And I think this policy goes a step further where it actually lays out what some of those measures could be that are as guideposts for the campuses. I think similarly, the concern I had is like, is there going to be different treatment of placement at different campuses, and is that going to create, I don't know, just some disruption across the campuses from the student experience? That's just more of a general thought that I have in the back of my head, but I realize in the policy you guys have embedded reporting to OCHI on what those placement models look like and what those metrics are. So I feel like we're in a place, or OCHI's in a place to be able to sort of evaluate like how far distant are some of these measures that the campuses are using. So that gives me a little bit of confidence. It gives me more confidence in this. I am looking at the online policy, the red line, and there are still a couple comments in here. So I'm not sure if those have been resolved, but there is one in particular that would be great to get an answer on, and it's section E, A, under campus reporting. I don't know if Ange can pull that up. It's just a question about, from Hannah, it looks like, a question about who this reporting goes to on that line.
Thank you, Chair Southwest Regent Lozar. We may just have the wrong draft up there, and just to clarify that question, so the policy is accompanied by an implementation manual that has also been through committee development, has gotten feedback from provosts. They've talked to their faculty, staff, advisors, you know, the whole kind of range there. the implementation manual kind of lays out in more detail how that reporting will go. And the general concept is that campuses will share their placement processes and approaches, as well as some metrics on student outcomes that are, we have pretty clear data definitions for those. With the Developmental Education Steering Committee, the steering committee will make a recommendation to OCHE. And then OCHE will, and this is really Deputy Commissioner Teal's role, will connect with campus provosts or CAOs. So that's the kind of reporting process, and we have tasked our provost CAOs with being the kind of conduit from campuses to the steering committee and from OCHE back to campuses. The reporting here is really intended less as a, did you meet this metric, right? Like we have a really good, I'm looking for Tyler. We have a really good performance funding metric that, as you remember, we changed to be more aligned with the outcomes that we want to see. So that is kind of a hard, that's sort of a hard metric. The reporting here is really intended to create dialogue and help us have continuous improvement processes around placement and around developmental education. So it's not intended to be punitive. It's intended to help us all understand how different approaches are working and for which groups of students.
I appreciate that additional detail. I guess the question on the draft is, if this is an old draft, have there been other changes that the board hasn't seen yet? So we know what we're taking action on. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that, Regent Lozar, and apologies for the draft errors.
I'll fill the 20 seconds left with appreciation for the process and the work involved in creating and getting to the point where there's something that's agreed upon. So thanks for the perseverance. I love that word, iterative. I think it's a math word, Dr. Fern, probably, but it really, I think it's just important to recall the process, and it's important to be patient as we work through something that's so incredibly important. So thank you for that.
Regent Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, just an acknowledgement of your guys' recognition of this issue and just all the work that has gone through to get it to the point that it's at today. I just have one question, and perhaps it's a little broader than we can answer today, but I'm curious, when we go through these placements, when we're looking at these students at the individual level, where are we connecting with the student support services to help align these students with that extra aid that could probably help counter and bring them up to where they're at a better level at these entry-level courses?
Chair Southworth, Regent Yeager, that's a good question. So, the policy is not intended to dictate how and where individual campuses kind of do that match between identifying students who have need for additional support and what that looks like. It asks campuses to identify students that need additional support and follow some best practices in providing that. That looks a little different on every campus, and that's kind of by design. What we wanted to do is say, look, we know that there's a set of best practices. We know that there's a way to provide additional support that benefits students, and we know that there's a way that in the past, campuses, and not just us, but across the country, have provided that support that's actually detrimental to students. So let's do the first way. And here are some of the kind of outcomes metrics that we can measure ourselves by. And that space in between of deciding what that looks like is up to individual campuses, as I think it should be. It looks different ways. Often that looks like a co-requisite course, so extra support attached to a college level course. Sometimes it looks like there's an example of linked courses. Sometimes it looks like having graduate students who are in graduate programs for math and writing be teaching assistants or learning assistants or upper division undergraduates in those disciplines providing additional support. It looks many, many different ways, but what we ask is that campuses try to their best possible ability to place students into a college-level credit-bearing course and get those students the support they need. And then on the back end, we look at the outcomes and say, is this what we expect given your student body and their college readiness?
Regent Lozar, we're just going to confirm before the end of the discussion, and if there are amendments, we'll pull it and vote on it in July. Okay. But we're just confirming if we have the right policy text. Apologies for the error.
No worries. Maybe one follow-up. I'm curious if there's anything, or if there's been thought put into, or if there's anything that we've done with regard to, once we update this policy, of making sure we're educating the high school counselors about these shifts and these changes. Just knowing that some high schools are teaching to or prepping students for those traditional placement tests.
Chair Southworth, Regent Lozar, very good question. I'm happy to report that we have the opportunity to connect with our partners at OPI and the Board of Public Education. The Board of Public Education has been working very hard over the last year to develop a set of new content standards for math in particular. Those content standards, the draft of those was just released on, I think, last Friday. So we have a group in the MUS that's part of our DevEd steering committee that will go kind of line by line through those content standards. So those content standards outline, like from kindergarten through 12th grade, what are the expectations, kind of what we call learning outcomes in higher ed. So we will provide feedback and input on the alignment of those content standards to what we consider college readiness. I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to do that and to work so closely at that level. And I think, we continue to work with our K-12 partners to just think about, even if these are the content standards and even if there's alignment curricularly, what can we all do together to continue to support students so that they are college ready? And that could look like things like looking at our high school graduation requirements. It could look at working with the Montana Digital Academy to think about how we address rural teacher shortages in math disciplines. It could be thinking about how we leverage dual enrollment to ensure that anyone who wants to go to college in Montana is ready. So I think that there's a really strong opportunity there, and the Developmental Education Steering Committee has been working really hard to kind of foster that relationship. So,
Commissioner Christian. Mr. Chair, just take a moment to thank everyone for the work on this, but in particular to that question, Regent Lozar's been around long enough to know we've certainly received, let's say, feedback over the years that that's been a bit of a moving target, that it's different at every institution, that the lack of standard has made it very challenging for the K-12 or the high school environment to really sort of find that target and work toward it. So it's that question is the absolute answer to why this work is so important. And students know as they work through their high school career what the target is, and they can work to achieve that without then having to do developmental ed based on what institution they chose or which one they didn't, or all of those things. So that's why that work matters. And Lauren, Christine, all those that participated in this, just want to again express my gratitude for the work. It is a bit of a challenge to get your arms around, and it has been for a long time, but your perseverance has paid off. And I really do think working with K-12, even moving forward, we can help establish that target and make that a lot easier and seamless for students. So thank you for that.
Any other questions, comments?
Director Miller, Dr. Fern, thank you very much. Great work.
At this time, Ange, if you could come up. Dean Bauman will move into Second Chance Pell and prison ed programming. Deputy Commissioner Till, if you have anything that you'd like to tee up on this.
I'll tee up one quick item, which is Dean Bauman was kind enough to invite me to Helena College's recent graduation ceremony for their second cohort in their automotive program, which you will hear more about. And if you have, as Regents, we now have 4 institutions participating in prison education programming. If you have an opportunity to attend one of those ceremonies, I would suggest you do so. They're pretty darn motivating as to why we do this work and the transformative power of education. I'll turn it over to these two to talk more.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. Good morning, Chair Southworth, Regents. I am really honored and thankful to have the opportunity to talk about our Second Chance Pell pilot project as it transitions to becoming a prison education program. And a huge thanks to my colleague, Sandy, for being here to join me this morning. I think it's really important that you hear a system level overview, but more importantly, you hear directly what's happening at a campus and the amount of work and dedicated individuals that are at Helena College, along with our other campuses, but that you hear directly from them. Our goals this morning are really just to provide some background information. I know we have some new regents. This project was first introduced almost 2 years ago at the Billings meeting in 2022. So just to give a background on the project and what it is, why it's important, where we are now, what we've learned over the last 18 months, and our pathway and our next steps going forward. So just as a refresher, the Second Chance Pell Experimental Sites Initiative, we shorten it to SCP for short, was launched in 2015. This was an Obama administration large-scale change. Prior to this point, incarcerated individuals were not allowed to access Pell Grants since 1994. So you can imagine the amount of time lost there for educational opportunity. It was announced by the Obama administration, enhanced by the Trump administration, and then fully implemented by the Biden administration. And I bring that up because it has an incredible amount of bipartisan support at a national and a state level, and I think that speaks to its real critical importance. What this did was, in its simplest format, allowed incarcerated individuals to use and access Pell Grants to help cover the cost of education. Prior to that, so from 1994 to 2016, there were certainly campuses and individuals who were able to provide a college post-secondary opportunities for individuals. However, that was really dependent upon a campus to have the financial means to be able to offer that at no cost, or relied on students to have personal income levels that allowed them to complete an education. And as you can imagine, that really led to a lot of inequities across that spectrum. So in 2021, we applied to be part of Cohort 3. As a pilot, this was rolled out slowly. The first group that was led in 2016 was 68 colleges across the US were allowed to participate. That number grew when we were selected to be a partner in Cohort 3 with the 4 campuses you see listed. That brought that number up to 200. So they slowly grew. There was a little bit of a pause during COVID, just given some safety and health concerns inside facilities. But that expanded to 200, and then last summer with the restoration of Pell, that this pilot sunsets, and we'll talk about what that means. But our 4 campuses are listed there. I know Dean Fulford, you mentioned earlier in the meeting if we were working with both facilities, and what I can tell you is absolutely. We not only work with both the men's prison and the women's prison, but also Crossroads, and I'll talk about how that's a unique partnership. There are 4 DOC education facilities. The last one is Dawson's Correctional Center in Glendive, but just due to some transitioning there with DOC, that was why we partner with them through the pilot. Before I turn it over to Sandy, I just want to kind of reiterate why this is important. I'm sure that everybody can sort of imagine why this work is a critical part of our access mission as a system. But there's certainly some strong quantitative and qualitative reasons why this is also important. Workforce readiness. So as it states, and we all know, jobs are increasingly requiring some level of post-secondary education or training. The number that hovers around the national scale is 70%. We know that Montana mirrors somewhere similar in that. What we also know is that incarcerated adults, for those that are incarcerated, about 95% of them will be released back into Montana communities. So providing folks with a pathway forward to a good career, good job, is really one of the best things we can do for their release, but also for those communities who will be welcoming those individuals home. Public safety, as it states, one of the big reasons we hear this is recidivism rates are far lower for students who engage in a post-secondary education. That happens with just one single credit hour. So it's not as if a student needs to complete a course for that recidivism to be lowered. It can be seen as granular as a single credit, a single course, or a single post-secondary education experience. Safety inside prisons. Facilities that have brought in post-secondary ed see a much safer and less violent incidents within facilities, which is great for not only other incarcerated adults, but certainly the staff and educators that work inside. And government savings. So this one to me always blows my mind. That's not a professional phrase, but that's really what's happening here. But for every dollar that we invest in prison education, we yield $4 to $5 in taxpayer savings from reduced recidivism. That's an incredible return on investment in what I already believe to be a large return on investment when it comes to higher education. In Montana, that looks like $4.5 million annually. Our average sentence is about 5 years, so $21 million over the course of a sentence. That's a decent amount of money. And then lastly, personal and community development. This one is far more qualitative, but as you can imagine, again, somebody who is prepared, feels welcome, feels ready to enter back into society will fare far more better for themselves, their families, and their communities going forward. So with sort of the why, I'll hand it over to Dean Bauman.
Thanks, Ange. Good morning, Chair Southworth, Regents. Really appreciate this opportunity to share our story of this work, and I think it does help put a lot of the information that Ange just shared into context. So for many of you were there, for those of you who weren't, it was about 2 years ago at MSU Billings, we were able to share our plans and our story for how we would use the opportunity for the Second Chance Pell Pilot to begin this important work. So we offer our Certificate of Applied Science at Montana State Prison in Deer Lodge. We've had a couple of cohorts go through at this point. 15 graduates, which I think is maybe, the biggest reason to celebrate that. And as I looked this morning, you can see on the screen here, there's a quote from a student, but I think we all know that every single student across the system, we make their life better by providing training and post-secondary education. But this specifically is a population who has always felt like there were no opportunities for them. And this is a way to help folks see a path forward and really change their trajectory as they move back into their communities. And I think that we can't lose sight of that. That's when I share challenges in a few moments. This is what I think is, so important for us to keep remembering and keep figuring out how we continue to do this good work. So our model, we rely on both Helena College and Department of Corrections personnel, and that really is key to keep in mind as we talk through what the future looks like. We've learned a lot in this pilot, which of course is always the goal of a pilot, is to learn, but when we started this a couple of years ago, the model really was for the students at the Deer Lodge campus and the students at the Helena campus to be in class together through remote synchronous delivery of our course. And that didn't work. And it didn't work because it's really hard for the folks in Deer Lodge to stick to that schedule. There wasn't a way for them to consistently have internet access. There wasn't a way to consistently have staff availability to manage this population for classes. And so we had to pivot. And what we wound up doing to make sure we didn't compromise the quality of the education was our instructor in Helena recorded all of his modules so that in Deer Lodge they could use that when it fit the schedule. And then from there, the hands-on learning, which is, of course, a key component of this education, is that worked well. The instructor in Deer Lodge, his name is Scott, he would take the students and they would learn just like our students in Helena were learning from our first year instructor. That part worked great, but with this transition from having our instructor teaching the lectures, we needed to add a component this last year where we hired an adjunct to go to Deer Lodge and do the assessment to make sure that the students were actually meeting all of the learning outcomes. Another important lesson we learned is that it's too much to expect a population where education never felt like a reality. It was not their focus. To expect them to jump into the role of student in a full-time program. So we backed off a little bit and we started offering the general education courses the summer before to allow them to learn about that role again and get into the study habits. Which has been a great success. It's made the experience for the student a lot better, but it's extended the time. So now they're doing a certificate in just over a year rather than just under a year. So now I need to be realistic about some of the challenges. We've talked about the importance of the work. We've talked about the successes, which absolutely worth it. But this is a very labor-intensive process. When we think about the student experience, our goal has always been to ensure that these students have as similar as an experience as they can to our students in Helena. And we need to provide all of the same student support services, but all of the processes that all of our institutions have built to make that work efficient don't work, largely because this is a population that does not have access to the internet, does not have access to email, does not have access to computers, and so everything is very manual. And for us, what that means is a lot of people from Helena College going to the prison often to help with things like academic advising, tutoring, applying for admission, applying for FAFSA, which just got exponentially harder for this population. So a lot of cost for us in sending all those folks, but even more importantly, the Department of Corrections has to accommodate for that, and they don't have the staffing to make that possible. In the way it needs to happen to grow the program. We intended to, if you'll remember from Billings, we were starting with auto, we were going to add welding, we were going to add diesel over the next few years. And the Department of Corrections, that's just not possible for them, just because it limits their space for other training opportunities for the population. And they just don't have the personnel to support that. And so we'll need to continue to explore how we can provide opportunities, but a little bit different model. The length of the program has really created issues. We were intentional in picking a one-year program, and Corrections selected the participants based on looking at what was remaining on their time in Deer Lodge so they would be able to complete. That's not a reality. The transfers around the system have a big impact. Early release is more common than you would think. And in theory, they would be able to leave and come to Helena and just join the in-person group of students. But it's not realistic to expect someone to leave a facility and start classes the next day or even the next week. They need to have time to get out, incorporate into the community, and that's if they can even get a placement at pre-release in Helena. That's a challenge as well. So that has been our biggest issue with retention. The first year we had 9 out of 10 complete, which is a fantastic retention or completion rate of 90%. This year it was 6 out of 12, and none of those losses were due to academic reasons. It was all either conduct issues with inside the facility or release, reasons for release. So that's something to think about as well. So as we look at our next steps, trying to be very creative to continue the important work, we currently have a short-term welding training that started at Helena College on May 6th. This is a really cool partnership between our college, Great Falls College, and the Department of Corrections to try to address a couple of those challenges we just talked about. Corrections has rented the welding trailer from Great Falls. They hired our welding instructor to write a 4-week curriculum that will help these students earn an AWS industry recognized credential to get them into the workforce and have something for a resume, with the goal of, once this is established, they're working out, making sure it actually works well inside the trailer. Their plan is to take this around the state to all the facilities. So as you know, you mentioned Dean Fulford, it's really important to, the opportunities need to be available for all of these folks, no matter which facility they're at. So as we work out the bugs on that, that might be a better model because it's a shorter term and it doesn't take up the space inside the facilities. We also have our 3rd cohort of automotive students. They've started their classes on Monday of this week, and we'll continue to work on the automotive program, and that will give the Department of Corrections the opportunity to determine if it's feasible for them to continue this program and if they want to seek moving that into a prison education program, or if they need to look at other opportunities to get this same opportunity to graduates. And then, you know, because it is such important work, we are committed to continuing to work with corrections to explore other opportunities for training partnerships, whether it's degree programs or not. It's good work, so we'll keep doing that. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Ange.
Thanks so much, Sandy. Sandy and I met yesterday, and one thing we said was, we don't want to appear to be Debbie Downers, and we don't. The work is really important. I just think as we think about moving this project forward, it's important for you all to know some of the realities and the challenges of this work so that we can make strategic and important funding decisions about how this can be successful going forward. So I just want to say that. As seen on the screen, these are where our 4 facilities are located. ADP on there stands for average daily population. So just to give you an idea of the amount of individuals that are being housed, and also the potential amount of students that we have or could have in the future. With that, I'm also going to show this slide. These 2 slides came out of a legislative audit that was released in April. I encourage you to look at that. I think it shows certainly a history and background of education inside correctional facilities, but also shows a path forward. And while this was a pilot for the MUS, it was also a pilot for corrections, and I think that's important to remember. One thing I brought up, and it's even on an upcoming slide, but prisons were not initially designed as education centers. And I'm so thankful and glad that we are looking at them in that way now, because I think everybody is starting to understand the connection and the importance there. But the DOC, in the same way that we are, is really having to be creative and think about how we can adjust what some of those spaces look like on the inside in order for this work to be possible. So on this, what you're seeing is a list of the programs that we were able to offer. This is in the first year, so this is fall 22. It doesn't include the last year, so some of these numbers look different at this point. But what I really want to show, because I think it always looks a little stark or just challenging to see, is the red portions of this or left program, especially in higher ed, because we often see that as students who are not retained. But what I can't express enough, and Sandy mentioned this, is that these students are not retained because of academic reasons. They are retained because they are part of a system that doesn't always allow them to complete their program. I can say with Dawson's program, They had a lot of students released, and they've had 2 re-enroll on campus. We see the same thing at Great Falls College. You can see their business certificate there at Crossroads. They had 3 that were let go early, which is, again, great for the individual, but as Sandy mentioned, we can't expect them to walk out and then the next day walk onto a campus. There's gonna need to be some time for reintegration, getting other portions of their life established, reconnected, and that requires us to really establish some thorough processes that support these students in a way that we may not have to think about with some of our other students. So I'm really pleased to know that students are re-enrolling at Great Falls College in their program in order to complete in the same way they are at Dawson, the same way they are at MSUB. Sandy touched on a lot of this. Time to completion is really important. I hear my colleague Christine Miller say that all the time. That holds true here. When we are thinking about, I will admit, when we first started these a couple of years ago, I just thought, oh, well, we'll screen students, we'll know how long they have left, we'll make sure they complete. But it just doesn't always work out that way. And so we are being really intentional about the design moving forward for education programs like Sandy's or Helena College's that are a CAS to an AAS to a BAS, so that one, students have the best chance at finishing on the inside, but also have a clear pathway forward to know that educational progression is certainly available for them. Technology is really essential. It's not only essential just to do the programming that we are requiring of them, but it's also essential for us to scale these programs or to grow these programs. MSP has like 15 computers. So if we are asking students to take a full-time credit load of 15 hours a semester, and they aren't the only individuals who have access to that computer lab, you can just imagine if we're trying to do multiple cohorts, how that starts to become tricky. The other reality is you have to have the right technology. So we can't just say, oh, well, if we send out tablets to everyone, that we'll be able to grow this, because students are completing full college courses on these materials. So that's writing papers, it's research, it's all of it. So just making sure that they have access to the right technology to be as successful as possible. There's that line again. One thing that I want to highlight is that the partnership and communication between our campuses and the DOC is so important. And I feel so fortunate that we are in a state that seems to be strong. That is not the case nationally. For a lot of states, the biggest hurdle is getting to work with your DOC. We are very fortunate to have a great partnership with Corrections. Corrections has, since these programs launched, hired an education bureau chief. They've hired a prison education coordinator, and I think that speaks to their level of commitment, what they are trying to learn and advocate for on their end. What this really requires is sort of a retraining of your brain of how we are able to deliver education. I think a lot of the things that we just assume will happen aren't able to happen on the inside. Tammy Holland, who helps run the MSUB program, said just last week they have students that finished the semester. Those students had reached out and said, how do I get to know my grades? We post grades on Banner. That is a service that you need internet for. If students don't have access to internet, they don't have access to how they did in the class. Those little tiny pieces are things that are not automatically incorporated on the inside. And I think is something that we are really focused on. How do we create course shells within the new LMS that lets students know, here's what to do if you're released earlier, you're up for parole, how can we help you? How can we add information to a syllabus so that students know exactly what their pathways are, what their opportunities are, and what is essentially part of their educational experience. Voices need to be inclusive. It can be very easy to talk about this, but if we don't bring formerly incarcerated students to the table, we're doing ourselves a disservice. And so it is important that we continue to work with our alumni, but also folks who have, has been their lived experience, so that we are designing programs, we are designing processes that make sense. And further support is needed. I think that Sandy did such a great job expressing that. This is work that people want to do. This is work I think we know is important, but it is work that is, that requires people. It requires manpower and some funding. Right now, our funding is fully supported off of the Pell Grant, which has been a great way to get going on the pilot. But when I think about, these are not just classes we're offering at facilities. This is Helena College and Deer Lodge, and there is certain staff and support that is needed for that. And to sort of wrap up what we've learned on a positive note, I think the most important takeaway here is that success is possible. We have shown like it's possible for students to get to graduation, students can complete. We are able to offer this, and I think that's very exciting. So our next step, so Pell is restored, which just means that no longer do colleges need to apply to be part of that Second Chance Pell cohort. Anybody can. With a PEP, there's a little bit of a different process. Every program that a campus offers is a PEP, so it's not that a campus becomes a PEP, it's automotive technology as a PEP. So everyone that we want to push through has an oversight entity from the Department of Education. That oversight entity is your Department of Corrections. And really this purpose is to make sure there's not a lot of predatory learning happening inside, making sure that the delivery and the quality of education for students is where it should be. So our programs will move forward into making that transition alongside the DOC, and then along with that we'll look to see what other programs are of interest to students, what other programs are in felon-friendly hiring practices that lead to good jobs and careers in Montana. And I guess the last slide that I would share is there's room to grow here, and I think that is important to remember. If you think about not that long ago, we started with 68 colleges. Now we have well over 300. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of potential for these programs to grow. The demand for education on the inside is very high. If you look through that audit, you will see the amount of students who are so interested and craving the ability to have access to an education. And again, just one course makes a difference.
Monday marked the culmination of a year of work for 6 inmates at the Montana State Prison. In a graduation ceremony, they collected certificates for completing an automotive technology program through Helena College.
I confer the Certificate of Applied Science degree for which you have completed all requirements for graduation. You are officially Helena College alumni. Congratulations.
It feels amazing, you know, it's like one foot in front of the other, learning to walk again after a fall. It's great to be able to have some rehabilitation.
This was the second year Helena College partnered with the Department of Corrections for this program. The participating inmates got classroom and hands-on instruction at the prison and attended lectures virtually. They say it's not only the technical skills they're getting, but also skills for life.
Greatest thing I get from this program is I've got the confidence now to go out into the workforce and be successful, you know, make the right choices. I've shown that I can succeed.
Bryce Adams says the program inspired him to pursue more education in health and human performance. Aaron Brogan wants to help his family with their church work. Brandon Seaman says he hopes to continue on and earn an associate degree in automotive technology.
That would be great. It's something I never thought I would do, and to be able to do that and be able to give back and give back to communities and not be such a taker and be part of the solution instead of the problem out there.
Scott Eichner with the Department of Corrections says several of last year's graduates are now out working in the industry.
The more industry champions that we could find who would come in and actually help not only support these things, but give these guys a chance, right? Hire them, help them find their way back in the community. The more that we can get, the better this program will continue.
And the program is continuing. The next cohort of automotive technology students is set to begin their work next week. In Deer Lodge, Jonathan Amberian, MTN News.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, we will stand for any questions.
Yeah, and I'm not going to suck all the oxygen out of the room because I could speak about this for quite a while. I don't know why, but it's just kind of fun to let my mind snowball and domino. And I'm going to claim ignorance on a lot of the challenges. I'm more like a big picture, like I'm always kind of a 30,000 foot thinker. I'm not a weeds guy, but I was able to tour Deer Lodge. This has been several years back. And, you know, you walk around, and when you're walking around at first, you know, it wasn't like we had armed guards or anything. And it was kind of a different feeling. And you started to warm up to it, you know, you got more relaxed. And, you know, we definitely, our tour group I felt like we kind of stood out a little bit. And towards the end of it, we went into the sign shop. So I don't know if maybe everybody in here knows this, and if you do, I apologize. But like every stop sign, every yield sign, every street sign, every license plate that you know is made in Montana is manufactured at Deer Lodge. And you know, where we met the gentleman who runs it, also is incarcerated. And you know, there were a lot of people in there, and it was impressive. And you'd brought up space issues. I know there's multiple issues, and again, like I will claim ignorance. I'm not trying to make this sound like this is, you know, roses and rainbows to completely be able to build this out, but they dedicated space to that. And the state has appropriated, I believe it's a 9-digit investment into corrections. I don't know if it's 100 million, 200 million. I just know that it's, you know, it's millions. And I think it's a start. And what I really like, you know, looking at an example of diesel tech, or I'm sorry, automotive tech, that's being successful, my guess is because there are private sector industry partners that, you know, that are giving job placement after graduation, after release. And I appreciate the fact that this has been built out kind of, you know, small and very intentional. And I think with investment from the state, where we can build out more physical space and we can tool things up, there's going to be a opportunity here where right now the partnership and the communications going on, you know, we have the Department of Corrections and we have the MUS, right? Now we have legislators in Helena. And the next thing is we will have private partnerships. So say that just like, and I'm almost ready to shut up, but say that somebody's in there for 5 years. Dean Bauman skills them up for 2 years, okay? There are things that the private sector, not just what they participate in you know, return to home, which we know that it was staggering, like 97% of the incarcerated are going to get out or get out early, and it was like 90+% are going to go right back home. So you have these industry partners on the backside of the educational component. They would also be able to participate in a way, and again, a little bit of ignorance. I know that there's some complexities here, but like big picture, this can be worked out. Where there are certain things that can be hands-on, can be manufactured, can be processed, just like the sign stuff or whatever. Or it could be a contingent of multiple things where the private sector would also pay for that to happen. Where it is subsidizing Deer Lodge or whatever institution here monetarily by covering all costs of materials, paying for the workers, which that happens at the sign shop. Like if you work in Deer Lodge, you're being banked like, I don't remember what it was then, it was like $5 or $6 an hour that is going into an account so that you have money when you come out. So with success through the MUS, through bridging this into the Department of Corrections, it just opens up a whole bunch of things that give this long-term success with build-out of more square footages and more programs. But there's ongoing funding where this just doesn't have to be something where it's, you know, it's just a big ass dropped at the state of Montana. Like the private sector will show up on the back end of this build-out, and I don't have all the answers. I just know that there are beautiful and brilliant conversations that can be had with partners in Helena, with the Department of Corrections, and on and on. And with that, I'm going to mic down and do any Regents, Commissioner Christian?
And those conversations are happening. And I mean, I think you're spot on, and you're right. We need to figure out how to bring industry, the rest is. I guess I would say, as those conversations continue, I appreciate Dean Bauman and others that are working. These aren't the easiest students in the world, right? And if you're just looking at the dollar value of a of a widget, this isn't the easiest spot. It's challenging work, but it's good work, and ultimately the benefits for Montana are incredible. And if we can do this and we can bring in business and industry, we can find funding streams to build out the infrastructure at the correction facilities that we need. You know, it's life-changing for the individuals, of course, but it's also sort of life-changing for Montana, in my opinion. You know, I don't know the Montana numbers off the top of my head, but I saw a statistic at a conference not long ago. We talk about as a value proposition that those with education, with college degrees, are less likely to be incarcerated. We don't talk about how much less likely. 2% of the population that are incarcerated have a college degree. If we can educate people, it's a path out. And you know, that's so moving to hear that individual say to start being givers instead of takers. I mean, that's a change. And the value proposition is there. The monetary proposition is there. The pilots help make the case for that, although it has significant challenges. The reward to the state, I mean, I think there is a positive ROI to the state alone. In terms of us asking for an investment as we move forward, yeah, to the state alone. And if we can bring business and industry and other people to the table, it really can move the dial on this front. I just thank everybody that's worked on this pilot. I know Sandy's asked a few times now, we should keep doing that. Yeah, and she agrees, but we need to keep doing it. It is the right thing. It's just challenging work, but I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and ultimately the value proposition for the state, I think, is huge. So we'll keep on this, and those conversations are happening. And we've got a director and a deputy director, Department of Corrections, that see it as a value proposition, and I think we can continue to have good conversations.
Thanks, Commissioner Christian. Any other comments, questions from the Regents? Regent Yeager.
First off, just wow. But I do have one disagreement where you say success is possible. I believe what you showed us is success is happening. These students walking across the stage with these diplomas, so much less likely to end up back incarcerated, is a true difference that we are making now and have made. And I think that the evaluation of our expectations of this program could be, we need to take a step back and decide if our mission is to get them a degree or to provide them this educational opportunity to have a better shot at the life when they are released. I don't know if we need to focus so much on the completion rate, but instead on the factor that just implementing this program with the little bit that they're able to get in the time that they are in there is making the impact that we're going for. So I think just maybe reevaluating those expectations could help in kind of mitigating how much we dive into these issues that keep coming up.
Regent Yeager, thank you very much for your comments. I couldn't agree more. Joe mentioned this. I think everyone can see the moving interaction with the students, but I will give you a personal anecdote to reinforce your point. We're there, and I had more than one student come up and shake my hand and say, "Thanks for treating me like a person. Thanks for treating me like everyone else." And that's just the confidence boost that those folks get, that, wow, there is opportunity. You know, I can succeed in this world. It does make all the difference. So yeah, we need to find a way to make this work sustainable, because it is meaningful, and we're changing lives. Absolutely.
Dylan.
Thank you, Chair Southworth. I just want to commend the work that OCHI and the campuses and Department of Corrections are doing in this field. The governor was happy early on to support the Second Chance Pell efforts. And when I first came into this role with the governor's office, I had the opportunity to tour the MSP education programs for a full day as well. And since then, the Department of Corrections has really prioritized those education and training programs, as we saw in that video. the Director of Corrections created a division administrator level position with Scott Eichner directly in the Director's office to oversee education and training programs. It's something that the Governor's personally very passionate about and has worked on and directed resources towards, because we do know that it reduces recidivism, it changes people's lives, and it makes the communities safer that they're going back into. I especially want to highlight the work being done with the women's prison. They're in a unique position geographically, being kind of boxed in an urban setting. So their career and technical education training opportunities are a little bit more limited. So this has expanded the opportunities for those folks at the women's prison in Billings. So thank you, and let me know if the Governor's office can ever be of assistance.
Regent Dombrowski.
I don't want to be the Debbie Downer, but are there barriers to employers willing to hire?
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. For us, we started with automotive. We did some research on industry sectors where being justice involved was less of a barrier. And so we worked with our advisory board prior to implementing this program to ensure that folks would have access to jobs. And we found employers very willing to hire in the automotive sector. I don't know that you could say the same across all disciplines, but that was true. In our first graduation ceremony, in fact, Nick Fox, the owner of Point S Tire in Helena and Great Falls, he was a graduation speaker. He hired one of our graduates, and so they're very, very interested in supporting this population as well.
And Madam Chair, I will just add on to that. Scott Eichner really hit it on the head at the end there when he's like, we need industry champions. That's the phrase that often DOC uses. And I think that, one, his division actively seeks to find some of that. They also have sort of organically through the Education Bureau started working with formerly incarcerated individuals to see where are the best job placements, where are they finding the most success of not only getting a job, but a career pathway somewhere to grow. And I'll also highlight, I think this is, certainly important to the MUS, but it's also important to the Division of Labor and Industry. DLI has taken a hard look at this as well and is looking at some federal grants to explore how to do just that, is to provide further connection. And to Regent Southworth's point, when I think about Helena, this is really a braided effort in a unique way. It braids DOC with us for education. It looks at DLI for career and training support. It looks at DPHHS for other support that's needed upon release, and really thinking about ways that all of our agencies can streamline sort of a point A to Z success pathway for folks.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Southworth. Great presentation. Thank you for all the work on this. I'm just going to jump way ahead and assume that we're going to figure out a way to find the resources to expand this. Obviously, it's working, and I think to Regent Yeager's point about sort of metrics, I think it'll be really important as this goes to scale that we're identifying the right metrics for this program and that we are formally tracking outcomes, long-term outcomes, assuming that, again, that we'll find resources, this will grow, and this will be something that we have in the state for decades, right? And that we can see sort of the long-term economic outcomes or employment outcomes that those that have participated versus those that haven't, to continue to build the sort of the cheerleader crew that will continue to fund, expand the funding to this program. So just focusing on the long-term metrics, I think, is going to be really important.
Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, Chair Southworth, thanks for bringing this item today. And Director King, Dean Bauman, fantastic work. I recently completed a 9-year term on the state's largest pre-release center in Helena, the facility and operations that they do are life-changing. And what we find, very similar to a lot of the programs within academia, that if we have support and connectivity for those participants, their recidivism rates drop dramatically. To the comments about employer placement, are those pre-release participants in the Billings area find work hand over fist. Employers need the bodies. We know about our workforce shortage. It's just enormous. You mentioned Debbie Downer, and look at the success. We have the governor's office supporting it. We've got legislative support. We're putting a link with private enterprise. This is work that is drawing the support it should. And to Clay's comment of shifting takers to givers, I mean, that's an economic perspective. You're a cost while you're in prison. You get a job, you're depositing back to the economy. So fantastic outcomes. Dean Bauman, the question I had, you mentioned automotive. Are there other industries or other coursework that you see as likely to be identified as also employer friendly and from our capacity to start delivering through these pilot programs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Buchanan. Great question. Yes, we worked as we were looking to build this, and I mentioned welding and diesel kind of as next steps for us. What we've learned is that our employers are very friendly. Those are industries, again, that are willing to give an opportunity to folks who've been justice involved in the past. Our initial vision of how we would just take a program we offer at Helena College and transplant it in Deer Lodge with the space they currently have just isn't as realistic. But I think there's some cool opportunities to look at apprenticeship model. So using diesel as an example, there is a program where they're teaching diesel skills to incarcerated folks by bringing in work. For example, they have the contract to work on the school buses in Deer Lodge, and they come out and they learn that. So let's make that a registered apprenticeship with the opportunity for credit for prior learning when they're finished with that in order to earn a credential. I think that's the kind of opportunity for us to continue to explore there. And welding, I mentioned the pilot we've got going right now with the shorter term. That's 4 weeks. That doesn't lead to a degree. It's an industry recognized credential, but it's a good building block. It's a good way for us then to stack that in to a certificate and then an associate's and maybe even beyond as people move through their path. So it's great work to continue to explore what's the right model in these industries that are very, very willing to work with the people who are coming back into society. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And one follow-up observation that 4 or 5 large pre-release projects around the state. I see a lot of homegrown culinary education programs within those, and I don't know if we've entertained the idea of engaging with those populations as well. But again, I just can't overstate the excitement, enthusiasm. Keep the positive attitude towards this great work y'all are doing.
Regent Buchanan, if I could just add on there, it's great that you mentioned culinary. We have with DOC been looking at what a hospitality culinary pathway as a PEP would look like. Other areas of interest, not only to the population, but tends to trend well with career development is the LAC licensed addiction counseling. This is certainly a lot of a population that feels strongly and passionate about that work and tends to find a lot of success there. Great Falls College's program of office support management, you can imagine like the skills that you're gaining through that certificate that can lead further, but even through a certificate is looking at positions all over the state. So not only do we look at what is felon friendly in terms of hiring practices, but is there a geographic span, like jobs that in places where everybody needs auto techs, right? So it's not specific to just one specific area in Montana, where if you're released anywhere in the state, you could probably find a good paying job and a career path.
Any other questions, comments? Oh, Regent Yeager, sorry, I didn't see you.
I wonder on the possibility of the pre-release programs, if we can be tapping into those more to where we have a place for these students to go after they have this certificate or this degree, where they can be better integrated into society while also having a firm foundation under them to continue to find that success that this program and the work that you guys and everyone else involved has given them the opportunity to find.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. I'll let Sandy expand on this, but up until about a year ago, there wasn't a lot of DOC determination, I would say, about where students are pre-released. A lot of times it was just where there was something available. Now through education development, we're able to put a little more I don't want to use leverage, but there's more of a intentional design there about where a student is placed. And like, I'll let Sandy talk about Helena, but that way if a student or an individual is up for parole and they're in a program, they can say like, oh, if I can get placed here, I can finish. And a lot of times that helps them, but it helps, it's just, again, creating a different culture within DOC that we haven't seen before, or that they haven't, had the opportunity to work in. I think that's just part of the collaboration. I'll be quiet so Sandy can talk further.
Well, thanks, Ange. Thanks, Regent Yeager. It is an interesting conversation to start to have, and recently I was invited to a conversation that Representative Seekins Grow held in Helena to bring together educational facilities and pre-release centers, Department of Corrections folks, to start to have that conversation about being more intentional on placement and allowing folks to outline their top choices for pre-release. Just being sent back where they came from is not usually the best fit. And the incarcerated individuals themselves recognize that. They're looking for a fresh start and a placement somewhere else. It's just not always possible. So we have started conversations to what programming could we offer in conjunction with the pre-release. And so the pilot we're offering right now with welding is a good start to that. Those are all pre-release individuals in Helena that are participating in this group that are earning that welding credential now. So I think the potential is definitely there, and it eliminates some of the challenges we see inside the facilities themselves. And so it's a great avenue for the state to continue to explore.
Great. Any more questions, comments from the Regents? Oh, fantastic. Like I said, this is fun to talk about. Thank you for the work. And I would love to, this is the second time we've got a touch point on this. I'd like to see this carried forward again next year. This one's, I think, spurs good dialogue, and it's just fun to track. So thank you for everything. I believe we are down to our second to last agenda item. Ange, hello again. Sprint degree update.
Thank you. I didn't know if I should sit or stand, but I'm going to stand. Thank you, Jared, for pulling that up. So good morning. Similar fashion, just want to give a background to some of our new regents on what Sprint Degree is. I'll talk about where we are and kind of the pacing of which some people joke in the OT office, we're sprinting along, but we really are sprinting along, and I'll speak to that. One thing I'll also go over this morning is we will have 6 new Sprint Degree programs that will launch over the next 2 years. We introduced those at the November meeting, but this morning I'll give a little bit of a further dive into what those are. And then last I'll wrap up with what we've sort of found, challenges, excitements throughout, successes through this first year. So as a reminder, Sprint, and I'm a very visual learner, so it really falls into these 4 buckets. It is meant to be accelerated degrees that meet the needs of some of the highest need states of the state in terms of workforce placement. So it's certainly meant to be a workforce development project, but it is alongside industry, and you'll hear that throughout this morning about how these programs are directly linked with industry partners across the state. Our goal here is certainly to establish those partnerships, establish a strong workforce for the state of Montana, but it is also to show that education can be done at sometimes a faster and accelerated rate, helping, again, students get to completion, to finish those degrees in a timely manner, and to really demonstrate the value of that degree, not only to a student, but to their family. One thing that we talk about often is if we remove the risk, so if a student knows this is what it costs, this is how long it takes, and this is what I can expect when I finish, what does that do to that conversation about whether or not higher ed is worth it or whether or not higher ed is an option for me? So where we are right now, I feel like a lot of people have seen this slide, but these are our current Sprint programs. We have 3 of them. What I also want to remind folks is that this topic came up as a concept 18 months ago. We talked about this in the fall of 22 at the Billings campus, as it had a giant word draft on it. Since that meeting, we have really accelerated this work. I cannot thank the campuses that you see on this screen enough, not only for quickly designing programs, but working with industry, working with students, and ultimately, this year, we will finish all of these programs. And so all of that is happening in less than 24 months. The 3 that we have, so paramedic you see up there first, this is a 1-year program, an AAS degree. This program really stemmed out of City College and their conversations with local fire departments in the Billings area, saying, we need a different program here. What can we do if we did an online program, different modalities that was accelerated, and it really allowed students maybe to stay in place, stay at their local fire department, but to get the skills that they needed. I'm so honored to be able to report that we have 13 students in that program. They have 100% retention at this time. All of them, well, depending on how there's a clinical portion to the end of that hours, but all will have completed the academic requirements by the end of the summer, and who have done incredibly well. So a huge thank you to the City College team, the big teams there that have helped, not only help design and structure this program, but to help to make those students successful. Second, human services. This is meant to be a response to mental health needs across the state. These students can sit for licensure to continue on to be mental health professionals. This is a 2.5-year program. It has some private support through the Rimrock Foundation. But again, this is a very accelerated bachelor's degree to be done in 2.5 years. All of these students will finish by next fall of 2025. So again, a very quick response and strong student participation. We have 12 students in that program who have been retained at a really high rate. And I think that, I'll mention this at the end, but I think it's worth stating here. One of the fears that we had with Sprint was whether or not we would be able to, that students would be able to successfully navigate an accelerated and intense program. And while this is a small sample, hats off to the human services, paramedic, surge tech students. They are demonstrating that students are able to be successful in these tracks. Last, we have surgical tech. This is really out of a need that we heard from hospitals that they didn't have surge techs, which really hinders their ability in operating rooms across the state, which has an enormous impact on everyone. And this is a 5-semester program to complete an AAS. Prior to that, this was about a 6 to 6.5 semester program, so it is accelerated and uses the summer. We have two surge tech projects going on, one in the Billings area with City College and Great Falls College. City College does the prerequisite onboarding of the program. Great Falls has the surge tech program at their campus, and they're offering it at a distance. And then also Missoula College. And one thing I'll mention here with Missoula College, they had a cohort complete. They're in their 2nd cohort now. And one thing that I think is really interesting that Dean Gallagher reminds me is that that is a partnership and conversation they're working through with Providence and Missoula. And one of the issues with surge tech is that because there was such a shortage, we heard from hospitals that they were having to think about training their own rather than going through an accredited program. And I don't want to over early celebrate, but it seems like because of the response out of Missoula College, Providence is moving in that direction rather than training their own. They're leaning back on their local campus partner, and I think that is certainly a win for our 2-year campuses. Excuse me. So, not to rush the success of this program's, but I'm really thrilled to just see. We will give more of an in-depth because we will have some graduates before the next meeting to determine. I know Regent Bow is really interested in knowing what the placement rates look like, what the amount the return on investment numbers that are really going to come out of that. So we have 6 other new Sprint programs. Last fall, we opened up an RFP in the office to welcome campuses to submit ideas for this project. These are the 6 that were selected out of that process. Other than the bookends, nursing and occupational therapy, I'll talk about them in a second. The 4 in the middle will start this fall. And we'll go through those one on their own here in a minute. I don't want to overlook nursing or occupational therapy assistant. They are both exciting projects. Both of those, however, have an additional accreditation step that we need to take in the next year before we can launch a cohort of students. So first, Diesel Tech, this is a 1-year program out of MSU Northern, so thanks to our Northern partners on this. Their goal here is to have 10 students in a fall cohort this year and then 10 students again next fall. There has been an overwhelming amount of industry engagement and interest in this program. Chancellor Kegel mentioned how in demand their students are already, but to have students go through a personalized program for an industry partner has been of very high interest. The other thing that I commend Northern for is that they are using this as a roadmap for other SRIMP programs to see how this can be replicated in other areas, particularly in the College of Technical Sciences. And one thing that I really appreciate, and I think that works well for Sprint, is these cohort models, particularly with a program coordinator. As we have all seen from Montana 10, those types of styles of wraparound support for students are really beneficial. Second is construction management. This is a BS degree out of Montana Tech, scaled down to not scaled down, but condensed down to a 3-year program. Numbers are looking very strong there. They think they'll have a cohort between 10 and 15 students this fall, which is especially impressive given that it's a brand new program for the campus. They also have a lot of contractors who are very interested in partnering and some interesting work-based learning that will be available to those students. Education. This is again a partnership program that is much needed and very exciting. This is a project, a BS degree, a 3-year program to complete an education degree in partnership with Great Falls College and University of Montana Western. This will kick off this fall as well. This is a grow your own model. Kudos to my colleague Angela McLean for her work in that, showing that that is a very powerful model. But these students, there are 13 students that will start this fall. They have all been hired by Great Falls Public School. They will be paraprofessionals in the core school at Morningside Elementary. They will retain their status as a para, getting paid, getting benefits throughout the program, and then Great Falls Public Schools has agreed to hire all of them upon completion. And Auto Tech at Highlands College. Again, this is an accelerated program. What is interesting here is this is our only project that is fully implements dual enrollment as a way to sprint. And what we have seen here is through projects like Montana's Future at Work, students really are interested in earning credentials that align during high school. And what this will do is students will start taking classes in their senior year. They'll have a good amount of that program done prior to high school graduation, and then they will move over to Highlands College. You can see their industry partners there that are not only providing internship opportunities, paid internship opportunities for students, but also job placement upon completion. But what I think is really interesting, and I'm not going to steal Dean Vandiver's thunder here because she's going to come up and talk in a minute, but what I will tell you is that the access outcomes of this really reminded me of conversations we had early on with Sprint, and that is, does this program, does this concept bring in students who maybe otherwise wouldn't have chosen to go to college? And it's anecdotal, and it could be happening everywhere, but I had a counselor come up to me from the Butte area. I'm going to get her high school wrong, so I won't say it. But said, I have 2 students who have had some challenging times, and If it wasn't for this project, they probably wouldn't have gone to college. And so now they're with an industry partner, they're on their pathway, and I think, again, just the access outcomes here could be really strong. As a reminder, these are shared commitments. This is a trifecta, as I like to call it, of students, campuses, and industry in a very intentional way. Students have to take and pass the required coursework. They are in a cohort. They are moved through as a cohort. They've got to meet with their advisor and coaches. They've got to complete their financial documents, and ultimately our goal for them is to complete and have a successful outcome. Campuses have to redesign some programming, and that is tricky and sometimes costly. They're providing priority registration when it's needed, and they are doing incredible work connecting with local partners. I will just pause there for a second because I had the opportunity to sit through our update meeting with the hospitals with Daisy Gibson, who's the project director for Surge Tech just last week, actually. And Daisy is an incredible advocate for her students, and this project requires Surge Tech students to be in clinicals at a placement rate that the hospitals probably are less used to. And I'll talk about their commitment here in a second. But we really do have campuses that are advocating strong for these students to not only make the program design the way it is, but to make sure students are getting through the industry components that they need to be successful. In our industry commitments, we are asking industry to give financial support. Sometimes that looks like paid internships, paid work-based learning. Sometimes that looks like student scholarships. We are asking for priority placement. With Surge Tech students, they need to be in clinicals 5 days a week for 6 hours. That's a big ask sometimes on industry, but that is their commitment to these projects. We are asking a lot of times for conditional employment. Most employers are more than happy to do that given some labor shortages, but it's a nice thing to be able to offer students and certainly to be good mentors and coaches along the way. I'll wrap up with current takeaways. Again, we're not too far into this project, even though it seems like we've been talking about it, but we have only had students for about 3 semesters. What I would say the strengths here and my current takeaways are certainly that students are interested in an accelerated timeline. I don't think that Sprint will ever move away from the traditional higher ed timeline. Some students really enjoy that timeline and benefit from that timeline. But I think we also have some students and populations who are really interested in doing higher ed in a different time format. Students also can be very successful in an accelerated timeline. Again, I think if you let them know up front what we're expecting out of them, what their responsibility is, what the requirements are, it allows them a good pathway forward and knowing there's support there. And I think we have good campus industry partnership. You'll hear about this from the 2-year group, but our campuses work hard to be good partners with industry, to be good partners in workforce solutions. And I feel like we have really strong partnerships for students. And 4, I put it down because I don't want to jinx it, and I certainly, we're not done yet, but I think we'll have really strong student completion rates for this program. Challenges, sustaining industry partnership. And one thing I think that has been sort of illuminating here is that working with industry associations is a really great way for sustainability. When I think about the success of the paramedic program and the way that it's designed, the way it can be delivered, we're able to support fire departments across the state, not just in the Billings area. So looking at more of an industry association model rather than just sometimes targeting a single employer can be really beneficial in thinking about the sustainability and long-term of this, or working with a group of employers to help meet their needs, but also to maintain the program in a way that we know is necessary. Cost to provide multiple tracks. Right now, we're still delivering oftentimes a sprint track alongside a traditional track, trying to meet student needs as best we can. But that, again, requires an additional amount of faculty and student support services to assist both tracks of students in the appropriate way. And then last is certainly always the cost of summer attendance. A lot of these, if not all of these projects, rely on summer as full semesters. So thinking about full academic year, full calendar years rather than just the 2 semesters we're accustomed to. And costs for financial assistance in the summer can be a real challenge. And just thinking about how we structure that ask of industry, structure that ask of ourselves moving forward to make sure students are supported all the way through. And with that, I'll pause, stand for questions.
Thanks, Ange. Questions, comments from the Regents? Regent Buchanan.
Chair Southworth, what a cool portfolio of projects you have in this committee. Thanks for your leadership. Quick question. The cohort numbers, Ange, that you reported, are those committed or are those goals? And how are we recruiting those students?
Regent Buchanan, thanks for the question. I will say the numbers that I reported for the current programs are current enrollment. So paramedic, human services, surge tech, those are the numbers there. The numbers on the others are, other than education, are goals for fall enrollment that are based on strong projections of applications, early housing deposits, those types of things. The students in the education program have been hired. They are in that cohort. But I think to your point, how are we helping with recruitment? Our office helps. Marketing is important, especially for early programs. I'm really impressed to see the numbers out of Montana Tech's construction management program because it is a brand new program. They're not only recruiting for a program they've never offered before, but they're recruiting for it in a way that is a track that they haven't offered before. Some of it is alongside industry support. So how can we lean on industry to say, we know you need more people, can you help recruit for those too? And is often, is sometimes the case in some of these projects, is do you have current employees that would benefit from this? So if you have somebody that has been working for you for a while, if you put them through an education program that's short, they get out in a year, and now they have this new skill. Is that a way that you can help bring students to the table? Does that answer your question? Okay.
Good morning, Regent Bao. I see your face on the screen. Do you have a question, comment here?
And thank you for a great presentation. I'm sure you're tired of hearing from me on this subject. But the way I look at it is you started a successful 3 programs and you've doubled that to add 6 more offerings for next year, the year after. And I would hope that we would be looking at 12 additional offerings in the future. I like that projected pathway. And I think that what's clear to me is what's happening here a little bit is that your department is so good at coordinating what the colleges are doing, getting the word out to students. And when I look through the list of issues, or concerns and industry partnership, I think we should really set some tasks for the board on that or for the governor's office. It's not real. I think it's unfair for us to look to OCHI, to be responsible for those industry partnerships. But I do think we can look to OCHI to kind of, lay out, on a task basis to some of us on the board who are connected to business, what more we could do to generate industry excitement. Because I think that we have more levers to be creative about that. Whether it's testimonials, whether it's getting a number of us to make calls to CEO at firms. But I'd like to think through how we could be more aggressively supporting you on that aspect of it, which I think really is outside of normal OCHI task.
Ange.
Thank you, Regent Bao. I'm not tired of hearing from you about this, so don't joke about that. But I agree. I think any support, any connections that we can make with industry is certainly something that we're more than happy to follow up on to give them options. I also, and I see Deputy Commissioner Teal's hand, but want to but incorporate the conversations that our 2-year colleges are having as well, because they hear from industry all the time. And so letting them know how we can support some of those efforts and develop some of those local needs that they're hearing about, I think is also really important. Joe.
And Regent,
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Regent Bay, just two quick thoughts. First of all, I very much agree with Ange in terms of, and you'll hear in this next presentation, the interaction that our two-year colleges have with industry partners across the state is deep and broad. I think some of our task, and we recognize Ange as a department, she's done incredible work on this project, coordinating campuses, reaching out and keeping touch with industry partners. As we hit that doubling time, I think a lot of the challenge is how do we structure asks that are recognized by industry and colleges as mutually plug and play, as mutually kind of a script for how to do this well that has mutual value. And that's some of our tasks to help empower you as Regents, is having some of that playbook ready from what we have learned from the programs thus far. And then second, I think recognizing that we've had partners really dive into these early projects and finding the right times to celebrate that partnership and that commitment. And that's something where we're thinking, and we would certainly appreciate your help and assistance.
Well, and so Joe, I totally agree. We should have, I don't know whether you want to set it up as an informal task force to reach out as we have graduates who are taking their first jobs and really get some press and some coverage around that at the regent level or the governor's office level. But two additional points. One is, I think I hope the 2-year programs, first of all, I think the most important thing we're doing is we're expanding the number of students who are considering higher ed, right? I mean, at the most fundamental level, there's kids who have always been going to go to school with our system, and then there's the ones who are on the fence. And there's some anecdotal evidence, and hopefully there'll be more evidence that we're attracting kids who were considering not attending to rejoin because of these programs. And that's super powerful and actually probably the most important thing we can do. And I know it puts more pressure on the colleges, to juggle how we offer the longer term course and the sprint degree course. But I also think it's worth working through those difficulties to continue to make this happen.
Yeah, and just one thing, just to kind of get a plug in on this. One thing that Joe and I talked about last week, I was curious about some opportunity maybe in some of the sprint stuff, is the industry partnership, the financial models that are being built out and thought about at the OCHI level, to guide, is it full freight? Is it room board? Is it this? Is it that? Like, how does it work? What does the back end look like from, student commitment? I believe that that's where now I would like to see the board get educated, because I think, piggybacking off of what Regent Bao brought up, like, we can be ambassadors to the private sector. But those conversations feel really big. We tell them, like, hey, look, there's this model and it's got these options. There's this model and it's got these options, and then you got this model with this option that we're building out. Then it's not so daunting, and it's kind of I believe that there's going to be a little bit of an a la carte on how you do this. Grab it, put it in your pocket, move forward. But that would help us solicit more participation from the private sector. So
if I can follow up just to keep this going, and ask the commissioner, Commissioner, what's the right structure for the regents to be assigned some tasks along this, along this pathway, right? Because it really, I think it's a much more powerful if you or myself or one of the regents, who has CEO or business experience, is the ambassador, fulfills the ambassador role. But I don't know if the precedent is set up a working group, a committee, or people just get assigned some tasks on an ad hoc basis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regent Bao. good question, and I think one we probably need to put a little thought around with Ange and her team of one. And I guess what's the right format also, right? I mean, what's the venue for that? I think we need to work in creating some of those venues with industry partners where maybe we have board members that help with ask in terms of their participation from a number of different levels. I've done some of that, but I think it's probably more powerful from board members that are tied to those industries. But I guess the honest answer is probably need a little time to think through that question. It's a great question and one that I think could be very powerful in moving this forward. Putting you in the right place at the right time to help with that is what we need to try to get our head around, and we can certainly do that.
Is it a fair ask that maybe in July we could just a small amount of time committed to understanding like the legal framework and how the private relationship with the student or the university or kind of where we're at with that, because that's really going to help me with talking points.
Mr. Chair, absolutely. We'll work on that, and we'll have something, some discussion points at that meeting.
Great. Any other questions, comments from the Regents? Regent Lozar?
Thank you, Chair Southworth. Really good presentation discussion. I'm curious, yesterday we heard about some of the legislative priorities for the board and for OCHI, and one of those is a proposal on workforce innovation grant, and I'm just curious what that intersection is with this scaling the sprint programs and this creation of potentially a new grant program for two-year colleges.
Regent Lozar, I'm happy to answer that question. Our vision for that grant program, which is very much developed in consultation with the two-year colleges, is that it would have the flexibility to continue support for new or sustained sprint programs. One of the priorities in there are around this type of accelerated program with industry partnership, but also have some flexibility to support new program startup or changeover. One of the barriers that we'll see that you'll hear about on this next panel is that our two-year campuses need to be nimble, but they're quite small institutions on the national scale, serving a large number of industries, and don't often have some of the startup capital to be nimble for those industries. So this is an ask that's meant to serve kind of both of these needs. How do we continue this model that has legs, that has some evidence, support new or continuing costs to prove that model, but have some flexibility also towards some of these program changeover and startup costs that are a barrier to our institutions being nimble.
Any other questions? No. Ange, thank you. You're awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you
all. Going into last agenda item, would like to invite the three panelists to come on up, and Deputy Commissioner Teal.
And Regent Southworth, as we go into this, I do want to make a quick note. Apologies for the error. We had posted a policy draft that had comments in it. That the final policy draft is up there with only cosmetic changes from the draft that was noticed. So that's available for Regents review. And I'm excited to invite this team, Dean Vandeveer from Highlands College, Dean Gray from Gallatin College, Dean Don from MSU Northern. Under your leadership, Regent Southworth, we've started this cycle of two-year leadership panels, really with the recognition that this group has such a wide mission. It's so central in terms of as an access point to higher education, as a resource for communities that is just so broad, and as you've kind of heard this afternoon, ever broadening in some of the expectations that are put on these institutions. And the goal of this cycle of panels that we'll have over the next few meetings is to give you some insight into the breadth of that mission, an opportunity for our deans and CEOs of our two-year and community college institutions to highlight some of their innovations in these particular areas of their mission, but also I think to highlight what are some of their constraints and opportunities. And I'm not going to take too much time. Today we're focusing on the skilled workforce education, the 4-credit certificates and associates programs that are supporting trades and career and technical education fields across the state. And it's just worth recognizing how much happens there. As you see here, 161 associates of applied science degrees offered across the state, 133 shorter certificates available across this group of 2-year institutions, with a pretty stunning breadth of disciplines, community needs that they're supporting. And in that, a pretty stunning breadth of industry partnerships, whether it's service on advisory committees, whether it's providing faculty support for training in these programs, or, as we've discussed here, scholarship, direct support for equipment. These folks are so often in contact and in partnership with industries that you would recognize. But also there's some challenge, and I think that the challenge is, in Montana, we have the smallest average firm size in the country. We also have one of the smallest average college sizes in the country, and we have a lot of workforce needs in a pretty big state, which means that on this workforce front in particular, it's challenging to offer all the programs that we need in each community, to have good models to, with limited staff, coordinate across big groups of industry to sustain those models over time. And so I think some of what's motivating Regent Lozar, your question regarding that initiative, challenges in having the resources to be nimble and deliver the workforce programming sustainably that might be needed in communities across the state. What I'm hoping you'll hear today from our panel is both some highlights of where they're doing that work in innovative ways to solve some of those unique constraints that we have in Montana, as well as some of the challenges that continue on in those spaces as these important institutions perform their role in our system and in our state. And I'll turn it over first, I believe, to Dean Gray.
Thank you. I first want to emphasize the industry list that you had in front of you. We sent out an email and asked all of our 2-year partners to send, we limited them to 5, and most of the responses I got back from all our 2-year leaders were, oh, can I give you 10? Can I give you 20? And so just emphasizing how much we work with our industry partners in our regions and how connected we are to them and how important they are to us. And then the other note I wanted to mention was that list of occupations that are in high demand. Certainly that's a list of occupations that require some secondary education, some skill sets required to do them. There's also another list that just requires post-high school education that we hit on some of those skills too. However, this list, I'm very proud to say that we have programming at our 2-year colleges for all of these occupations. So we have the programming. We need the students. We might need to grow our program. So we have a really strong infrastructure. You all, I know you're proud of that, and so are we. Thanks for that, going backwards. So at Gallatin College, I'm the dean, Stephanie Gray, the dean at Gallatin College. We have 22 programs, and Commissioner's office would not let me talk about all 22 today, so darn. We're going to limit it to 2 today, and I'm very excited, but I do want to recognize that we are focused on trades up here, but all of us have cyber and IT and photonics and optics, so the scope is very broad and robust as to what we offer and how we respond to workforce needs. I'm going to talk about heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So this is one of our newer programs. When we start a program, all of our 2 years, my job is to set the model for you. This is how we make decisions about what programs we're going to offer. So I'll set that stage. We usually get a call from industry. some of us get lots of calls from industry saying, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. And then what we generally will do is sit down with them, maybe 5 to 7 of them, and say, well, what do we need to do? And how fast can we do it? That's always our question. And how many students are you going to hire? Because why would someone invest in their education if they're not going to have a job at the end of the certificate or degree? So it's, it's, as we mentioned, speed to education. What are the skill sets that are going to be required from industry? Because the welding program at Gallatin College is different than the welding program at Great Falls. That's because there are different welding needs in those 2 areas. Everything is not always the same in these skills. So it's really important for us to have those face-to-face contacts with industry. In the HVAC case, one thing that I learned is the HVAC employer said, no, you need 2 years. This is a very important job with electronics and all kinds of energy systems, and certainly with smart homes now, you need 2 years. And the first year you should focus on just installers, new buildings, pretty easy, put the equipment in, make sure it runs, and you're out the door. And the second year needs to be the problem solvers, the ones that come to your house at 2 o'clock in the morning and can't figure out why my heat won't work. And so that was important. Generally, we tend to say, how can we do this in 6 months? And so listening to industry there is important. Then the next step for most of us is, where are we going to do this? Like with the previous presentation, where do we need to do these things and how much equipment do we need? And that's when it starts to get a little dicey, because we need to find the big enough spaces to have the equipment, the proper equipment. Once again, leaning on industry to figure out, what are you all using now? What should we be using in our labs? Gallatin College was able to start an HVAC program because we received a Gallatin County grant, an ARPA grant. And so that was to reinvest in the workforce industry after COVID. And so we use that funding, and you can see it was $122,000 just to start an HVAC program. And that didn't even that's just equipment. That doesn't include the space that we need to lease and the space that we might need to remodel for that in this instance. So we started our first fall, we enrolled 6. One thing you may not know is, for credit programs, we're not allowed to market and recruit until everything's been approved. And sometimes things don't get approved until this meeting today, and we're starting in the fall. And so we only have 3 months to market and tell our community that we have this program running and we need students. So we had 6 start in academic year 22. You see we have run it for 3 years, and we're continuing to grow. In fact, this past academic year, our space is full. This year before that, it was full. We didn't really have a space. We were going to industry partners and using their spaces. Then we leased a new space last year, moved into that. Now that's full. And so we are looking at how we can run 2 cohorts at a time and overlap them somehow. The theme you're hearing this morning is strengths and challenges. Our strength with both the carpentry and the HVAC program is we run them Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. That allows our students to work the other days. All of our students are working in their field. It's an internship, but they're not paying for their credit. They're working, they're actual employees. Then they get to come back into the classroom and talk about day on the job, what problems they ran into, in a much slower pace than they would on the job. So it's a model that's working well for us. So what we're probably going to do is offer that second cohort on the Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and run the program like that in the space we have. The other strength at MSU is the students get to live in the dorm. And we have students from all over the state that come. We have had 2 young men from Dillon that came to live in the dorm. They said they picked us because they could live in the dorm and have an MSU experience, which is very fun for them. And then we obviously have strong industry commitment. They are all employed in the job if they want it. And now the challenge is, you wouldn't think 100% enrollment would be a challenge, but it is a challenge because if we add the second cohort, we need to find faculty. We pull all of our faculty from industry, not all. Most of our faculty, come from industry. And so pulling them in to teach a class for that second cohort will be interesting to see if we can do that. That would be probably our limiting factor, to add that second cohort, is finding the faculty. Now, our next program is carpentry. I'm moving these. Oh, okay. Same story. Obviously, lots of people, lots of our industry partners want us to be running a carpentry program. And so we did get that started. We started talking to them in 21. In 22, we worked on securing lab space and finding a place to do it. Originally, we were in these, I don't even know what they were. They were probably old married student houses that we ran our first program out of, because that's all we can find. Last year, we leased, this is across the hall from the HVAC space that you see in the photo. We leased some more lab space. And now we have, our first cohort was 13 students, 9 graduated. Now we have 16 students. All of them graduated this year. And they all are placed, if they want to be placed into employment. Some of them went home for the summer and will come back. And this is really a similar story to the HVAC story. It's, we have room to grow and expand. We need to find the instructors. And then the other thing I didn't mention is, yes, these programs are like any startup. It costs money to hire people, to find the equipment, and to find the spaces. And then, of course, there's operational costs that you need to continue to use. And that's why our two-year partners, or two-year leaders, are excited about the innovation grant that, or the request, the project that we're looking at possibly having on the list for the legislature. If we want to continue to keep up with the pace of the growth in Montana and be adjusting and adapting, it would be wonderful to be able to pull money from a fund. You know, $68,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but to a college that already has an established budget, it's not planned for, and it is a lot. So if we could have that flexibility to pull that money in until our tuition revenue grows, it's a good model for us, and we think it would be really fruitful. I am done with my portion. Is it your turn next?
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to be here to speak to you this morning. We'll click over. So, same as my colleagues, I was asked to do a presentation, and I was asked for a list of industry partners, and I was asked to give 5. That was very difficult, because we have a list of industry partners that is way more than 5, but we did come up with 5. So, and I then was asked to do a couple of our programs, highlight a couple of programs on the COTS. That was also very difficult, because every single program in the COTS does work with workforce development. There's a direct relationship between all of them, every single one. So Deputy Commissioner Teal and Ann suggested maybe highlighting plumbing technology and electrical technology. So that's what I'm going to do. So what we see up there right now is some data, and I'll put in a shameless plug. I'm about shameless plugs. I was before you yesterday with a request to plan for the data analytics. That is the result of data analytics. So just as a side note, shameless plug. Shows our head count, it shows our retention rates. You note our retention rates are looking very, very good, up in the upper 70, lower 80 percentiles, which is a little bit above what the normal, or the average, you might say, excuse me, for the COTS. Plumbing graduates, ignore the big drop when we come down to 2024, because that is, the reason for that is because the plumbing graduates from this past graduation have not been plugged into this data analysis yet. So the green and the red and the blue will be up when we get that in there. These term stats, I put in this for your reference for the gender, age, part-time, full-time, or residency. Kind of shows that most of our graduates are traditional, between 18, 21 years old. We do have one young lady in the plumbing technology program. I believe there is about 2 more will be coming into the cohort this coming fall. Electrical technology, same types of graphs, the head count, the degrees awarded, again, ignore the 2024, and the retention rates. Again, retention rate for the electrical is up in the higher 85, 86%, which is rather good for us. The gender, the residency, the age, same type of age groups, majority are between 18 and 21. Majority are, oh, they're all full-time on this one. We do have one young lady in the electrical technology, and there is one for sure coming in this fall. I know that because I registered her 2 weeks ago. So how does this affect our industries and the workforce? So on the left-hand side, most of what you see relates to both the electrical and the plumbing technology, and actually some others as well. So we do have some industry-recognized certifications, as well as getting their degree, a 2-year AAS. They will go through, on the electrical side, some certifications through what we call the NC3, and that is a National Coalition of Certification Centers. It's a nationally recognized credential. The two electrical instructors went back to Gateway Technical College in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and they went through a train the trainer. So they are now certified that they can give these certifications to their students. They're both in class, so they do the lectures on the bending, lectures on advanced bending, etc. Then they actually go out to the shop and they work with a company called Greenlee. Greenlee is a supplier of some major tools for this industry. Through our Perkins grants, we got a bunch of Greenlee equipment. So we got some hand benders that will bend conduit, I believe, up to about 1 inch, and they got some hydraulic benders that will, I think, go up to 5 inch or something. I mean, this is pretty substantial conduit. So they get certified in those. They put those in the resume, so the employers and the workforce know exactly what they're capable of doing. I am certified to do forklift safety and operator certification. So one of the classes that I still team teach in the spring is IT 111, Industrial Safety and Waste Management. That course is required in several different degrees, including the electrical and the plumbing. So at the end of that, the students, we go through about maybe 2.5, 3 hours of lecture, and then we go out and we actually have a physical driving test. And if they want to get safety and operator trained, they have to go pass the quizzes and do the actual driving to the standards of the certification. Another one we do in that class is also safety certifications, and that's partnering with NC3 again, but also 3M. You've probably heard of the 3M. Big time in a lot of different areas. I went back to also Kenosha, Wisconsin, and got trained the trainer on the 3M. So there's 3 certifications that we get. The one is head, eye, and face protection. Second is hearing protection. Third is respiratory protection. I'm sure that Regents Southworth would agree with me that safety is a pretty big deal in the industry, okay? Every industry partner, and it doesn't matter if it's plumbing, if it's electrical, if it's diesel, automotive, safety is a huge thing. If we don't have safe employees, we don't have a safe workforce. We don't have a workforce at the end of the day. So again, we go through the lectures, and we will do some hands-on brief labs. For example, safety glasses. You can go out to North 40 right now, and you can buy all kinds of safety glasses. They may not work for you, they might. It depends on how they fit. So we go through and see if we're correctly fitting our safety glasses. If not, then maybe we need to look for another model of safety glasses, so for example. Hearing protection. There's a right way and probably a dozen wrong ways in which to insert the foam earplugs into your ear canal. And we teach them how to do that correctly. Once you lose your eyesight, once you lose your hearing, it's not coming back, okay? Positives, every single one of those, the electrical and the plumbing and beyond, very high demand career fields. I don't use the word job. I never use the word job. I always use the word career, because that's what we're training our students for, is the career. Numerous positions. I should have maybe bolded that. Numerous positions available, and all are very, very well compensated, both with $1 per hour or salary, but also with benefits. And that's something we push on our students, is to always check out the benefits as well as the $1 per hour. The $1 per hour is good. We got to pay our bills, but at the end of the day, health insurance, vision, dental is also very, very important. We have quality instruction. Our instructors have been out in the real world. They know what's going on. They continue to get either online or on-ground training throughout the summertime, for example. Huge industry support. I cannot emphasize that enough. Okay, so if it wasn't for the Liberty Electrics and the Central Plumbing and Heating and the Allied Steels, we'd still have programs, but they would not be what they are today. The industry support is absolutely critical. The earned apprenticeship hours is an interesting one because the electrical and the plumbing both have signed agreements with the DLI. Up until now, it's being changed. A student who graduates from the electrical 2-year and or the plumbing 2-year could be awarded up to 3,000 hours towards their apprenticeship for the journeyman. That is changing. It's in the process of being changed right now. It's going to be changed to 1,500 hours. However, the students will also now get credit if they go out and work on a job site for an employer, for electrical contractor, or whoever during the summertime. If they work over winter break, if they work on the weekend. So that is all, as long as they do their paperwork, there's forms that they have to fill out. There's no, maybe you'll get it done. They will get it done through the DLI website. So those all can be logged, so the students can still get up to 3,000 hours towards their apprenticeship training. The award of the hours is determined, the total amount of award hours of that 1,500 will be determined between the student and the employer. It could be 1,500, it could be 1,000, it could be 500. That's going to be a conversation and looking at the class material, looking maybe some conversations with the instructor. If they've excelled very well in the labs, maybe not quite so good on the book work. You know, this is a hands-on career, right? So if they've done well with their hands in the labs, then they would probably get up to that 1,500 hours. They've been really good in the books, but maybe not quite so good on the hands. Maybe we won't get that 1,500 hours. Maybe let's put some more time into the job so you can get those hours built up and get that experience. Challenges, high demand. That is a challenge because we don't have enough students, graduates to fulfill the needs of the workforce. Okay. Plumbing, we're a little bit underprescribed. We could stand some more students in there. But if you look at the second bullet, classes are over full in the electrical, and that is becoming a big issue. Currently, the freshman class and classes for the electrical are at 50% capacity. We're in the middle of May. We have on this campus events during the summer called a SOAR. And SOAR, because we love acronyms, is Student Outreach, Advising, and Registration. They're about every 2 weeks on a Friday. Then 2 weeks' time, there will be a SOAR on campus, and I know there is 4 more electrical students coming in. 2 weeks after that, there's another SOAR. I know there's 3 electrical students coming in, and we're only in June. So we are looking at ways that we can hire another faculty member, and that is not an easy task. When we put us against the salaries that some of these young men and young ladies or older men, old ladies, whoever are making in the workforce, we really can't compete. So we're trying to maybe find some local people who can come in and do a night class. Night classes are not real popular with students, but you know what? If you want to get through the program, that's what you're going to have to do. That's the way life is. So we're trying to get some innovative ways to keep the classes full. We'll keep the classes full, but maybe offer some extra sections. Lectures are really not a huge deal. It becomes with the labs. Our lab spaces are very well utilized. That's why we'd probably have to go to a night class to get those lab spaces and get those labs taken care of. So, all right. I think that is,
Good morning. To say that Highlands College is climbing to new heights is accurate. When you see the picture of our pre-apprentice line program, I wanted to highlight it because it is very unique. It is our largest enrollment at Highlands College. It's a 1-semester certificate program that is 30 credits. So it is financial aid eligible for 4 months. The students come in, and when they leave with 5 certifications. They are CDL, so they are Commercial Driver's License Class A, flagger training, first aid, CPR, AD, rigging, and also the OSHA 10. So that's incredible also for job, career placement. If the student does not find the groundsman position right away, they still have the ability for employment. We are the only program in Montana. It is very much industry supported. In fact, it was started in 2012 with Northwestern Energy. So Northwestern Energy, of course, is a major partner and employer, but students are finding employment anywhere that they go if they're willing to travel or to leave. Our capacity is 50 students a semester. When I started 3 years ago, it was at 20, and we bumped it up to 30, and now we've bumped it up to 50. We had 154 apps, and we are full for fall. We took in 56 because, believe it or not, some come and are afraid of heights, and they don't stay. So, and we also have real strict, we have drug testing policy. They have to have a DOT physical. They have to have requirements. So when I say 154 apps, 56 enrolled, and we have 18 on a waiting list that are going to start in spring already. The reason why there's only 18 out of the ones that we haven't taken is because they haven't completed everything. They need to have everything complete before we consider them to register them. So we generate 100 FTE per semester off of this program because it's a 30 credit program and there's 50 students, so 1,500 credit hours, etc. So it is a huge program for Highlands College and for Montana Tech for our enrollment. The program also is self-sustaining, which is crazy to think. The state budget only pays for 1 faculty. The program supports the other 2 faculty, an adjunct, a program coordinator, and a CDL driver. And that also is because these students pay about a $5,300 program fee. We are, if you're looking at other schools, we're the only one in Montana, but out of the state, they're doubled the tuition and fees and the cost of these programs. And so we are of value, and I think that's why we're so popular. The next thing is, what do they make when they get out? They become groundsmen, and according to our outside construction, which is what the wage is, like our Coupa, when they're a groundsman, they make about $64,000 a year. The hard part is they can all get jobs usually as groundsmen, but getting that apprenticeship is a little more difficult, and it's a 4-step. But while they're in their apprenticeship, they're making over $80,000 a year. Once they become a journeyman after 4 years, they're making over $100,000. Now, if you go to California, you're going to make probably about $140,000. Texas pays a little less. But that's base salary. That does not include the overtimes that we all need. When the lightning strikes, we have an ice storm, we have a wind storm, things go out. So these journeymen seem to be able to, their mobility is amazing as far as, and their opportunity, if they're willing. So a lot of them like to go when they're young, and they like to really build up their nest eggs, and then after a while, they like to get a job that's a little more stable and not quite as risky and flinging from the wires and the poles. We also, our tuition at Highlands College is very much to support our students. So they pay the tuition rate of the 2-year. but then their program fee is higher, but they do qualify for the financial aid. They also live in our dorms. So they bring some energy to our campus. They're there for one semester. They love it. They live in our dorms. They support our economy, and they participate in all of our activities. All of the student services and support services we have are available to all of these students. We market it. We have a YouTube video that we just did. We have a Facebook page. They have a private one where they'll say, I'm coming from out of state or even in state, I need a roommate. So we connect them that way, and then we have a public one so that we can promote our program continuously. We're working with Accelerate Montana. They've been very generous to us with polls, and so has Northwestern Energy, et cetera. But we're also going to put a billboard on I-90, and so we will put a billboard to advertise that we have this program. And we were very much appreciative of the governor came last week, and he visited our line. He talked to our students and our faculty. They were able to demonstrate some of their skills, and his whole focus was on the student. And why did you choose this program? And they said, well, number one was cost. They chose the program, and they had read about it, but mainly it went back to it's affordable. And they said, and we can get a great job. And there was one student that said, and I'm from out of state, but he said, I'm going home to pack up my bags and I'm moving back to Montana. And so I don't know if that's because he was in town for St. Patrick's Day or not quite sure, but he's coming back. So our industry support, we keep expanding. We have, of course, utility companies from out of state. We have Northwestern in-state. The rural co-ops are all supportive in hiring. Our goal is to build an indoor training facility on our campus because we have 44 acres. With that, we can expand the classroom size. Also with that would help us with our goal of starting, and we brought in a request, a plan for a broadband technician. If we're bringing infrastructure into our state for broadband, we need to have people that can run it into the homes and the businesses. So it could be a feeder off of this line program. So it'll be in possibly a second semester. We haven't quite come up with the exact curriculum that we want, but we're really proud of it. They have a line rodeo once a semester. Their family, their friends, the community come. They compete, they have prizes, industry gives them the prizes, and you're all invited. In December, it's a bonfire, and in May, it's a bonfire. We just don't seem to have the weather cooperate as much, but we just are really proud of our students. The next one, I guess I have to do this. Oh, did they do it? Okay, the next one, I think Ann kind of touched on it. This is a new one. This is Automotive Technology, a Sprint. So at Highlands College, we're always looking for opportunities that we could do something new, something that would support students, something that would benefit. We have been very happy and successful with our school to work programs. So what we do is we take students in the high school using dual credit, and we bring them out. We've used the CNA and we've used the CDL. So we thought, well, we could do this with the automotive. So we have, we were lucky enough to receive some funding. We have a coordinator that goes into the high school. She also does dual enrollment. And so she goes in, and it is a 62 credit AAS, but they complete 18 to 21 credits during their senior year or during if they've taken them already in junior. But they get basically their generals that they need for the AAS degree while they're in high school. We have worked with industry, so they come out of high school and we help them fill out their FAFSA. We we help them through the whole process. They come out, and in the summer, the dealerships give them jobs if they choose. They can work and be paid so that they know what the industry's like. And then in the fall, we have 4 coming this fall, and there are 3 females and 1 male. And they are coming in, and they'll be in the classroom with our other students. They will go fall, they'll go spring, and then they will go the next summer. And during all of that, they will have paid internships along the way with the dealership that they're working with. And we started it thinking it was going to sprint program that our local high schools were going to be so excited about, which they were. And Ange gave you the message from a couple of students, but we have a student from Red Lodge. We have a student from Alberton. We have a student from Dillon. We have students from Three Forks and some of them are starting the next year. But it has expanded out that we have students from all over the state, which is absolutely wonderful. And so the industry support is very much there from the dealerships, all the dealerships, automotive shops. One of the little gals from Red Lodge works at an auto body shop, and some of their, they weren't planning on going to school. And so they're like, we need some financial assistance. So through this, we can help them with some scholarship. We'll help them maybe connect them to Montana 10. Hopefully they'll receive some financial aid, and then they'll be on our campus where they never would before. And so we're really excited about that. And then Montana Resources came, Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation last week gave us a $120,000 grant, and they are supporting 12 students, $10,000 a year, which covers our tuition and fees, that for either automotive or welding. So there'll be 2 students for automotive every year and 1 student for welding, because Montana Resources needs automotive and welding. So they're stepping up with industry support through student scholarships, and we are just blessed to have them as our partners and our support. So I guess we'll all stand for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic presentation. Thank you, Dean, and Dean. That was awesome. Karen, you just gave an example there at the end of just a specific example of private partnership, and it's just something that, like, you know, the board's very interested in, specifically. Well, maybe I shouldn't speak on behalf. I'm extremely interested in. I just think that it's where our state is headed, right? Just not all the state realizes it yet. Maybe from Dean Gray or Dawn, like just a quick specific instance. You could leave the company name out if that's, you know, if you feel sensitive about that, but just like a program that you have that you would not have because of how private industry stepped up when they had a need and stroked a check and had vision to help something come together.
Okay. Well, industry always steps up and participates. We all have industry advisories that meet once a semester, once a year. So we have that partnership that is not a financial partnership for sure, which is very important. I think we've all mentioned that, the value of that. I have had, you know, I'm trying to think of them, industry stepping up. You know, there wasn't a need in HVAC and carpentry because we had an ARPA grant that was funding. I can't think of a situation where they've stepped up and written a check and said, start a program with this. And but
so for
scholarships, certainly, absolutely, they provide
job placement, scholarships,
and
job placement.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe you have a.
Regent Southworth, thank you for the question, sir. I don't, to my knowledge, it hasn't been a program that's started because of a check's written out, but what I would lean to is our new Diesel Technology Center. We got a little less than half funded for that from the state legislature, and they put the challenge on the table to find the rest of the money. And what we do at Northern, we said, well, challenge accepted, and we did. So we, between the chancellor and the diesel faculty, We made a lot of calls and visits and, you know, et cetera, and they wrote out some very serious checks to make that building happen.
Great, great, thank you. Questions, comments from the Regents? None, all right, thank you, that was awesome.
Could I make one more comment, please, Regent Southworth?
Absolutely.
You've heard a recurring theme of industry partners, industry liaisons, et cetera. I would ask the Board of Regents to, anytime you're traveling through a particular town or a city, whatever, please stop in and visit those industry partners. We ask a lot from our industry, we really, really do. You've heard scholarships and checks and et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes they just need to have a thank you and a pat on the back. And I make a point of, you know, visiting our local ones as much as I can, but that's something I would ask the Board of Regents to do. Stop in, introduce yourselves, 5-10 minutes, and give them a pat on the back and thank them very much for the support they give our programs.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you very much for your time.
Chair Dombrowski, that concludes the 2-year.
Outstanding, and I think it's really okay that you went over the 27 minutes, quite frankly. Those are program updates that we needed to hear, and all of the good questions, I think, were important. So thank you for that, and thanks for the work of that committee. As Regent Buchanan said, you have a huge portfolio there, and grateful for your leadership, so thank you. All right, we are now into public comment. Thanks, Joe, too, as well. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment?
Chair Dombrowski, members of the board, and Commissioner Christensen. My name is Elizabeth Kaminga. I'm the incoming president at the University of Montana. The revisions proposed to policy mandatory fees under policy section 940.3 are appreciated as they address some of the student concerns on our campus. Throughout this academic year, several distance learning students have attended ASUM public comment and have voiced their concerns, expressing their dissatisfaction in not having their voices represented by their student government. They have also expressed concerns regarding the lack of their ability to access ASUM resources provided to in-person students, including, but not limited to, ASUM Legal, ASUM Food Pantry, and ASUM Childcare. Finally, distance learning students have expressed their concerns about their inability to participate in ASUM recognized clubs. It is important to recognize that our student ASUM fees are not only supporting student activities, but also provide critical resources as well as qualifying students to participate in ASUM government and clubs. We believe distance learners should be able to fully participate in services provided to UM students if they wish. Our student government believes it represents all students. As such, we believe that any amendment to policy 940.3 should strike the exemption of student government fees, allowing all students to fully participate. Essentially, we are asking that all students will pay the student government fee. While we believe all students should be paying this fee, we are actively working with UM administration to allow students to opt in to paying student government fees. Currently, we have opt-in fee mechanisms in place for academic fees and for campus recreation. Thank you for your consideration of this suggestion to amend the proposed revisions to policy 940.3.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any other in-person public comment?
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski, members of the board, Commissioner Christian. My name is Noah Vanderkar, as many of you know. I'm the outgoing ASUM Vice President at University of Montana in Missoula. I wanted to just quickly share my brief Montana experience here, being an out-of-stater, and the great work that a lot of the folks at UM have shown me to help me succeed in my time here in Montana. Being from big city California, Montana was just a very different world to me. As a freshman at UM, I immediately knew that Montana was a special place. My community and the state have shown me the importance, kindness, and collaboration and a quality education that I definitely needed. It has been such a privilege to advocate for students in many various different ways and different involvement in various activities. The access that Montana students have to quality services, vibrant learning environments, and local and state community advocates and leaders is something that I will deeply miss as I head back to every Montanan's favorite state, California. Thank you to all of the Regents. You guys have all been amazing to me. I also want to thank President Bodner and your amazing team. Also, your new, no longer interim provost, Provost Lawrence. She has been an awesome advocate, and I hope and wish her luck in the near future. I also want to thank, I hope I can list everybody here, but Leslie Webb, Dr. Webb, she's been an amazing advocate for ASUM and for students generally, creating new programs and positions to help students, as well as Kelly Webster, Amy Kinch, I don't want to forget anyone. Paul Lassiter has also been great. I mean, this team that you have managed to put together is hardworking, they are dedicated, and they have a great disposition for making sure that students at UM and across the state succeed and do well. I'm going to take all of the lessons and things that I've learned from all of you guys and try and apply it in a much bigger world. So, wish me luck. Thank you guys.
Good luck. Thank you, Noah.
Chair Dombrowski, fellow esteemed regents, similar to Noah, I'm Maggie Bell, I'm the outgoing ASUM president, and I wanted to just take a moment to thank you all for the system that you've crafted and nurtured that we have in Montana. I've been reflecting a lot on my educational journey because when I was a senior in high school, I was pretty hell-bent on getting out of state. I thought I had to go out of state to get a good undergraduate degree in education, and in a way, I'm really lucky that COVID hit because it kind of forced me to stay home. Staying in state, I've gotten a world-class education. I've grown close with my faculty and my classmates through intimate class sizes. I've gotten to grow close with many administrators and leaders on our campus. And I've been able to graduate without any debt, which I think is pretty remarkable. I got connected recently with an incoming student who was asked to do a project on their budget in college. And I found out that my most expensive semester was $3,000 my freshman year, thanks to scholarships through UM, through my public school foundation. I know for a fact I wouldn't have had any of these opportunities or the affordability had I gone to a big out-of-state school. I quite literally would have had to pay probably 10 times more a year and easily gone into hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt just to get the same, if not a lesser education than I've gotten here in state. I'm so proud to be a product of the Montana University system. My mom went to UM, my dad went to MSU. After 30 years of wearing a Cats hat, I finally got him to get a Grizz hat, and that is gonna be his hat for the foreseeable future. And the work that you all are doing on campuses, at OCHI, on the board, is working. I came in with 30 dual credits, utilizing the 1-2 free program. I applied for free on National College Application Day in my senior English class, and I've gotten to excel and graduate without debt from UM. So I owe a special thanks to President Bodner and everyone at UM for creating the environment and community that not only kept me at UM, but made me grow a deeper love and appreciation for Montana as a whole. Thank you to everyone here for putting students and our success at the center of the work you do. And thank you to the board for caring so deeply and representing Montana's interests so well. I always leave these meetings with such a full heart, and it's truly no doubt that it's everyone in this room that leaves these meetings the way that they are. I think that our system has something really, really special. I'll support it for the rest of my life, and I'd be remiss if I didn't end with a Go Grizz and a thank you to everybody, so thank you all. I'm really, really proud to be a Montana student.
Thank you, Maggie. Good luck. Is there any other in-person public comment? Wow. I don't know how to follow that except move to the action items on the committee. Oh, is there any online? Sorry, I just presumed as such. So we will move to the action items, and I'm going to look at this for my, there we go. All right, so we'll start with the 27-minute budget committee. However, there is a fair amount of action items, as usual, from the budget committee. So if I can start, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? In-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to, that's okay, I think. Thank you. Whoa, it's action item A, that I know. The present law budget request 2027 biennium. I will entertain a motion to approve action item A.
So moved.
Thank you. I almost said chair. Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. All right, I will entertain a motion to approve action item B, long-range building program. Is it, I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Regent Buchanan, is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? And any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, action item C, I will entertain a motion to approve action item C, the staff item here.
So moved.
All right, thank you, Regent Yeager. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item D, request for authorization to proceed with the issuance of facilities revenue bonds.
So moved.
Is that you, Regent Southworth?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will now entertain a motion to approve action item E, request for authorization to name the new nursing facility in Bozeman.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item F, request for authorization to renew the lease on behalf of Gallatin College.
So moved.
Right. Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Discussion from the campuses? In-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item G, request for authorization to enter into the lease agreement with the MSU bookstore.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. Is there any discussion from the board? Any discussion from campuses? In-person public comment? Online public comment? Okay, seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item H, request for approval of the tuition rates for Dawson Community College.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Discussion from campuses? In-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item I, request for approval of the tuition and rates for Flathead Valley Community College.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Those are the action items for the Budget Committee. We'll move to the ARSA Committee. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, moving to the action items of ARSA, I would entertain a motion to approve action item A, request to plan proposal.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item B, request to revise Board of Regents Policy 303.7.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Wolford. Any discussion from members of the board? From the campuses? In-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item C, request to revise Board of Regents policy 303.7.1.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item D, request to revise Board of Regents policy 303.7.2.
So moved.
Right? Thank you, Regent Folkford. Any discussion from members of the board? Discussion from the campuses? Is there any in-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve item E, request to revise Board of Regents policy 940.20.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Discussion from campuses? Is there any in-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item F, request to revise Board of Regents policy 940.3.
So moved.
Is that you, Regent Buchanan? Thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Forgot to look at you, but I assume no. Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. All right, next to, I think, 2 action items from the 2-year. Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve action item A, request to revise Board of Regents policy 301.12.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Discussion from campuses? Is there any in-person public comment? Online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Action item B is the new policy, correct? And we've all seen that? Okay, thank you. So I would entertain a motion to approve action item B, request to revise Board of Regents policy 301.17.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Terrific. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on to the appeal. The next item on your agenda is consideration of an appeal. For this appeal, you have received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board for the appeal is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear the appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. Of lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. The appeal is confidential. The board will not address the individual involved by name, identify the campus involved, or discuss the facts or specific issues. Are there any general questions as to this procedure before we consider the appeal? I will entertain a motion to hear the appeal before the board. If you wish to move the appeal, please do not name the appellant. There being no motion to hear the appeal, the appellant's request that we entertain this appeal is denied. The commissioner's decision in this appeal is upheld. We are now going to move to the election of officers. So I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have the gavel, though? It's kind of a, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, pursuant to Article 4 of your bylaws, we are to elect a chair and vice chair to serve for the upcoming year. At this time, I would like to open the floor for nominations to serve as chair of the Board of Regents for the next year.
I would like to nominate Regent Todd Buchanan as chair.
Thank you for that nomination. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I would close the nominations for chair. Having received a nomination for Regent Todd Buchanan to serve as chair, I would call for a vote with regard to that nomination. So, with that in mind, is there any discussion from the board on the motion? Any discussion from the campus? Seems like a bad idea, but any public comment? Any online public comment? Seeing no public comment, then I will call for the vote. All those in favor of Regent Buchanan serving as chair, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
For sure.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Congratulations. Members of the board, at this time, I would open up the nominations for an individual to serve as vice chair for the upcoming year.
It would be my honor to nominate Regent Lauren Bow to vice chair.
Thank you for the nomination. Is there any other nominations? Seeing none, I will close the nominations and move forward with the vote. There's a nomination on the floor for Regent Lauren Bow to serve as vice chair. Is there any discussion from the board on that nomination? Any discussion from the campuses? Any public comment? And none online, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of Regent Bow serving as vice chair for the upcoming year, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Regent Bow, thank you for serving as vice chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, having concluded the vote, I would just like to thank you for your service. It's an interesting and active relationship between my position and leadership, and for both of you that served in leadership last year, always accessible, always available for advice, for counsel, is very much appreciated. I turn the gavel back to you, and keeping with tradition, we'd like to ask you to take that gavel home with you as a small reminder of your service to the state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure. Thank you. Before we get to the end, I do want to take a few minutes to acknowledge Regent Yeager. This is your last meeting with us. Seems like you just started, right? We have been so thrilled, pleased, I can't even think of the right word, with your dedication and your commitment to this board in particular as a student regent. It's very reflective, I think, of the students here in this wonderful MUS, and I really thank you for that. You graduated on May 4th with a degree in elementary education, and I know I speak for all of us. Congratulations on that in the midst of everything else, right? And second, again, thank you for your meaningful participation. We know that it wasn't easy for you to come in late, so to speak, and you had a lot going on. So you completed your studies, you led the students, you created new processes and systems for the students at the same time. And even though your term is ending, we know you're just getting started in whatever it is you're going to choose to do. So with our sincere gratitude and appreciation, thank you, and good luck. And yes, you may say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been the honor and the privilege of a lifetime, without a doubt. And stepping in late could have been a lot more difficult had I not had the open arms and open minds of this entire board and the entirety of the OCHI staff, as well as everybody in this room that has helped me. This incredible group of students standing in the back has been the highlight of my college career to get to work with and to get to mold the student government into a new system that we believe can make some truly impactful changes moving forward in the future. I'd just like to thank everybody that helped me get to this position, that helped me through this year, and who I know I can count on to help me through the rest of my future. So again, thank you all.
Thank you.
Good job.
Great job.
Well done.
And last, before we adjourn, I want to just thank Chancellor Kegel and all of the work that goes into this. It was fabulous. We're very happy to have come here. Thank you for the good weather, the good food, the good conversation, and really the demonstrating to us the value that we know Northern is. And so thank you for that and for your leadership. So with that, I'll call the meeting adjourned.